On a peaceful day, a man tries to grab some chips while a little girl looks at him. Unfortunately, the bag that he picked up had a defect, and most of the chips fell to the floor. The little girl asks if he's trying to steal the snacks, but he denies this. That's when the TV screen in the store that was usually only for news requests everyone's attention, as there are some urgent news items. An earthquake has occurred in the vicinity, but the scale of it is quite small, so there are no casualties. However, experts say that the earthquake is gradually increasing in size and power, so measures will need to be thought about in advance. Some students look outside and are surprised by something. That's when something extremely tall rises from the ground in an instant, sending dirt everywhere and breaking the store's glass. Dirt is everywhere, but the man managed to defend the little girl from the impact. But she's not worried about that, but rather about what just came out of the ground. In England and even in Japan, a very mysterious and unexplained structure of gigantic size appeared in the cities of every country in the world. People named it the Tower of Nightmares, and some had received an invitation to be a Tower Walker and be the heroes that would save the world. Those who accepted jumped straight into the tower's battlefield and received the blessing of the interface system, which enabled them to obtain items and powerful skills as if all of this were a game. But they realized soon in their adventure that this was no game. The people who accepted the invitation look at the countless screens that have scenes from the outside, and the tower speaks, saying that a tower impact will occur in their world very soon. Outside, construction workers are hard at work, and that's when they spot a person high up and urge them to come down, while someone also calls the authorities. But this was no person, but instead a demon, with many more behind it. This was the great disaster, where monsters would keep coming out of the tower onto the Earth's surface. It was named Tower Impact. Sirens blare, and people flee as the military tries its best to subdue the creatures. But not even tank shells have an effect, and the beasts were left to do as they pleased. Because of this event, a third of the world's population was wiped out. Those who accepted the tower's invitation had no choice but to watch as their fellow humans were slaughtered. One remembers that the invitation said something about saving the world and urged everyone not to lose hope, as they would climb the tower and save what's left of the world. People agreed, and so the walkers with their special abilities and qualifications started to raid the tower in order to stop the full destruction of humanity. They stop at a seemingly impenetrable wall, but when they start bashing it with their weapons, the wall slowly gets destroyed. A guy spots a glowing stone that came out of it, and when they inspect it further, it's a return stone, which is able to send the user back to the time they were invited, and they will keep all of their memories up until now. Everyone thinks that such an item is overpowered, and Huang Inchen, the walker's captain, notes that he will try using it. He does so, and a blue light blinds everyone there. When they open their eyes, Inkan is nowhere to be seen. He really disappeared. The rest of the walkers are puzzled at what just happened, and wonder if he won't just appear back here even if he's gone into the past. Sakamoto, a former science professor, notes that things might actually be quite obvious. Inkan definitely returned to the past, but because part of the timeline was split up, they may never be able to see him again. He continues explaining what happened using well-known science theories like the multiverse theory and the parallel universe theory. So their current situation could be considered one where the universe's timeline got split up. So basically, when Inchan disappeared into the past, their world and his had split apart completely. The walkers are quite surprised and find it hard to process all of this information. But in any case, what's positive is that Inkan definitely returned to the past. But just because he did, it doesn't mean that something in this world will change. As far as they know, the tower has never lied about an item before, so this stone can return all of them to a world where the timeline was split. All of this is mere speculation, of course, but they can't just rule out the possibility that everyone who uses the stone will get transported to the same split timeline. The items in this tower exceed the common sense of humanity. Around that time, the second tower impact happened in the world outside. So before all of humanity was annihilated, the walkers had to make a decision. Will they use the stones and return to the past? Or will they remain in the tower and eventually meet a terrible fate? In a gruesome fight with an equally gruesome beast, most were being wiped out, and seeing that the situation was hopeless, some began using their return stones. One by one they disappear, and only one from that party is left. He falls to his knees and accepts that today, he will die. That's when someone wielding 2 daggers completely annihilates the once towering beast and asks the remaining group member if he's okay. The man says yes, and that's when many more walkers come from behind him, with one wondering how all of those bastards chose to run away like this. The man can only cry, and his savior thanks him for holding out until the very end. They gave him a stone, and these people were the only hope remaining in the tower. People who weren't tempted in the slightest by the return stone. Humanity's last line of defense and last warriors, carpe diem. One eventful day, most of them are on the ground, dead, and one of the last remaining wonders asks, when did all of this go so wrong? Earlier, while they were fighting a monster, the one who uses daggers urged Jaehwan to attack now. He comes from behind and, in a combination attack, destroys the beast. Jaehwan asks what the casualties are, and Daggers notes that fortunately, at least today, there were none, and the injured will be okay after some healing and rest. Perhaps at this rate, it will even be possible to reach the final floor. Some wave at them, and while waving back, Jaehwan spots that the monster dropped something. The suppressing dragon sword, which is imbued with the energy of both sun and moon, is the sword that the Tiger Ghost, master of the 85th floor, forged in 1,000 days in order to kill a dragon. He picks it up and thinks that perhaps Yunhwan's words were right. They may be able to reach the final floor. This is what he thought, that all of this was going in their favor. But when they reached the 98th floor, the chamber of purgatory, reality struck him hard. Most of his comrades are dead or in the process of dying, so he's the last one remaining. The beast slaps him to the side, directly into a wall. This leaves him even more hazy, but in his core, he knows that it's over. Everything they overcame and did together, was all of it really to die like a dog in this godforsaken place? The beast charges with a flame attack, ready to end his life, but that's when Yunhwan comes from behind it and manages to deal some good blows to it. He urges Jaehwan to get up and fight, as he can't hope to beat this beast on his own. However, the beast is too quick, and it manages to impale Yunhwan with its horn, an injury that can't be healed. Jaehwan screams for him, and the beast uses this opportunity to run the already mortally injured Yunhwan into a wall. Jaehwan can only watch, but finds the strength to get up and pick up his sword. He charges valiantly towards the beast, and now the winner is down to a single second. Jaehwan manages to come out victorious and tells Yunhwan that they should get moving, but his injury runs too deep, and he holds an already consumed return stone. He apologizes, and Jaehwan thinks that because this guy never managed to lose his smile, even in this cruel and often unforgiving tower, the walkers gave him a nickname, Smile Knight. That same Smile Knight lost his smile today for the first time. Jaehwan urges him to go before he changes his mind about this. Thus, he walks away. But the stone Yunhwan was holding is way too shabby, and it lost its power long ago. While walking a set of stairs, he thinks about Jaehwan, who is much stronger than he originally thought. Thanks to that, he's convinced that it's possible to reach the top of this hellish tower. In his final moments, he sits by a window and says that if it's him, perhaps this world has not lost its hope just yet. With those words, the smiling knight's life ends. Jaehwan stops at the door of the next floor and thinks of Yunhwan and how good of a friend he's been all this time. But he finds the courage and resolve to move forward to the 99th tower, which seems to be a snowfield of sorts. While in it, he dodges countless attacks from a beast, which urges him to give up, as this is a hopeless situation for him. But Jaehwan refuses. Or is he perhaps too tired of playing with him this early? The beast continues its attack, and later, Jaehwan hides below it, which angers the beast as it hates this game of hide-and-seek they keep playing. It's been 10 whole years since he reached the 99th floor, and even though he faced countless hopeless situations on his way to the 98th floor, the level of danger on this 99th floor is just incomparable to the lower levels. The boss of this floor is the ice dragon, Velkesis. Its breath, which came from a forgotten land, was hard to resist, even with the cold resistance maxed out. Jaehwan thinks that if he hadn't picked up the pieces of equipment abandoned by the walkers who left, he would have died much earlier. The suppressing dragon sword he got on the 85th floor, the ice demon armor Yunhwan himself gave him, and the Flame King's bracelet. This came from Han Xiaoyul. He regrets even now that he wasn't strong enough to protect her, and her image still haunts him to this very day. He thinks of how she died, but the blacksmith interrupts his thinking and asks if he's really going to challenge the 99th tower again. He confirms it, as he feels that now he can manage to beat it. The blacksmith of Atopos, Jay, wonders if it will really be so. This is the village that was reclaimed after defeating the 50th floor boss, the monstrous dragon Altemianus, which goes by the name of Atopos. Although countless injured or dead walkers came in every day, people never truly lost hope, and the priests had established emergency rescue units to rescue walkers who were no longer able to fight. And the blacksmiths of the workshops created equipment for the walkers, who fought for the salvation of humanity, free of charge. Jaehwan notes that it appears he's the only blacksmith left in Atopos. Jay says that he shouldn't remind him, as he's the only customer he has anyway. More importantly, it seems that supplies from the lower floors are dwindling by the day. There were still some supplies of minerals coming in a few months ago, but now you would be hard-pressed to find any. Jaehwan thinks that this is only natural, as there are barely any living humans in the tower. He doesn't even know what year it is, and there have been more than 10 tower impacts that have occurred thus far. And from that point in time, people were no longer being summoned to the first floor. All of the humans on Earth were most likely wiped out, right? Jay doesn't comment on this, and instead asks if there's nothing bothering him as he goes up the tower nowadays. Jaehwan finds it curious that he says this, as at the place where the first return stone was discovered, there were some very strange scribbles on the wall. These couldn't have been made by another person, but if not, by whom? He says that he found nothing in particular, and Jay notes that 2 days ago, Grandma Hyalene disappeared. People don't age in the tower, so if someone were to disappear, it would be one of these two. Either they returned to the past using a stone or jumped off the tower. Hyalene from Hyalene's potion and Jay from Jay's workshop were the only support-type walkers that remained. Jay continues to be hard at work, and that's when Jaehwan says that he should teach him the blacksmith skill. Jay stops forging, and Jaehwan smiles. Later he returns to the 99th floor, and Velkesis says that he must be bored of playing hide-and-seek. He also congratulates him, as no human has ever made it to the 99th floor alone since the creation of this tower. So, at least, he will acknowledge him as an incredible human and his existence. Jaehwan smiles, as he finds it funny that the last thing to acknowledge him would be a monster, not a human. He notes that it will fall empty in here after he kills him, but Velkesis notes that such a thing isn't possible. Jaehwan gets ready to attack and asks how he's so certain in the first place. Even the armor that he prides himself on is starting to crack. Velkesis finds his arrogant attitude quite irritating and notes that they have fooled around enough, so they should end this. They fight until Jaehwan is no longer able, as he's hurt badly, with his left arm and leg being restrained. Velkesis asks why he keeps fighting until the very end, as even if he persistently holds on like this, the fate that he will face is filled with solitude and crushing nothingness. Jaehwan says that he talks way too much for a being like himself and breaks out of his restraints, ready to attack once again. Velkesis says that another thrust of his sword won't do anything, so he should just give up, as he cannot be defeated by skill alone. Jaehwan started raiding the tower later than other people, and because of this, he missed out on things like secret classes or skills, which were taken very quickly. That's why he gave up on other skills and focused on a single one, the thrust. He thrust again and again, and because he killed over 50 million monsters with his thrust, his comrades thought his pronoun was thrust. He felt as his thrust underwent change, and it became faster, even more precise, and much stronger. As a result of this, his thrust surpassed its purpose as a single motion and started to gain attack power that was comparable, or perhaps stronger, than a hidden skill. But he had an advantage, as it wasn't a skill, so he never became tired, because it didn't consume spirit power. Even if that is the case, this beast's armor is way too tough, as he managed to only scratch it after hundreds of thrusts. Velkesis uses his position to prepare an attack, and it seems that dodging is not an option anymore. That's when he notices a light, the same light he saw on the 98th floor. If so, he will put everything he has into a single attack. The attack goes through with great force, and Velkesis is more than shocked that he managed to damage him. Jaehwan notes that it's not enough, as that attack should have completely blown away his entire chin. Velkesis urges him not to get carried away after he managed to strike him once, and he rises in the air, noting that this time he will finish him off for good. He uses his beam to chase after the running Jaehwan, who thinks that if he keeps attacking from the air, he has no realistic chance of winning. Velkesis pounces down next to him and says that his situation is quite unfortunate, as if there were 10 more humans like himself. Perhaps then he would have been slain. If only his race had not been fooled by the mare's stone, their fate as a species would have been completely different. Jaehwan asks what he's talking about, but Velkesis has had enough and tries to strike him with his claw. Jaehwan manages to get away, and while standing at the door, he thinks that if he had even grazed him with the claw, he would have died. He thinks of his words about the mare's stone and wonders what it is. The battle raged on for 5 years, but eventually Velkesis took his last step, and the system congratulates Jaehwan about a myriad of things. He finds these many pop-ups quite annoying, and he asks Velkesis what the mare's stone is. He says that he knows the answer to that question already, but he will learn everything. On the last floor, he drops the ice dragon sword, which is imbued with his breath. Jaehwan picks it up and thinks that it doesn't resemble a sword at all. Out of some black goo, a door opens, and Jaehwan goes in. Above it, some sigils appear, which spell out Control Room. Jaehwan arrives on the other side, where he sees countless monitors of the current tower. The summoning ground, Atopos. Everything is here. Someone from behind him says that he's surprised he came here already, as he thought he would have gone to the village first. Jaehwan gets ready to attack, but the voice urges him not to be so nervous, and he also forgot to broadcast an important message, so he should wait a bit. That's when a system message pops up in front of Jaehwan, congratulating him for being the first to clear the tutorial games in World 294. His achievement has been recorded in the library of the Undying Library, the Akashic Records, and it will be preserved such that it can only be viewed by the monarchs of the Almighty Land. Jaehwan has ignored all of the rest, as he is stuck to one sentence. What does it mean by tutorial? His whole world crashes down, and the man who spoke with him comes out, noting that he must have found this quite shocking, but he hopes he will get past it fast. Otherwise, he might get engulfed by his own emotions. He says this, but it appears that he's too late with the warning. However, he shouldn't feel upset, as he's done quite well for a mere human. Suddenly, something catches his attention, as the water that was representing Jaehwan's emotions clears out. The creature notes that he recovered faster than anticipated, and Jaehwan demands to know who he is. The creature apologizes, saying he was too excited to meet him, so he forgot to introduce himself. But still, to think that he reached the 100th floor by himself, this has never happened before. He is a demon by the name of Beastrain, and he is the current master of the Tower of Nightmares that he's just cleared. Jaehwan says that if all of this was a tutorial up until now, the real game hasn't started yet, right? Beastrain congratulates him for his swift understanding, but before explaining, he has something to show him. He snaps his fingers, and a large monitor showing the first time Jaehwan came to the tower appears. He watches this with widened eyes, and Beastrain notes how fresh they looked, and it's also been a while since he's seen these scenes. He showed up when Yunhwan introduced him to the party. Beastrain notes that his favorite part is coming soon, and they certainly didn't expect what was coming next. A real tearjerker of a story. He cried so much watching these, but how is it for him? Does he have any regrets? Perhaps feelings of anger or sadness? It's only natural if he does, but these are useless feelings now. But he feels bad, so we will give him a brand new chance. He can start this game from the beginning. Isn't that such an amazing opportunity? This would be something that only happens in the novels of his world, with the main character starting from the beginning with all of his memories intact. Jaehwan wonders what to do, as he was supposed to save the world after climbing the tower, right? That's what the invitation said. But it seems that they were fooled from the very start. There was no way for them to stop the tower impacts, and the only thing that they could have done was to keep raiding this damn tower. The salvation of humanity was just a false hope and a fluke. Jaehwan notes that he probably knows very well already, but he won't return to the past. Ever. Beastrain begins laughing, so hard in fact that only his giant mouth remains. Is he really talking about the past? He will make things clear for him now so that he doesn't get confused. No item in the tower, nor in the Almighty Land, can send someone back to the past. Jaehwan notes that there was a return stone in the tower, but that's when he realizes something. The return stone is the mare's stone Velkesis was talking about, the thing that fooled them. Beastrain confirms that its true name is the mare's stone, and it doesn't send them to the past, but rather, it traps them in the dreams that the mare creates. He couldn't even imagine, until they reached the 77th floor, that there was a race so obsessed with going back to the past. The humans are the only race to have had this obsession. Jaehwan confirms that indeed they are, and Beastrain congratulates him for being so cool-headed. But it's about time they start the real game, right? It's not going back to the past, but rather, it's like a new game plus. He trusts he will make the wise decision here. But Jaehwan instantly presses no, leaving Beastrain quite puzzled. Jaehwan says that thanks to him, he now knows what the tower truly is. An item information tab opens about the tower, and it explains that it is known as the Stronghold of Regrets, the second product of the creator of nightmares, Mara Mullark. Jaehwan notes that he has already entered the mayor's dream that the tower created, so if that's the case, he will hunt him down and go to the next floor. Beastrain sighs and notes that there's nothing on the next floor, because it doesn't exist. Jaehwan, however, doesn't believe them anymore, and Beastrain says that he must be doing this because he thinks the reward of going back into the past with his memories is too low. That's the second Jaehwan thrusts his sword into his neck, and Beastrain's head falls right off. He's quite peeved that he did this, so he tries to ask what he wants. Perhaps a hidden item or skill? He will give him whatever he wishes for. He has earned this much at least. Jaehwan notes that he needs none of those things, and while reforming his head, Beastrain asks if he really doesn't want to return to his original world. Since he has already realized that he's within a dream of the tower, there was never such a thing as the tower impacts. He snaps his fingers, and in that second, the room changes to the outside world, where everyone is healthy and safe, leaving Jaehwan in a daze. Beastrain thinks that he finally understands how it is. Nobody really died, his family and friends are all safe, and for entities such as himself, who feel a sense of worth from living in groups, he must be quite relieved. But it seems he has forgotten to show him the most important thing. He snaps his fingers once again, and they are sent to a hospital room, where every awakened is being held, as they are all in a coma. Jaehwan stares at his unconscious body and asks if that really is him. Beastrain notes that he must be surprised at how clean he looks, but in the tower, decades have passed, yet in the real world, it has been a mere month. What's more is that he will never be able to win against him realistically. As compared to him, who just barely managed to survive the tutorial, there is a huge gap between a human like him and a mighty dragon. Jaehwan sighs in relief, as if he's a dragon. He has experience, as he has hunted one down before. Beastrain finds his cheeky attitude quite rude, and so begins their long battle. Much later, he waltzes into Jay's store, who is nowhere to be found. While working on a blade, he thinks that yesterday was the 72 attempt, and though he has challenged him every single day, without rest, he can't seem to leave a mark on him. However, he did not die either, as it seems that Beastrain is purposefully keeping him alive. That's why, no matter how many days or years it takes, he will defeat him. Beastrain watches him on a few monitors and thinks that he must be patient, as this guy is a valuable product that he's going to sell, a very special product. As a professional cultivator, he has never seen something such as this before. A cultivator ensures that a product will adapt safely to the almighty land, but putting it through a secondary cultivation process, so that the product ripens and enhances nicely. The first and primary way of doing it is by culling undesirable seeds, so that only the good ones remain, which is done through the tutorial game. With this done, the chosen product can truly begin to be grown in the real game, so the secondary process is done to provide the chosen seeds ample water and soil for them to grow. But to think that a product refuses to move on to the next process, should he just hope for the best and kill him? As the soul isn't destroyed if one dies within the tower. But what if he is somehow harmed because of their difference? The harvesters would certainly not sit still at this. He needs to raise him into a flawless diamond and sell him off, so it's about time he raises a high-ranking demon. He also must pay the loan for purchasing this tower too. This guy is so special. Even gods who never make deals with demons have contacted him. At their next battle, he asks him honestly, what does he truly want? Doesn't he get tired of this little game they are playing? If he would listen and start the real game, he would also be quite happy with the results. So why is he trying so hard now? He rises a giant ice wall and comes behind Jaehwan. Before he can react, Beastrain slams him into the wall. He has had enough and desperately tries to get him to start the next game. He will give him secret skills and items. So why in all that is good, does he want to continue something so pointless? Jaehwan says that he will hunt him down and go to the next floor, making Beastrain go crazy. What does he have to do for him to make him even consider going to the real game? Jaehwan thinks that this is what he was waiting for, as now he can use him. He would like to ask something of him. They sit at a table, and Beastrain hopes he's not surprised too much with this information, but his universe isn't just made up of a single dimension. Jaehwan notes that he already knew, as parallel universes and things like the multiverse are common speculation on Earth too. Beastrain would like to explain further, and says that there is one main dimensional level called the Almighty Land, and under it are countless alternations that branch from it. Earth is just one of the small planets in the dimensional realm that were scattered from countless alternations. They call it the 294th world. While in the Tower of Nightmares, where they are right now, walkers can earn themselves skills and items, and while working on their statuses, they will adapt to the system of the Almighty Land and will earn a chance to travel to an entirely new world. As for demons such as himself, they have the role of supporting the game. Jaehwan asks a simple question. Why is he doing something like this? Beastrain smiles and says that he doesn't believe that's what he's really curious about. He snaps his fingers once again and thinks that what Jaehwan is trying to ask is out of the countless alternate worlds. Why has the Tower of Nightmares come to his? That is right, isn't it? Why he and his race were forced into such a fate? His grin grows and says that his world was simply chosen by chance. Jaehwan demands he stop talking about that, as what he really wanted to ask is, why is someone like him operating this tower? Beastrain is quite surprised by this and tries to beat around the bush, saying that it's just something his race volunteers to do. But it seems that he doesn't believe him. However, demons really do enjoy volunteering quite a bit. There are many demons who they themselves watch over other special walkers on different planets. They have made a paradise where humans, monsters, and demons can live together peacefully. The harvesters have had their patience run thin, so they are now demanding he finish this already. He tries to coerce Jaehwan one last time, but he doesn't believe him for a second, as it seems he is also able to read the harvester's words. Earlier, he looked at his status window, and it seems that all his stats were maxed out. Even with this, he just can't seem to defeat Beastrain, no matter what he does. Can humans really be reduced to nothing in this world system? That's when he feels something in his chest, and when he looks forwards, he sees a glowing light coming from some ice. He reaches his hand forwards and touches it. They took the form of fine particles, as well as rough sugar cubes. Every time they changed, they took on a different form entirely. These particles were the essence of the world, and no matter the form, he understood what it was almost instinctively. It seems that this is why he can read the monarch's messages. He asks about them, and Beastrain is glad he has some interest in this. The monarch are the ones who rule the Almighty Land, and generally, the ones who clear the game and enter their world are invited to join their respective groups. Jaehwan asks more about joining up forces with them, and Beastrain explains that depending on which monarch one chooses, their future will change drastically too. If he follows his advice and does as he says, he, the mighty Beastrain, will swear upon his honor as a demon that he will use all of his power to help him go under a great monarch. Of course, this applies only if he's actually willing to participate in the main game. Jaehwan notes that he sounds like someone trying to sell him insurance, but they will do as he says. In exactly 10 days, he will be out of this place. 9 days later, Jaehwan continues to train his thrust, while Beastrain can only watch this boring show. But he only needs to be patient for one more day, then he will be able to pay off those bastards who deceived him with this tower. However, if he wasn't deceived in the first place, he wouldn't have to go through this. The tower he bought was only a first-generation antique, so old that nobody could assess how old it truly is. Those damn mayors sold it to him like it was an extremely good deal though. If only it was a third-generation tower, it would have had the function to forcibly end the tutorial without damaging the product. But now, he can't just end the game without the product's consent because of this fair and square tower. However, what could he truly have done, as apparently being poor is a sin? He only hopes that tomorrow, this nightmare will be over. The next day, he gives him a ton of tips and summaries of what's going to happen. And so the message to end the tutorial game pops up once again. Beastrain asks if he memorized everything, and Jaehwan confirms it. Now the only thing he needs to do is press that yes button. Beastrain has been waiting for this day, so he sheds a tear from the happiness he's getting right now. That's when he is struck once again by Jaehwan, so he demands to know what the hell he's doing. However, he should know the answer by now. He's simply hunting him. After being able to notice the particles, his thrusting motion became unstable, as every time he thrusted, he felt an odd sense of discomfort. It felt as though one of his senses had awakened. He strikes Beastrain extremely hard and quickly. Is this the sense of being alive? Later, on the 91st floor, which was used as a breeding plant, Beastrain notes that he has never seen somebody like him before, and it would have been easier on both if things were like this sooner, isn't that right? Jaehwan asks what he's planning, as he won't be able to finish the tutorial without his direct consent, right? Beastrain says that it's precisely the case, but he has given up on getting his consent a long time ago. But this time, he would like to ask him a simple question. Why does he think that this tutorial will continue indefinitely? In actuality, the Tower of Nightmares is programmed to automatically end 100 days after the tutorial is cleared. So the only choice he has is to tie him up like that and wait patiently for the main game to start. Jaehwan notes that in the Almighty Land, people call him the Gentleman of Cajolement, right? He has lived for 784 years and has gone around a total of 128 worlds to do this ugly cultivation on the race that are living peacefully in them. Beastrain tries to ask how he knows all of this, but Jaehwan cuts him off by saying that he was planning to give him to the harvester called the Jet Black Monarch. Beastrain is now in a cold sweat and demands to know what the hell he is, who he truly is. The prize he has been nurturing for many years here, but not anymore. He breaks free of his restraints with ease, and like an eagle he tries to strike Beastrain. Now he's just plain scared and makes Jaehwan back away. Some way he has managed to hurt him, but when he looks at him, can't believe his eyes, as Jaehwan is holding the overload adapter. The day after he managed to reach the 100th floor, he had doubts, many doubts. The essence of the world was being torn apart at the seams, and that's when the chatter started. After the end of all his doubts, he reached a state where he would no longer feel doubt of any sort. He has pierced through understanding itself. Beastrain is amazed by his power and severs the link, allowing the temporal restrictions to be lifted and his true strength to be shown. He notes that he will not get easy on him anymore, and although he managed to adapt so amazingly after he finished the tutorial, humans have their limitations. He cannot hope to win against him, the mighty Beastrain. Jaehwan wonders if this is his end, and the count keeps rising and rising. They continue to exchange blows, and Beastrain says that eventually, one way or the other, he will have to participate in the game. So by doing all of this, he's the only one that's missing out. The count reaches its end, and a yellow light can be seen in Jaehwan's eye. The same thread of opportunity has appeared once again, the same that helped him countless times. He rushes forwards, and Beastrain is extremely shocked. This is no mere adapting anymore. How is he doing all of this? Jaehwan hits him extremely hard and urges him to listen for one last time. Humans are not toys that can be played around with. They are not insignificant things that can be used and thrown as he pleases, and not products that can be sold. He will no longer be following their plans. He will destroy this place and climb to the next floor and keep going, further and further, until he destroys their perfect world. Beastrain now pleads with him to stop all of this, as there is no such thing as a next level. Jaehwan says otherwise, as they didn't simply call him here. The scribbles on the different floors are made by a certain artist and his anguish. He read one on the 47th floor and got the information that the Tower of Nightmares is just a plain imitation of the first demon, the very top of the illusion tree. He is almost certain that these scribbles were made by Mullark, the creator of the tower. If this place really is the root of the illusion tree, it also needs to have a trunk. So, if he breaks through the ceiling, he should find something. He tries to do so, and Beastrain screams in agony as his tower is being torn to bits. The system tries to redirect things onto the correct path, but it can't do anything, so it announces that the main game was not cleared, but the tutorial game has ended. Jaehwan is transported into a jungle-like world, and says that after so many years, he finally found it. Strange dog-like beasts surround him, and are ready to take a bit of his succulent flesh. One charges in, but with a slight trust, he takes care of it instantly. That's when a giant beast, similar to the small ones, comes into play, and Jaehwan thinks that a slight trust won't be enough for this guy. Instead, He uses a normal thrust, killing the beast instantly. He takes the horns out and notices that the monsters in this place are quite weak. That's when he hears some talking, and when he looks at the commotion, he spots a few green creatures who seem angry that he dared touch the horns. He thinks that even with question, he's unable to fully understand what they are saying. He points at the horns and notes that if they want them, they should make a deal, as he needs only some information. But the creatures don't seem to be too friendly, as one tries to swing at him multiple times. He finds them quite annoying, so in just a few minutes, he takes care of them all. He leaves one alive, however, as he has some questions for it. Where they are would be the first, but it doesn't seem to want to answer. Jaehwan pulls on his antennas and demands he talk in a way that he can understand. The thing says that he will die and bites his tongue. Jaehwan thought they were weak, but their willpower is quite strong. He puts the antennas into the ground and loots the bodies for potentially useful items. He finds a small dimensional pouch, which has 2 cubic meters of storage. He notes that it's similar to an inventory, but it's great to have now, as he's been unable to interact with the system much since he got out of the tower. He thought he would have been able to use the interface system of other dimensional words, but it seems that Beastrain scammed him once again. However, it's a relief he can use question to find information, even on items. He analyzes a stone, which is called a spirit stone, and can be used to increase spurt energy. He thinks that even though they are different colors, all of them have items like these. So were they perhaps crafted by those green dudes? They should be valuable, considering that they are shiny stones. He notes that there's too much stuff in here for him to store, but should he really just leave it here? That's when his sword starts to shake, as it's feeding time. He pulls it out, and it transforms into a set of jaws, which consume everything. Jaehwan looks at what's left and spots a map. It's of a place called Chaos, a place which Beastrain didn't give him any information about. Somewhere else, the beasts are chasing another group of people. A woman tries to throw some knives in their direction, but is one of her colleagues instead. She apologizes, and he lets it go, but only because he finds her cute. She apologizes once again, as she has dragged a gigantic byhorn to the group. Jaehwan looks at them from above, and notices that the woman seems the strongest out of the group. So are they perhaps on bad terms for her to be doing this? They will die if this continues, though. But how did such weak people manage to clear the tower, especially with that level of skill? The man with red hair charges an attack, and the woman tries to help out too, but she unfortunately hits the guy straight in the ear. She apologizes while laughing, and the man curses at her for being so inept. She notes that he doesn't have to be so rude, as she was just trying to help. The man tries to say something, but the beast wants to eat him whole. That's when Jaehwan jumps down, and directly on the beast, ending its life. The dirt slowly clears away, revealing Jaehwan and his sword. They are extremely surprised by his appearance, and after talking a while, Jaehwan gives them the byhorn corpse. The woman bites her nails in frustration, and he asks if that horn is important in any way. The group say that it certainly is, as a byhorn is something that can barely be defeated with 10 people. He thinks that since he defeated that monster with more horns recently, it seems that the more horns a beast has, the stronger it is. The woman approaches him and demands to know who he is, as there's not a single adapter in Chaos who can kill a byhorn with a single thrust. He turns to her and asks what Chaos is, leaving her quite surprised. While they walk, the leader of the group asks Jaehwan if he's really passing by in place like this. Jaehwan confirms it, and the leader notes that it's quite strange for him to speak the language of this place. However, language barriers are even rarer. He asks once again if he's really okay with them getting the byhorn, and Jaehwan confirms that they can have it. The woman thinks that for a mere passerby, he holds extreme power, as he one-shot a byhorn without even using any skills. She tries to use detailed inquiry on him, but it has no effect. But she knows his spirit power should be around a non-adapter in terms of capacity. So just who is he? She begins whispering to him, noting that she has a question. There are not but a handful of adapters throughout the whole Chaos that can kill a byhorn in a single attack. She wants to know who he is and where he came from. Jaehwan in turn asks a question himself. What is Chaos? She asks if he's actually just messing around with her. But when he says no, she asks why he keeps asking the same question. He just stares silently at her for a few good seconds, and she wonders if it's because he doesn't know a thing she's saying, or perhaps asking who he is might be too difficult to understand. Jaehwan says that she knows exactly what she means, but who he is, that question is rather difficult. Where he belonged, and the relationships he had on Earth, all became meaningless the moment he was transported to the tower. In return, he gained new friends and made new memories there. But as the tutorial slowly came to an end, those two disappeared, almost as if they were a mirage. Although those friends that were with him are probably now on Earth, and if he takes into account that the clear reward was to retain all of his memories while starting over, it means that they wouldn't be able to remember him, nor the memories they have made inside of the tower. He says that he doesn't remember a thing, and she seems apologetic at first, but her real feelings come out as she doesn't believe that he has amnesia at all. He notes that he never once mentioned anything about amnesia, but she feels that it doesn't make a difference. Is he the mighty of the abyss or something? Jaehwan doesn't even know what she's talking about, so he asks her to stop nagging him so much. He pulls out his weapon, that is quite hungry at this point, and she's quite shocked. This must be it. This spirit weapon is the source of his power, right? Spirit weapons are a rare sight, and the other party members have also noticed it, making their eyes glow in anticipation and greed. She's mad that somebody like him actually ruined her perfect plan, but that's when an idea comes to her mind. She notes that she will stop with the asking of his identity, but in return, she would like to make an offer. Does he wish to hear it, perhaps? Afterwards, this woman, who called herself Mino, explained what chaos is on a basic level, and also some things about the party they were currently with. Most importantly, that they are a wicked group of people that belong to a clan named Red Fox. She is basically asking him to kill all of them, but he will remain vigilant for now, as she said that soon they will try to attack him. Night arrives, and the leader says that they should sleep somewhere around here, as moving in the dark is quite dangerous, as they might provoke more horned monsters. They make a camp and sit around with Jaehwan thinking that based on the map he found, the village should be close by. He uses comprehension, which has reached its second state, and hears that the group is conspiring to do something, as they have found out he's at the level of a non-adapter, so it's obvious that the spirit sword carried his battles up until now. Spirit weapons are artifacts one can only get in the abyss. Jaehwan thinks that they are up to no good, but they would be rightly horrified if they found out he got this from the root of the illusion tree. From what Beastrain said, the tower's equipment isn't that impressive, so he finds it quite strange that people are after him. However, now he's almost sure that this place is not the almighty land. The party starts to move, and Mino arrives, first noting that he should get ready with that spirit weapon of his. Jaehwan says that he doesn't have it now, as he lent it to someone who wanted to use it during his night watch. She finds his stupidity limitless, and eventually, the party surrounds them. The leader notes that he's quite the fool, but even if he had that mystical weapon, it would be useless against them, the mighty Red Fox. Mino asks if he really wants to see more blood than usual tonight, and Jaehwan smiles, as he finally gets the chance to see her true abilities. The attackers rush in, but she throws two knives, which land square in their heads. She kicks the other while grabbing another knife and throwing it at the remaining attacker. She lands gracefully and apologizes for throwing the knives so strongly. It's because she's quite angry with them. But from this point on, they are all going to suffer what they just did. The leader says that he became suspicious of her when she started accidentally luring monsters to them. But she is the Witch of Massacre, just as he anticipated. But who made a request to the Dark Forest clan? Mino notes that it doesn't matter who did, as there are numerous people who want them dead and rotting in within chaos, because they are murderers, through and through. The leader rushes in, and says that the Dark Forest clan wouldn't intervene because of something like that. He starts wielding the spirit weapon, and notes that she probably took this request personally, but if that's the case, she will die tonight. She finds his need of a spirit weapon quite cowardly, but he notes that an insurance plan is also set, so she shouldn't worry about him. She scans the area and feels that everyone is at least a stage 1 adapter, with 40 or perhaps more surrounding the area. No wonder she felt a lot of presences around the area. The leader notes that on top of she, who is quite renowned as the Witch of Massacre, there is also a guy who killed a byhorn in a single strike, so preparing this much is only natural, right? However, if he knew he would get the spirit sword with such ease, he wouldn't have called their master here. Mino is pretty surprised that Black Fox himself came, so he must be pretty free nowadays. Clant, the Black Fox, the Red Fox clan master and a Stage 3 adapter, notes that she should feel honored by his presence, as they have gathered half of the Red Fox just for her. She notes that indeed she is quite honored, but since he's already free, couldn't he wait a bit longer? She thinks that if they fought one-on-one, she might be able to win. She tells Jaehwan that she can't hope to protect him, but he should run away quickly, using the stone. He asks what it is, and Mino notes that it's a return stone, which will send him to the nearest fortress. She only holds one on her currently, so he should just use it and leave. This isn't a stone that would send you to the past, but rather to save yourself in the present. He wonders how things would have been if Yunhwan had this stone, instead of that useless mare's stone. Jaehwan asks her, if there was a way to return to the past, would she? She notes that the timing and the current situation aren't that great for answering this question, but she wouldn't. She really tried her utmost in living, and if she's fated to die tonight, then so be it, as she won't return to the past, no matter the outcome. Jaehwan taps her shoulder and notes that she will not die. In that split second of confusion, he lunges forwards, taking out a few with just that strike. Clant uses the Fire King's 14 strikes to boost his subordinates, but Jaehwan uses Void, and he cuts through all of them before reaching Clant. He tries his best to block the attack, but it goes through and creates a gigantic hole in his chest. The leader of the small group presents him the spirit weapon out of fear, and Jaehwan uses it to wipe out the remaining subordinates. Mino is extremely shocked, as she thought that he was a dumb, clumsy, and dull idiot. But she was very wrong. Strong, that's what he is. She comes next to him and asks once again who he is, but he asks himself, has she forgotten already? Perhaps she's the one who has amnesia. She tells him that he's quite narrow-minded and also asks for the return stone back. Jaehwan says that he lost it, which causes her to be furious, as apparently those things are quite expensive. They sit by the campfire, and he thinks that this situation is quite peaceful. Mino still tries to search for her return stone, and wonders why she gave it to this dumb human in the first place. He notes that she probably knew what he was from the very start, a human. She thinks that he's joking, as she's also a human herself. Jaehwan clenches his fist, and says that it's great that she is. She looks at him, and is quite surprised by his expression. Is being human really enough for him? The next day, while walking to their destination, Mino asks if he really has no recollection of being in the Almighty Land before coming here. He confirms that indeed he does not, and she's quite envious of him not having any memories. He asks what part of losing his memories is good, and she explains that not only her, but other people will also be envious of him once they hear this, as it's quite obvious why most people come to Chaos in the first place. He thinks that it's not really that obvious, and asks why she ended up here herself. This question causes her to stop walking, and says that if he actually knew what he was asking, he would regret it quite a lot. Eventually, they arrive at the Gorgon Fortress, and Jaehwan notices that there's something similar to the summoning ground that was on the first floor of the tutorial next to it. Suddenly, a lot of people pop up, and they all scream, almost as if they are dying or are dead already. He knows very well why people make those expressions. Mino notices that a lot came by this time as well, but now he should know what he asked. How people end up in chaos. He shouldn't ask that question to anyone in this place, as this is the world of the dead. If one dies in the Almighty Land, they end up here, and if they somehow die here, they end up as nutrients for the illusion tree. A few guards come out of the fortress, and their commander tell the newcomers to form a line, as they will be provided with blankets. He continues to take care of them, and Mino, who calls him James, catches his attention. He asks why she's at the northern checkpoint, and she explains that somehow she just dropped by, but it's not like they don't know each other, so he just let her inside, quickly. James explains that the situation is quite different now, as not long ago, they were instructed to check everyone who wishes to enter the fortress for their identification. She's quite saddened by this news, as that way is just plain outdated. She asks Jaehwan if he also doesn't have any identification, and he confirms it by nodding. Mino sees this as an opportunity, and comes closer to James. She's quite sorry she doesn't have her identification. But will this do instead? He immediately shoves the Bihorn horn into his pockets, and notes that she's free to go. He also asks Jaehwan for his identification, but of course, he doesn't have any. Mino jumps into action and notes that if he just pleads with her to help, perhaps she just may, but only if he begs. James says that without identification he can't enter the fortress. Jaehwan starts pulling out something from his bag, and Mino thinks of the worst. Is this guy really going to kill the security troops? But judging by how strange this man is, it might actually be possible. She gets in front of him as to defuse the situation, and that's when someone from behind them asks if there's a problem. Mino thinks that now, they really are screwed, as the most famous in Gorgon's forest came by. The cleanest checkpoint captain, the stubborn-headed Carlton. He demands James explain what is happening, and he does so instantly. So, this man just wanted to enter the fortress without identification, right? But of course, he can't be allowed entry. Jaehwan asks why, and Carlton says that in case that one can't be verified because they hold no identification, the captain can restrict entry, as they have the authority to do so. This is based on the entry law of Gorgon, Article 27, Paragraph 4, exactly as stated. Everyone bows down, as Carlton used his law skill, which Mino finds quite inconvenient. Jaehwan just slashes the restraints for her and demands he stop, as he has no reason or interest to know what the law says. He asks what is written on the identification, and Carlton explains that the name, the organization they are affiliated with, and other things like job, criminal records, so on and so forth. Jaehwan notes that he won't be needing an identification if that's the case, as he won't be identifying himself. Carlton wonders why the law skill isn't working on him, and tries to use it again. In accordance of Article 2, Paragraph 6, he will be restraining him. Blue chains start to envelop Jaehwan, but they don't last long, as they break apart the second they touch him. Everyone there is quite shocked, especially the guards, and Jaehwan asks if he can't just do what this woman did. Mino thinks about what she did, which was straight bribery. The recipient of the bribe and his accomplices are now horrified of what's to come. Jaehwan throws him something and says that he should just take this and let him inside already. James immediately gets on his case for trying to use something as lowly as bribery on the captain and suggests that this man be executed on the spot. But Carlton has other plans, as he has been waiting for an emissary of the Deer Whisperer. He starts scanning Mino with a device that tells them that her soul corruption has reached 15%, so she should take her medicine as soon as possible. Carlton also urges her to do so, and Jaehwan asks what soul corruption is. She explains that it's a chronic disease that people who live here get. One's soul is slowly being corrupted the longer they stay here, and once the corruption reaches its peak, he probably knows already what will happen, that is. That is why the horned beasts, or their horns specifically, are quite precious around here. He saw how easy that guy took the bribe, right? Because this is the only medicine that can help to prevent soul corruption. They move on to Jaehwan with the scanner, but when they do scan him, it emits a red light, as no corruption has been detected. Carlton smiles and gives him the spirit stone back, as he has already checked it. Jaehwan asks why he didn't take it, and Carlton advises him to not give it to just anyone, as that item is quite precious. Jaehwan also notes that he's not the Deer Whisperer person he was expecting, but Carlton already knew. They go inside, and James asks if it's really all right for those people to be let through. Carlton in turn asks if he knows what a spirit stone is, and James says that it's a precious item, especially for adapters, as it increases their energy, right? Carlton notes that he's correct, but that's not all. He removes his glove and shows his hand, which is now covered in corruption. He explains that anyone who isn't the Deer Whispered can't control the Spirit Stone, as the only person who can avoid advanced soul corruption while in his possession is him. Although that man is most likely not the Deer Whisperer, he is still able to control the Spirit Stone. James asks if he can really be trusted, and Carlton notes that he doesn't trust him, but rather, his soul. He remembers that just now, the device they used for checking the corruption gave them an error, right? 0% corruption, and the device isn't faulty either. There's only one real situation where the device to measure corruption is unable to detect the level of one's soul corruption. It's when a person's soul is purer than anyone in chaos. And additionally, it doesn't really matter if he's the Deer Whisperer, as they only need someone who is able to control the Spirit Stone. The inner fortress will decide to do with him anyways. James asks if all of this is related to the Fortress Master's sickness, and Carlton notes that he also doesn't know that much. But based on what he heard just now, There was a certain someone who was going to let them pass after taking a few bribes. Jaehwan and Mino walk the streets, and he thinks that the streets have a complicated design, and it doesn't help that she became a burden. This happened because Carlton, the ever-so-lawful, started spewing his nonsense about articles and identification constantly. And unfortunately for her, Mino had no way to defend herself against this onslaught of rules and demands. They walk on a bridge, and he asks where he can find a good blacksmith. But that's when someone spots the spirit weapon he's holding, and smiles. Eventually, Mino comes to her senses, and Jaehwan urges her to go on her own way from now on. She says that this is too much to throw her away like this. Is it perhaps because of what she did at the gate? Jaehwan says that since he's gotten into the fortress, he doesn't need any of her help, as they are too different from each other. So, she should just be on her way already. Mino bites her lip, but charges forwards, as she doesn't want to let him go just yet. He doesn't know his way around here, right? So rather than asking for directions, she can tell him where to go. Jaehwan sighs, and notes that he's looking for the mayor. She knows of a place where he might be, so shall they go? Jaehwan says that they will, after they finish the business they have with these people that have been following them. The goons are glad that they finally found them, as they heard rumors that the sword Jaehwan is holding shoots fire out of it or something like that. Mino urges them to leave, as only death will befall them if they keep messing around. They demand she speak more politely, as the youngest among them is going through puberty right now, and gets a bit excited when he hears people talk so vulgarly, as it's not good for him, and he knows that. If they want to be let go, they should hand over that sword, and a few valuables, as a protection fee. Jaehwan outright denies them, while Mino is surprised that the giant is really the youngest. The goons urge them to grasp the situation they are in quicker, if they don't want to get hurt, that is. However, Mino is still asking how that gigantic guy is the youngest, which causes him to charge in, as her vulgarity must be punished. With one thrust, Jaehwan takes his hand off, and someone's roof too. They are all quite noisy for such lowly beings, so they should just bring it on already. They are now extremely furious that he dared to hurt their precious little brother. They will never forgive them, and will avenge him at all costs. One of them notes that he's still alive, and Jaehwan, who is unfazed by these threats, just stares at them. They all charge in, swords in hand, and a loud clang can be heard. While Jaehwan cleans up his sword, Mino asks if he takes care of everything with just these thrusts, and he explains that indeed he does, as it's the only thing he knows how to do. Light, medium thrust, anything goes. Mino thinks that he's kidding, but she remembers that there was another person similar to him, who only knew one technique, but they used slash instead of thrust. Also, why did he miss the first attack, and blow away that roof from across them? She knows it's not because he can't control his power. So what gives? Jaehwan notes that when he was dealing with these thugs, he felt someone using a stealth skill across from them, exactly on that roof. He just wanted to scare them off, as they got on his nerves quite a bit. Mino is quite shocked he blew up a roof just to spook someone, which Jaehwan thinks that it's quite normal. She also asks if he would like a name for his technique, like the infinite Asura thrust, but he refuses, as he doesn't like these grandeur names. Eventually, they arrive at the Twilight Dusk, the smithy where Mare was made, and also one of the biggest smithies in Gorgon. Someone tells them that if they are going to order something, they will have to wait quite a bit, as it's busy today. This is an artisan from the smithy Navin. Mino asks why it's so packed all of a sudden, and he explains that the owner isn't here, and the only deputy owner is himself, so they are quite busy today. If, however, there's something they are looking for, then buying an already completed work would be much faster than requesting something custom-made. Inside, another deputy owner asks the apprentices if they want to make a hole in this quad-horn sword, as it will be completed once a jewel slot is made. They offer themselves gladly to work on such a thing, much to Michael's gladness, but he warns them that this quad-horn horn is very durable, so they will have difficulties breaking it. However, he does like their spirits and intentions, so whoever manages to put a hole in this sword will become the deputy owner of the smithy for one day. They desperately try to break it, but even with their most fine tools and the most precise hits, they can't even leave a scratch on it. Michael says that if they hit like that, they can't hope of cracking it open. Quite sad, as he gave them such an opportunity, but they are quite weak. Suddenly, Jaehwan steps forward and notes that he would like to give this a try. Michael thinks that he's probably a traveling artisan of sorts, and notes that no matter which smithy he's from, he won't be able to do it, as even his disciples weren't able to. It's not because they are bad, of course. It's because the sword is too well made, and the quad-horn horn is quite difficult to work with. Jaehwan thrusts with his finger, which creates a shockwave. If he does this, he can become one of the deputy owners, isn't that so? The sword suddenly breaks into pieces, shocking the entire smithy. Michael, however, is very furious, and the apprentices can barely hold him back. Jaehwan notes that he was going easy on it too, but Mino says that isn't going easy at all. He notes that breaking it completely isn't difficult, but rather, it's hard to break it in that precise location, right? So, he's sorry at least. Michael says that an apology won't be the end of it, as that quad-horn horn was extremely expensive, and what is he going to tell the infinite establishment that order it now? Jaehwan says that he will compensate him with a better horn, and Michael asks how a beggar like him can even imagine of giving him a better horn in the first place. Jaehwan pulls something out of his pouch, a horn that came from a pentahorn. This shocks the smithy once again, and Jaehwan asks if this will be enough to compensate, as he doesn't have any quad-horn horns right now. Michael says that this will be plenty, and Jaehwan asks if he can use this place for a bit. Michael orders the apprentices to close the door, and starts escorting Jaehwan somewhere else. Mino also leaves, as she has somewhere to be. Michael presents him the best smithy in all of Gorgon, the Twilight Dusk. This place has the best facilities an artisan can hope for, and since he's the deputy owner for the day, he will allow him to use it however he likes. Jaehwan thanks him for the courtesy, and Michael asks where he got his hands on such a precious horn. Jaehwan explains that he got it himself, by hunting a pentahorn, which, given the name, had 5 horns. He also asks for his help, as he needs to make a sword sheath, and this is the first time he's doing something like this. Michael is quite surprised he wants to create a mere sheath from such a horn. Just how great is this sword of his? Jaehwan just hands it to him, and he begins analyzing it. A replica of the Ice Dragon sword, right? Since it's made by the mayor himself, it's quite the rare item, and its appearance is stunning as well. However, he feels that using the pentahorn horn is still quite overkill, as it would be better to just make a new sword. The sword suddenly snaps out of his grasp and begins gobbling up the horn. Michael notes that he should have expected it to be a spirit weapon, but it also contains the soul of a high-class race. So how does he have this? He also notes that his sword is evolving right now, as its form is changing so it will go through a grand evolution. Once that's over, he will have to give the sword a new name. Jaehwan asks why, and Michael explains that once the spirit weapon passes its evolution, its original name will disappear entirely. The material also disappeared, but it's all right, as Jaehwan has others. Michael wonders how, but remembers that a pentahorn indeed has 5 horns, quite obvious. He asks how he can help, and Jaehwan notes that he needs to see the way he works with the materials first and foremost. Michael asks if he has any type of shape in mind. Jaehwan explains that he will live that to him, since he's the pro in this situation. Michael, who is now sweating profusely because of this challenge, assures Jaehwan that he, the Master of Dawn, will show him what he's capable of. Inside of Gorgon's inner fortress, a man bows to a person of high importance and explains that the thugs were slaughtered, and because of this, the target was lost. The Gorgon inner fortress minister, Yurchin Zieber, asks how they were defeated, and the man notes that it's something he also doesn't know, as by the time he woke up, he was lying flat on top of the roof, as the target noticed his presence. Yurchin thinks that this guy is quite amazing, to see through the high-grade master-level stealth skill so easily. However, this means that they should consider someone who is at least a stage 5 adapter, so after replenishing the manpower, he will search through the fortress thoroughly and bring him here. The man takes the orders and leaves, leaving Yurchin with his thoughts. He is impatient and begs the fortress master to hang in there, just a bit longer. Inside of a bar, a hologram presenting the top 10 of this week, with the host being Siren, plays. She notes that this is the last video of today, and it's something they might be familiar with. A video which is quite popular in Little Brother, and quite controversial, as it's at the center of attention now. The 99th floor solo clear. This is Jaehwan, however. His face is blurred out. The bar patrons wonder what happened to him, as the monarchs seem to like him quite a lot. One explains that the tower received a cultivation suspension, as that demon bastard was up to something, and probably got caught. They talk about rumors of him, how he abandoned cultivation altogether and ran away. So the video must be fake as well, as it's impossible for someone to clear the tower all alone. They ask for some more booze, and that's when Mino walks in, who catches everyone's attention. She sits at the bar, and one guy tries to hit on her, but after she tells him to get gone, he does so instantly. She wonders why she's feeling so upset all of a sudden and orders the hard stuff, enough for her to drown in. While she drowns her sorrows in the bottle, she notes how ridiculous that guy is. A total nutcase, thinking that he's a big shot. He's plain crazy. The bar owner, Claire, notes that she's heard enough from her, as her rambles have become quite annoying. She already has many men around her, so why hang out with someone like him in the first place? Mino explains that whenever she sees him, she gets really upset. He destroys everything without a care in the world and swings his sword as if this place and its rules don't even exist for him. He also says strange things that just can't be understood. She remembers the time where he told her that she isn't human, as it seems to have stuck with her. It's as if she's nobody in front of him, nothing at all. Everyone around here is trying their utmost to live, yet that person appears suddenly and keeps showing that face, which screams that they are different, almost as if he's looking down on all of them. When she sees that side of him, she just can't sit still. Claire pats her on the head and notes that she's still a child. She shouldn't meet or get involved with that guy any further, as she might actually die. Suddenly, a golden bird flies through the bar and hands Mino a scroll, which is from Carlton. She wonders what that guy wants with her while opening it, and that's when someone from behind her asks if she's the Witch of Massacre. Mino tries to hit him with a dagger instantly, but he grabs her arm tightly and notes that he doesn't dislike rough greetings like this. But frankly, now just isn't the time, as he has something that she needs to do for him. Back at the smithy, it seems that refining the horn has taken quite the horn, as it has transformed into a monster of sorts. Michael wonders how they are supposed to process such a beast, and Jaehwan pulls him up, as he must get a grip. Has he forgotten they are in the midst of something? Since he said that he will help him, they should do it properly. Earlier, they try to breach through the horn, but even the best tools rack under the pressure. Michael says that he's tapping out, as this is too high level to process it now. Jaehwan notes that the problem isn't with the level, and uses the first stage of question, which gives the power to question and dismantle the world and its essence, and also, understanding, the power to understand the dismantled world. Suddenly, the horn starts changing shape right in front of Michael's eyes, who is quite shocked. He closes his eyes to cover himself, and when he opens them, he's faced with a gigantic beast. This is how they got into this predicament, where Jaehwan is extremely calm and notes that they should do things the proper way. Michael, however, is scared to his wits. As if this is the essence of the pentahorn, he's been using such trivial skills on it. However, this must be a dream, so he must wake up. He starts running towards door, and Jaehwan tries to stop him, but he won't listen. He rushes outside and screams for help, but is even more shocked, as he is now seeing the true colors of this place. One of the apprentices asks if he's done smelting, and the giant eye who watches over them at all times says that he does not deserve to see things like this just yet. While Jaehwan tries to refine the horn, Michael wonders how such a world exists, and how did he end up here in the first place? Jaehwan manages to strike the beast with a great attack, but it's still not enough, so he rushes to attack it once again with the hammer. Meanwhile, outside, Michael is going crazy, as his whole world has been turned on its head. Eventually, everything turns to normal, and they manage to break the horn in two. Michael notes that sometimes, there are things in this world that are quite useless to try, as it seems he's too old for handling these types of horns, so he should have come to meet with him earlier. Michael also explains that he knows he came to meet the shop's owner, the mayor, but he's been away from the workshop for quite a while, and the only available help left around here is a pathetic human like himself. A person who has never made a tower in the first place shouldn't be called an apprentice, is what he thinks. Jaehwan notes that race doesn't really matter, as he only cares for the sheath to be made, so they should continue. Michael says that he's had plenty enough for a day, and Jaehwan notes that he should just try it 10 billion times, which makes him laugh. In his eyes, it seems like he hasn't done enough, right? But truly, he has tried his utmost. He has tried everything after seeing him work, even if he doesn't believe him. Jaehwan remembers when Jay told him that he's mastered all of the skills associated with blacksmithing, and is proud to have a 99% change of fixing anything. But after reaching this level, he had kind of a strange idea. Maybe he wasn't running toward that 99% probability, but rather away from the 1% probability. Jaehwan knows that he's been working harder than anyone else out here, but does he know what principle triggers the process skill? Michael says that if he is talking about the principle of skill, Mare's process skill was one of the first skills to exist, and it's something that's like water or fire that has existed from the very beginning. How can mere humans be able to explain the origin of the world? What's even the point of trying? Jaehwan notes that if he's saying stuff like this, he hasn't been using his skills that well all of this time. Michael looks at him sternly and explains that the principle of strengthening the hammer and chisel through spirit power and using that power to delicately shape and sharpen the horns, that's it. Jaehwan says that if that's the case, why can't the other artisans use process? Michael says that it's because they haven't learned the skill yet, but thinks that if the principle of this skill is that simple, even if one didn't learn it, wouldn't they be able to use something that's at least similar? Jaehwan says that he doesn't know what the skill is, yet he's still using said skill. Michael asks who even know the principle of the skill in the first place. Does he know the principle of process? Jaehwan explains that he didn't know previously, but he just found out about it. He uses the process skill on the horn and asks the others to look carefully and asks him what he sees. They see the particles breaking down, and Jaehwan notes that it's not going to be easy, as because of his tremendous effort, the walls of the world have become as hard as it. His efforts aren't wrong in itself, but doesn't he understand it? If he tries that hard and it doesn't work, then it's not him who's wrong, but the world. Michael is shocked by this revelation and thinks of the time Mare told him that he's doing a good job at his level. But this is the way the Mare does things, now how humans do it. He asked how a human should do it, but Mare didn't have an answer for him, as he didn't know. However, he should blame the race he was born in, as he can't become more than an apprentice in the body of a human. At that time he tried to surpass his limits to no avail. He asks now, what does he want them to do? Go against the world? The world's an honest one that pays back according to how much effort one puts in it, right? So what's wrong with living and adapting to this place? Jaehwan says that the world isn't honest, as it tells him he can't do things that he certainly can. He may be old, but he still has that fighting spirit. He should look carefully once again, and not rely on the predetermined system, but on his own eyes instead. Michael does so, and returns to the real world, how it really is. Has he always been living in this world without seeing its true face? A world without skills or interfaces, an honest world here no deceit exists. Unless he's been insane all of this time, how could he have missed something like this? He rises his hammer and puts his chisel on the horn, and strikes valiantly. Eventually, Jaehwan leave, as he has other things to attend to, but they have successfully managed to create a sheath, which the sword seems to be quite satisfied with. Michael asks if he has decided on a name yet, and if not, he would like to name it. Since they are writing on it, they should write something that a martial artist would use. Lone Wolf, perhaps. He thinks that this is the perfect name, as it's the only one that goes well with this sword. With that, Jaehwan turns to leave, but before that, Michael asks him one more thing. In the world that he can see, what does he look like? Jaehwan tells him that he looks like a human, without turning his back. He never looks back, but who could understand him in his lonely world? Jaehwan notices that Mino keeps following him, and asks what her intentions are. She comes next to him, and notes that she intends to kill him. Jaehwan asks why she would want to do that, and she notes that it's to have a good life after taking the spirit stone he has on his possession. He laughs, and she gives him some clothes, as it's her way of saying sorry, and doesn't want him to look like a beggar anymore. But what is he going to do now, as he didn't meet the mayor? Jaehwan explains that Michael told him of a way to meet him, and when he does, he will ask him about the illusion tree and how to get to the abyss. She asks why he's doing this, as the people who come back from there aren't the same. He notes that he isn't coming back, as he's going to destroy this world and the people on it. This comment sends Mino over the edge, and she asks who he is do such a thing. What gives him the right? Just who does he think he is, for him to live his life without caring for those around him? Acting as he please, without a single bit of care, and being blunt. And most of all, not thinking that people here are humans. Every single person around here are people, even if they are not as strong and brave as he is. They are still human. Jaehwan thinks of the two who have shifted his perspective quite a bit, and with question, reads that someone has her on hold as they want her to bring Jaehwan back. That person has someone hostage that she cares about, and he's their target, right? He notices some guys from across them in an alley and thinks that it must be them. She brought him here to get beat up and save her hostage? A meaningless venture. No matter how many times these things are saved, the truth remains the same, because question shows him the true world. A world where data and numbers rule, and where there are people who would sell their own soul in order to raise their numbers. He will just have to get rid of them somehow, and find the mayor. Suddenly, Mino manages to shatter his view of the world, and notes that in every aspect, he's the one who isn't a human, not them. They should also split up here, as she's not going to travel with somebody like him. Jaehwan looks at her with wide eyes, and wonders why she looks like a human again. Jaehwan finds out that the guys who threatened her are working with Mare through question, and notes that he should get chasing after her after he changes. Mino arrives at the bar and slowly opens the door, where some goons are harassing the people. The Forbidden Heaven clan elder, the eldest of the three Janya brothers. Janya himself asks why she came back alone, as they had a deal. Mino says that he shouldn't have trusted a witch like herself, and that person isn't coming, because he's going to destroy this world. Janya says that she's gone insane, and uses the secret art of shadows to attack her. She dodges the first attack, but Janya uses her position to attack, which hurts her quite a bit. He tells her that they have put soundproof barriers in this place, so there's no way anyone from the outside will know what is going on in here, so she should just give up and bring that guy already. Mino notes that the Dark Forest will be after them, but Janya knows that there's no Dark Forest branch within the Gorgon Fortress. So by the time the Dark Forest clan finds out, she and this woman will both be crushed. Mino uses the 7 daggers of Akarm's secret technique, but even that doesn't do a thing. She falls on her knees and thinks of the time when Jaehwan asks her if she wanted to back in the past, if she ever had the chance to. Now, she would, as if she followed him from the start. None of this would have happened. Suddenly, a thrust comes from outside, which pushes Janya back. Mino says that she hates this kind of development, and also asks why he's here instead of destroying the world. Jaehwan notes that the clothes she gave him didn't fit, and the goons are glad that he came here on his own. Jaehwan says that if they are working with the mayor, they will bring him here now. Jaehwan demands that they bring the mayor here right now. The goons wonders if he's actually crazy, and one notes that there are rumors of him going against the fortress, so they seem to be true. Mino urges him to be careful, as their leader is a 4th stage adapter. Jaehwan notes that he will not lose, and Janya jumps in the air with his goons, ready to attack. He says that he's quite arrogant, but they will help, and teach him an unforgettable lesson. Jaehwan uses a light thrust, which Janya dodges, although barely. The goons are quite surprised that he has that much power, as they thought he was a non-adapter all of this time. Janya wonders if he's one of the mighty from the abyss. Jaehwan thinks that, up until now, the only thing that managed to dodge his light thrust was the 5-horned beast. So does it mean that a 4th stage adapter is at the same level as that thing? Well, for him, it doesn't really matter now. Mino screams for Claire, the bartender, and Janya says that if he wants to fight, they can. But if they do so, they will not ensure her safety. Claire tries to tell them to not hesitate with their attacks, but a goon smacks her around and demands she not speak anymore, lest she wants more beatings. Mino is very scared for her safety and pleads with Jaehwan to save her. He can do that, can't he? He thinks that she's asking for useless things now, as he's here to look for the mayor and nothing else. He needs to cut down anyone in his way, be it enemy or someone not related. Mino grabs his coat tightly and tells him that she's still human, just like him, just like everyone. Jaehwan thinks about everything that happened, and that strange feeling hits him once again. The skeleton who is screaming at him to attack is slowly turning into a human. He laments this happening once again, and uses a large thrust to make a beacon of sorts through the roof, which the guards see. Carlton, who was also with them, says that they should get moving. One of the goons notes that the soundproof barrier has broken, and that's when Carlton arrives, with a bunch of armored guards. He is quite surprised to find Jaehwan here, and asks just what happened in here. Jaehwan says that he came at the right time, as that big guy is breaking the laws he cherishes so much. He might not know the exact laws, but it's probably the Gorgon criminal law, Chapter 276, verse 4, or something similar. If he were to guess, this man intends to use this bar as a foothold and try to destroy their world by scheming with the mayor himself. Mino notes that he is the one who wants to do that, and Carlton says that based on the Gorgon criminal law, chapter 194, verse 4, and chapter 124, verse 6, they will all be arrested without a warrant for destruction and kidnapping. They try to retreat, but Carlton uses his silver restraints to keep two in place and summons his weapon. Jaehwan rushes in with his sword and they clash, creating a shockwave around them. Jaehwan notices that slowly, he is getting pushed back with great force, and his sword also starts to crack open. He charges in one last time, as this is all he can do, and Carlton uses the restraints to tie his arms and throw him to the ground. With that, he has successfully captured Jaehwan, who surrenders. However, he heard that he is as naive as he is righteous, which seems to be quite true. Out of nowhere, he throws a ball behind him, which creates smoke all around the bar. From the outside, he laments having to use the black cloud in this place, and one of the goons notes that their youngest member inhaled some of the black cloud. Jaehwan notes that he already told him to wear his mask properly, and he might survive if he only inhaled only a little of it, so they will see. Someone from behind them notes that they are quite brave to use the black cloud without the clan leader's direct permission. This is the Forbidden Heaven clan elder, the lustful demon, Hyuk Seolrang. He asks if the Witch of Massacre really was that powerful, and what happened with capturing her and handing her over to him. Jaehwan explains that it's not because of her, but because of Carlton. Seolrang is pleasantly surprised that such an annoying bastard is in there, as he must have surely inhaled some of the black cloud by now, so they will have something good to watch today. Suddenly he spots Jaehwan carrying Mino out and asks who he is. He also noticed them, and immediately charges a thrust that evaporates the entire tree they were on. Jaehwan is extremely shocked that this guy seems to be just fine after inhaling the black cloud. He has never heard of a deer whisperer without antennas, so even if he is one, there's just no way he would walk out so unscathed. Jaehwan looks at them and wonders if they are the cleanup party. He finds them quite annoying to say the least. He charges up an attack and thinks that he didn't want to use this just yet, but he has no choice now. He uses Garnak's majesty, which creates a figure of the beast the sword is made out of. In that moment of confusion, the foot soldiers, who had just arrived, get cut up into bits and pieces, seemingly without any movement from Jaehwan. Seolrang doesn't want to have anything to do with this strange yet powerful guy, so he runs away, noting that he will leave this into their surely capable hands. Jaehwan calls him a rat bastard and looks at his goons and thinks that this is how everything ends. This is the culmination of his life. Jaehwan says that there is no way for him to survive, so he should answer his questions. Where is the mayor that they are hiding? Jaehwan explains that if he tells him that piece of information, getting out of here with his life would prove meaningless. As if that person finds out, he would be better off dead, he's sure. Jaehwan wonders who that person is, and Jaehwan, out of desperation and no other choice, pulls out a spirit stone and swallows it whole. Jaehwan is surprised and remembers what Mino told him, that everyone here looks like they are eating drugs, but this is a common misunderstanding that people usually make. What they are eating is no drug, it's something that they eat in order to reduce the soul's pollution, since nobody wants to truly die. Jaehwan bursts into a grotesque form which towers above everyone. He screams out, as now, he has truly turned into one of the dead. He uses his claws to kill the people around him, and now, he can also see the real world, what it truly is, and what he has been living in all of this time. What good is dignity in a world such as this one? What was he really scared of all of this time? He can be free now, without the restraints of these walking bodies. Suddenly, he feels Jaehwan's threatening glare behind him. He tries to attack instantly, as to take him by surprise, but he stops last second. What is a human doing in this world of the dead? Jaehwan in turn asks what this guy became, as he can't see what, even with question. However, it doesn't matter, as he can be killed. Jaehwan uses one of his bigger thrusts, putting all of the force he can behind it, which takes Jaehwan's head clean off. In his last moments, he thinks of his past life, and a tear forms up in his eye. Is it really raining again? With that, he disappears for good. Jaehwan wonders what that guy is, and says that he needs to find somebody among the remnants from the bar who knows where he could find the mayor now. He walks away from the battlefield, alone once again. He goes to where the injured from the bar are held, and sees that Mino isn't doing so well. Carlton is also on his last legs and says that they need to alert the inner fortress. Mino pulls Jaehwan's cloak and demands he kill her, while she is still who she is. Jaehwan looks at her and thinks that she really is a human. He can't use comprehend on her at all, and his question wavers when she's around. So why would the dead collapse? However, there is no need for any sort of emotion where he is heading, so he will do as she wishes. There is no room for hesitation. Claire grabs his hand and tells him to wait, as there might be a chance she still lives. A soldier urges her to get to the medical facility now, and Claire pleads with Jaehwan to not do anything. At the impromptu medical camp, the medics discuss Mino's condition, which seems to worsen by the minute, as her deadification has advanced quite a bit. Jaehwan notices some commotion outside and takes a look. Alarms are blaring all around the place, urging people to evacuate right now, as the dead have appeared within the fortress. A man asks a guard where they are supposed to evacuate to, but he seems to be quite unlucky, as that guard has already turned. It butches him instantly, and more dead come, ready to kill everyone they can put their hands on. Suddenly, a few people jump through the sky and land on the dead. They start killing all of them, and their leader seems to be a man with long hair and a unique sword. Claire notes that he must be the person Mino talked about, the one who said he will reject all the rules of this place. He wants to judge the entire world by his own standards and define himself what a human is, right? She knows people like him quite well, actually, as she has seen one before. People don't just stay here and adapt because they are idiots. They are doing it because there is no other choice. Jaehwan says that they don't have the courage, and she asks, courage for the sake of what? Jaehwan explains that they need courage to go beyond, to a definition that is certainly more correct. Claire notes that he's probably someone who goes after something like that, and he is most likely right in this case, but she doesn't have that courage, so she doesn't know what he's really thinking. However, she knows at least one thing, that he is extremely dangerous and needs to leave. This contradicts Mino's words, who told him to not leave, as people find their hope when they gaze upon him, so he shouldn't give up on this world, at least not yet. James asks how much medicine they have left, and a doctor notes that they've used most of the medicine to stabilize the fortress master, so they do not have much left. James damns everything, and commands his subordinates to bring all of the medicine that they have left. Jaehwan analyzes how they prepare the medicine, which is just ground up horned beast horn. Jaehwan asks James if they are able to revert Carlton back from the dead, but James notes that if he knew, he wouldn't react like this at all. Jaehwan starts smacking Carlton around as to wake him up, who eventually does so. He immediately asks him to kill him, as he is the only person who really can. Jaehwan notes that usually, people would be asked for help in a situation like this one. Carlton, even in his state, starts reading out laws. Jaehwan thinks that he has such useless loyalty, but it can be commended. However, if there were more people like him from the start, there wouldn't have been a need for him to be trapped in that awful tower for 40 straight years. Carlton's soul corruption rises to 94%, and deadification is about to take its course on him. The anti-dead extermination squad, the demon extermination squad captain Jahir, who is also a stage 5 adapter, arrives inside. James knows what his arrival means, and Jahir says that due to Gorgon's special laws, Article 1 verse 4, he will have to get rid of Carlton and the other corrupted individual right this instant. He slashes his sword towards Carlton, but Jaehwan stops it with his bare hands and notes that this guy can't die yet, as he still has a few questions for him. Jahir is shocked this guy managed to block his sword with his bare hand and says that he doesn't know who he is, but Carlton is about to become a dead, and soon. It would be a disaster if a stage 5 adapter like himself would really turn, so they are here to prevent that from ever happening. Jaehwan says that if he's going to become a dead, he might have something that might help him. The medic is shocked he has that horn, and notes that if it's with that, they might be able to bring him back. Jaehwan instantly crushes it into powder, which the medic almost faints for. They feed both of them the powder, and fortunately, Carlton's deadification seems to have stopped. James is extremely glad, and tears run down his face. However, Mino's condition isn't so great, as her deadification is still progressing, most likely due to her stamina that was drained from the fight. Jahir draws his sword once again, but Claire demands he call Chung Hyo, as that old geezer can use dead slash. Jaehwan is interested by this dead slash she's talking about, and Claire explains that if he uses that, the corruption will be gone. Jaehwan notes that the divine physician has an important matter to attend to in the inner fortress, so he can't simply call him over for something so trivial. Others from the squad hold her back, and Jaehwan tells Jaehwan to step aside, as he won't compromise on this situation at all. Jaehwan looks at him and says that he will be the one to kill that woman, as he promised her he would. He starts using question on her, and Claire demands he stop this instant, as he has no right to do that. The world starts cracking around her, and he is transported into a white world, where he seems to be alone. That's when he spots a small elderly man who looks over Mino and wonders how she got into such a mess. However, he will help her, so she needn't worry. That's when he spots Jaehwan and is quite shocked, asking what he's doing here and how he managed to enter his world. He analyzes Jaehwan further and asks how such a noble soul could ever possess such a narrow mind. Jaehwan tries to use question on him, but it doesn't seem to work. Is this man perhaps the origin of her soul corruption then? If that's the case, she might survive when this old man dies. They both strike, however their attacks block each other, which shocks both of them. Suddenly, the old man's sword breaks into pieces, and this world seems to cracking at the seams. They both come out in the same spot, and the old man curses at Jaehwan for breaking his mighty sword, as it was made out of precious tri-horn. Jaehwan is extremely confused at this point, and just stares. This man is Chung Heo, the despair divine physician. Jaehwan asks what he is doing here as he was with the fortress master, and Chung Heo notes that a beautiful woman is dying here. Who cares if he's with the fortress master or not? He also asks Jaehwan what he's going to do now, as his dead slash was completely interrupted because of him, and the dead slash can only be used with a sword made of a tri-horn, or something better. That's when he spots his sword, which he starts fangirling over quite hard, but Jaehwan stops him. He can lend him the sword if he wants to, but will he be able to save this woman with it? Chung Heo says that he can, so Jaehwan lends it to him. He is quite surprised he gave it so easily. He must be quite confident in his battle skills. However, it doesn't matter now. He uses the sword to go back into his world, and notes that it's about time he sees what this sword is capable of. Jaehwan looks at his technique, and wonders if it's an illusionary technique, but it's more like when he uses question. The old man charges forwards with the sword, and Jaehwan thinks that this is the world he sees, through his eyes. Before he can finish the drawing, he falls down, as his spirit power is lacking quite a bit because he used all of it with that bastard of a fortress master. The world slowly collapses around them, and Chung Heo apologizes, as he wasn't able to do anything in the end. Jaehwan picks up the sword, and Chung Heo notes that he's quite foolish, as he has never interacted with this world before, but he really thinks he can copy dead slash so easily. Jaehwan notes that he can't do slashes at all, however he can do something better. Chung Heo urges him to stop, as the dead slash isn't just something that anyone can do. What he is doing now isn't brave, but rather reckless, so he should stop while he still can. Jaehwan tells him to just shut up already, as this is the first time in his life he's using his power to save another person. He starts thrusting his sword, and thinks of how Mino really looks like. She's someone playful yet stubborn, and a weak-hearted person despite being an assassin. Someone who doesn't betray others easily. But there seems to be one thing left that is missing. He remembers, and puts the finishing touches. Someone who trusts others. They get out of that world, and Mino thanks him for remembering so many things about her. The corruption rate is slowing down, and the deadification seems to have stopped. Chung Heo notes that he's less narrow-minded than he anticipated, but who on earth is he? The dead thrust he learned just now. Why did he do it? Jaehwan is extremely surprised that Jaehwan managed to use something similar to the divine physician's technique, who says that he hates to admit it out loud, but it is. His dead slash isn't a skill, hence why no adapters can learn it. This means that this person is someone like him, an awakened. The awakened are existences that lie outside of the standard system rules, and also an extreme minority of humans who have obtained a strong strength miraculously after rejecting the system outright. They are people who possess the strength to totally overthrow the composition of powers that belong to chaos. Even in the almighty land, there are few known awakened. Jaehwan says that if he's also an awakened, he might be able to save the Tower Master, as his life is invaluable. Suddenly, the Dark Shadow Squad captain arrives, noting that he got permission from the inner fortress, who is also Stage 5 adapter. Jaehwan wonders what he's doing here, as the Dark Shadow Squad has nothing to do with the elimination of the dead. They instantly bow down to Jaehwan, as to pay respects to the Deer Whisperer. The others are quite surprised, as it seems Jaehwan has more to him than originally thought. They all arrive at the inner tower, where Jaehwan greets Jaehwan and asks if he really is the Deer Whisperer, as everyone keeps saying. Jaehwan just says no, which Jaehwan expected. The Divine Physician notes that the Spirit Stone is known for increasing spirit power, and is used to confirm whether one is from the Emerald Bug clan. He's clearly not, so how did he get those stones in the first place? Jaehwan notes that he picked them up from their owners, who are now dead. Jahir asks who would dare kill people from the 5 great clans, and Jaehwan notes that he did. Jaehwan notes that they attacked first, so it's not really his fault they are dead. Jaehwan thinks that they are indeed greedy for materials and such, but could he possibly tell them what happened after he entered chaos? Jaehwan now understands, and will summarize what he just said shortly. He got caught up in something, by pure chance, and entered chaos. Then he got hold of the spirit stones from the Emerald Bug clan, again, by chance, and entered this fortress. After that, he got caught up in another incident once again by chance, met the Divine Physician himself, and managed to learn his dead slash, even though he has only seen it performed once. Now he really gets it. Chung-hyo asks if he really believes all of this. They shouldn't take these things at face value after all. Jaehwan notes that he believes him, as in order to gain someone else's trust, he first needs to trust that person. That's just the way it goes. He asks Jaehwan if he can inquire on a few other things, who says that he can. Jaehwan takes a second before answering, and says that the body has right now is alive and well, isn't that right? Jaehwan is quite surprised that he found out, and looks at him with widened eyes. He rejected the main game and came out of that Tower of Nightmare by simply destroying it, which is why he is in his soul form. There is a pretty high chance that the illusion tree mistook him for someone who is dead, and sent him into chaos. But his physical body is back on Earth and safe, most likely. He asks Jaehwan how he found out he's not dead, who notes that he said that he got caught up in something by chance and entered chaos that way. There's nobody in the whole chaos who would describe their very own death as he just did. However, is the reason why he doesn't want to reveal his full identity due to something like he being chased or threatened by someone? Jaehwan says that perhaps it is so, perhaps it is not. Jaehwan notes that it must mean he was close with his guessing, but the truth is, he's got something shameful to apologize for. For the last 4 days, he has sent subordinates to monitor him closely. Jaehwan says that he knows, as he's carried one away previously. Jaehwan expected him to know already, and says that he is much stronger than they ever thought, so it was quite hard for the subordinates to monitor him. But they did gain some information about him. He pulls up 4 tabs, and explains that his target danger level is SS rank, his power level, can't be estimated, and he has caused 380 million horins worth of damage to the fortress. Does he know what others like to call someone like himself? Chung-hyo notes that he's just a crazy person, and Jahir wonders if this guy is a hero or a villain, as he could swing both ways at this point. Jaehwan explains that he might be a hero to some, and look like a complete lunatic to others, as people are calling him by various nicknames. And to him, people like him, are called the protagonists. There is a rather special characteristics that protagonists like him hold, the simple fact that they are famous. But he isn't really that famous in any way, as someone has been keeping his information hidden from the common people, and that power seems to be doing all of that with hostility in mind. If they are the people behind him, he wouldn't have had any trouble with entering the fortress in the first place. He is a protagonist, who is being chased by some kind of large and unknown power, which also managed to escape into chaos by pure chance like he did. Jaehwan thinks about Jaehwan just said deeply. Although he is not really sure, wouldn't it be that person known as the Monarch of Pitch Darkness that is chasing him? He is one of the 12 monarchs of the Almighty Land, but just how strong are these monarchs anyways? Jaehwan notes that he won't dare ask who and what he exactly is, and he also won't ask him to compensate for the damages he caused within the fortress either, as they, the Gorgon Fortress, will provide with protection. Jaehwan asks if this Gorgon Fortress of theirs is strong enough to go up against one of the 12 monarchs of the Almighty Land. Jaehwan asks if one of the 12 monarchs is really chasing him, and Jaehwan notes that there is a pretty good chance that it's one of them. Jaehwan says that this is great, because if it is how he says, the monarchs would become unable to interfere with the matters that take place within chaos itself. Jaehwan asks what they want from him in return, as nothing is free in this world, and Jaehwan explains that he only needs to do them one favor. He begs him to please save the fortress master, 2 hours later, they go down a set of stairs, where the Dark Shadow Squad captain notes that the North Inspection Gate captain and the woman are said to be recovering in the treatment center. However, are they really sure they want him to bring them to the training ground instead of the VIP room? Chung Hyo says that they need to go there, as him and this guy need to decide which is superior, this child's thrust or his slash. He also asks if he's cleared the Tower of Master, which catches Jaehwan's attention, and in turn asks if he knows anything about it. Chung Hyo notes that he does know quite a bit, but he will only answer his questions if he wins, and only then. That probably is impossible for him. After the fight, Chung Hyo wants another rematch, while he is still in the ground. The training grounds is filled with Chung Hyo's figure, as Jaehwan has thrown him around countless times. He tells him that the match is finished, but Chung Hyo doesn't want to give up just yet, as he hasn't used his ultimate technique, which if he uses, he will die, so he is just worried about him. He also asks how old he is, and Jaehwan explains that most likely around 60, if he had to guess. Chung Hyo notes that he's 1,000 years old, and the mere 60 or so years of slashing would never have a chance against his 1,000 years of slashing. Jaehwan wonders if he really did slash for 1,000 years, as it feels like he has only done it for 10 years, judging by his current abilities. Chung Hyo gets mad enough to soar into the air once again and wonders if he will still feel the same after he gets hit with this next attack. He summons the figure of a mighty beast through his sword, and Jaehwan prepares thrust it. The swords clash, creating a large blue shockwave, which sends both of them backwards. Chung Hyo notes that he's not bad at all, but Jaehwan is quite annoyed, as he's being pushed back quite a lot after using the normal thrust. Chung Hyo says that his technique is pretty well made, but what is the name of it? Jaehwan notes that it's just normal thrust, which Chung Hyo finds as quite the arrogant name, as if he names it like such. Then it makes it look like he has an even stronger technique. Jaehwan says that a stronger technique does exist, and he charges it up. Chung Hyo wonders what he's showing him, and gets extremely scared, as this guy is starting to resemble the Soul King of Chaos. His mind wanted to forget the horror he experienced when he faced the king, but now, it has resurfaced. Would he really be able to cut through something that reminded him of the Soul King? Of course, nothing is really comparable, but that certain level of power will literally blow the Gorgon Fortress from the inside out. Jaehwan is ready to unleash the attack, but to prevent the imminent destruction to happen, Chung Hyo gives up the fight, noting that he lost. In the 5th region of the Almighty Land, the region of strong steel, inside of a fortress, a man asks what happened to pitch darkness. Another man explains that, based on what he found out, the current pitch darkness monarch is trying to contact chaos. The unbending strong steel, the monarch of strong steel, Heo Yu, asks why he would do that. All of the monarchs of the Almighty Land have already signed a secret agreement to not interfere with the matters of chaos at all. The subordinate stars shaking, and notes that the matter is a bit more complicated than this, so he urges him to look at the screen, first and foremost. Heo looks at it for a second, and notes that it's the video of the guy who went solo on the 99th floor. But what about it? Wasn't it edited in the first place? The subordinate explains that the product in the video is said to be in a contract with the 9th region's monarch of pitch darkness. This intrigues Heo, and he asks where the product is in the first place. The subordinate starts shaking again, and notes that he most likely refused to clear the tutorial fully, literally broke through the ceiling of the tower, and escaped into chaos by his lonesome. Heo notes that the cultivator that stayed on the 100th floor should have been watching him. So what happened with him for all of this to happen? The subordinate says that the product slayed the cultivator, and Heo asks if he's just joking around. The subordinate says that he also couldn't believe it at first, but the monarch of pitch darkness has confirmed that everything he said right now is the truth. Heo starts pondering, and wonders if that bastard of a monarch has connections with chaos. The subordinate explains that they found something extremely strange during their investigations, as the monarch of pitch darkness seems to be involved with the matters of chaos, and for a long while now. Out of the 10 clans within chaos, a few have been in constant and direct contact with the monarch of pitch darkness. Heo looks at the tree and wonders just what is pitch darkness up to. He tells the subordinate to send the letter to help him get access to chaos, and in turn he asks if he really is intending to get involved in the matters of chaos. Heo explains that he will just be observing the situation as a whole, as he needs to know what exactly is happening in there after all. He also commands for 10 elite warriors of the Gold 1 grade, and Hae Young to be sent. Hyo looks in the distance and wonders if Chung Hyo is doing well in there. He would have had a long and fruitful personality were it not for that trashy personality of his. But now, he's probably living a quiet life in there. Jumping back to Chung Hyo, who is clinging onto Jaehwan's sword for dear life, as he won't let him unleash that attack. Jaehwan, however, has already heard him and asks him to just get off. Chung Hyo gets down and wonders just what kind of man would be able to do something like that after just 40 years of simple thrusting. Jaehwan explains that he probably thrusted around 10 billion times, give or take, but Chung Hyo doesn't believe a word of it, as he would have needed to do 8 thrusts a second every day for 40 straight years, without eating or sleeping at all. Jaehwan says that he can do 100 thrusts in a second, not just a measly 8. If he's asking of how he only thought of using his sword for thrusting, he will answer. Golden energy starts coming from him, and Chung Hyo's eyes widen, as he is now exerting the same alien energy that he did when they first met. It wasn't pressure at all that he felt, only a thrust that bears a hostility which would make mere people faint. All of that hostility is thrown towards this world. He can't believe his eyes, as this child has become the thrust himself and is thrusting towards this world every second that passes by, even at this very moment. Jaehwan already told him that he thrusted about then billion times, and counting. By the way, he hopes he remembers the contract they both signed before dueling, where the loser would have to grant the wish of the winner. Jaehwan starts reading off the plea Chung Hyo put on this paper, who tells him to stop, as he heard him already, so there is no need for something like this. However, is he perhaps intending to use him as his subordinate from now on? Jaehwan explains that he wasn't thinking of doing anything of the sort, as he simply wants him to just answer a few questions honestly. That is all. Chung Hyo notes that he will, but they should take a walk outside then. Firstly, Jaehwan asks what the Tower of Master is. Chung Hyo notes that he probably knows that a mare made the Tower of Nightmares. Well, the towers made by the mares have ranks, from F to S. However, among the mares, there are those who simply do not care for such things as rankings. A master is someone who already made S-rank towers when they were but an apprentice, and someone who reached the top as a renowned artisan quickly. But not all towers made by a master would be a Tower of Master per se. Among them, there are towers that are made with no real intention to perform cultivations in the first place, and only unique towers are known as Tower of Master. Jaehwan asks why they would make those towers in the first place, and Chung Hyo explains that he, and nobody else knows what these masters are truly thinking, as the masters themselves are individuals that are seeking the world's truth, after all. However, one thing is for certain. Among those who cleared the Tower of Master awakened would appear every now and then. Jaehwan asks if he's from the Tower of Master, and Chung Hyo notes that he's from the 4th Tower of the Master, Melville. It was a tower known as the Moby Dick in that world. A gigantic white whale would appear on the 1st floor of the tower and target humans every minute it stood above water. It's not that difficult for the current him, but back then, it was a tower that was very similar to a world disaster. Many of the martial artists of Murim died in there, and clearing that tower was like a miracle. Chung Hyo notes that he also looks like a person who came from a Tower of Master. But the question is, who made his tower? Jaehwan notes that Mullark did, and Chung Hyo is quite surprised by this piece of information, as he didn't think there would be anyone who managed to clear one of his towers. Jaehwan asks if he knows him, and Chung Hyo says that he sure does, as they have traveled together. Jaehwan would like an explanation, and Chung Hyo notes that the story is pretty long, so they should go somewhere else if he wants to hear it. They go to an open bar, where Claire hands them a few unicorn kebabs. Chung Hyo asks her if she's going to be serving meat and drink from a stall for the time being, and Claire explains that a certain someone, who is here and shall not be named, destroyed her bar. Chung Hyo says that it's hard to believe she still opened up shop after having gone through a lot back in the day. She sure likes money. Jaehwan looks at the food and at the people around and is quite hesitant. Chung Hyo notes that he must feel like something is off. It doesn't feel like they are still alive, yet food and drink still exists in a world where people don't feel hunger, isn't that right? He finished chugging his drink and explains that chaos was originally a blessed world. This place was one where souls that were worn out from the Almighty Land's war went to their well-deserved rest. Everyone was able to regain their lives after being released from them. The warriors dropped their swords and bows, while wandering minstrels sang about peace and no wars. Jaehwan notices a few drunkards fighting and thinks that is because of the drink, but when he goes to taste it, the mead tastes just like water. Chung-hyo explains that drunkards do not exist in this world, as they are just acting like they are. In chaos, one doesn't get drunk, hungry, or old after all. However, in such a paradise, humans started to want the opposite. They missed real life, which had the chance of death, and started to act like they were living true real life. A life where if they didn't eat, they would die, and if they drank the mead, they would get drunk. A life where they have a physical real body and a beating living heart. However, one random day, drunkards started to appear, an expedition of dreams, of the impossible, and gathers people together to rediscover real life. That would be the Abyss Expedition. Jaehwan asks why they would head to the Abyss in the first place, and Chung-hyo notes that it's to look for the fruit of resurrection. It's a fruit that hangs on the branches of the illusion tree at the end of the Abyss. Jaehwan is intrigued by this. Can somebody who is dead really be revived? Chung-hyo confirms that the fruit does exist, and is the only way that the dead of this world could ever come back alive. The Abyss Expedition is an alliance formed for the sake of seeking that fruit, and at the time, he had awakened already, and was at the age where he was basically fearless. Jaehwan asks if Mullark was also part of that expedition, and Chung-hyo confirms that he was, the leader of the expedition actually. He was a really unique existence. He remembers the first time he met him, where Mullark applauded him for becoming an incomplete awakener without abandoning his emotions. He is truly walking a unique path among others. Chung-hyo asks him to save those words for someone else, and Mullark wonders if he's upset because of cultivation. Chung-hyo throws his sword at him and asks why a mayor like him would want to go to the Abyss, as they usually coop themselves in a room and create towers. Mullark notes that he has no words for that, as apologizing would be useless right now, because that is something that he has to carry with him for the rest of his life. Chung-hyo was surprised that he actually regretted making the towers, and Mullark says that it's okay if he doesn't believe him, but the reason he went to the illusion tree and going to the Abyss is because of that tower. The one that would end all cultivation, that his reason for joining this expedition. Jaehwan asks if the expedition was successful. Chung-hyo explains that he was only able to reach the entrance of the Abyss because he fell behind on the way, but it does seem that Mullark reached the top of the illusion tree, because a lot of fruits began to drop from the branches. Thanks to that, each of the expedition members were able to go back to chaos with lots and lots of fruits. Jaehwan thinks that if it is so, why is this old man still in chaos? Claire urges him to get his facts straight, as that expedition was a failure, and he knows that all too well. Chung-hyo explains that they only succeeded up to the part where they obtained the fruit, as when they were heading back, those bastards were waiting for them at the entrance, ready. The monarchs and the patriarchs of the almighty land. While they didn't muster up enough courage to go back into the Abyss, the 4 fortress masters and 10 faction leader who were also a part of the expedition weren't a match for those guys at all. There was a crystal clear difference in power, and were in a totally different league. That was how the fruit was stolen from their hands, and those bastards used the fruits that they stole to revive themselves each time they died. They have been doing that for well over 900 years. It's as if they had another place that's built for them, a place known as the Resurrection Palace. The monarchs and 5 great families take turns reviving their dead, and it was decided from the start who would live, the only ones who could live actual proper lives. Jaehwan thinks that this must be why everyone around here is so lethargic, as they know that the real life they wanted, the fruit, was stole away from them. Jaehwan wants to ask more about Mullark, but Claire tells him to drop it, as he's passed out drunk. But based on what she heard, after the expedition was finished, nobody ever saw Mullark ever again. It's almost as if he fell off the earth. James comes around and thanks him for the help, as if it wasn't for him, his captain would have surely died. Jaehwan seems to have forgotten about him, and James explains that the next time he enters Gorgon, he should do so through the North Gate, as he won't need identification there. Of course, they should keep this a secret from the captain. With that, he leaves, and that's when Jahir calls for the divine physician. He is clearly distraught, and notes that they've got some big trouble. They all rush as fast as they can, and Jaehwan can feel the energy around. Judging by this, it means that the fortress master is in that state already, a full dead. The spiritual pressure he is feeling right now much more than what he felt from the dead that he fought previously. It's coming from deep within the fortress, or rather, more accurately, beneath from it. This makes him think of urine, and the favor he asked him for with a serious face. He remembers that he said that he won't have to pay for any of the damage he caused inside of the fortress, and will additionally provide him with protection should it be necessary. All he needs to do for them is one favor: to save the fortress master. Jaehwan notes that their fortress master is going through deadification, and Jaehyr says that indeed he is right. He explains that out of nowhere he just went berserk, which is weird, because usually it only happens like once a week, but today, of all days, it just happened. He is telling him all of this in advance, just in case he gets the wrong idea about things. The fortress master is a really good person, and before his deadification unfortunately began, he was basically a living legend, since he was someone who also went to the Abyss expedition, with Mullark and the Divine Physician. This makes Jaehwan pay more attention to the conversation at hand, and Jaehyr says that, from what he saw at least, he is also able to perform the dead slash, right? Since the Divine Physician is in that poor state, can't he do it in his stead? Jaehwan outright refuses him, as he simply imitated what this old head did, and is certainly not as good as him. This might have been different had he learnt from him, though. Suddenly, the ground starts to tremor beneath their feet, and Jaehyr now fears the worst, as he knows what that is. Suddenly, a surge of dead energy comes out of the fortress and releases a large shockwave all around. Jaehyr covers himself, but that's when he notices two peculiar people standing at the top of the fortress: the Disruption Tower Captain and the Despair Tower Captain. They say that it's been a while since they met, and Jaehwan hears their whispers, which say that the guy carrying the Divine Physician is the one who can also use Dead Slash. Jaehyr pleads with them to step aside, as there is an urgent matter they must attend to, but they also probably know what already. They descend, and note that what he is asking them to do is quite a problem, as they have their orders that need to be completed. Jaehyr asks whose orders are those, and with a stern look on his face, demands to know if they are really intending to go against the wishes of the heavens like this. They say that the only heaven they have, and worship, is the forbidden heaven. They rush in and jump in the air, preparing to attack. Jaehyr notices how fast they were, and pushes Jaehwan out of the way before anything can happen to him. They both land at the same time, creating a large explosion upon impact, but Jaehyr managed to block the both of them with only his blade. Jaehwan watches him and notes that he is doing quite well. Jaehyr thinks that he didn't expect at all that the Forbidden Heaven clan would have people inside of the fortress. He notes that they grew quite a lot for outer fortress residents, but still, do they even know who they are facing right now? They say that he shouldn't underestimate them so much, as they are not the same people anymore. Jaehyr advises the both of them to think very carefully about this, as if they turn back now, the fortress master will surely forgive them. One of them notes that if he's talking about the same fortress monster that is being locked up down there now, he can forget it. That thing, because it can't be called human anymore, can't even control its own strength, and can't distinguish between good and evil anymore. That is not the same heaven that they served. Him being the extermination squad captain and all, why is he still serving the thing he swore to destroy, despite the current situation? Jaehyr looks at them dead in the eyes, and notes that he believes, with all of his heart, that the Tower Master will return to what he was originally. Suddenly, Other comes behind him and swings the hammer at his head. Before Jaehyr can react, the hammer lands, throwing him into a wall. If only he would have been a little more wiser, they wouldn't have had to fight like this. Isn't that the case? Jaehyr tries to get up to his feet, and thinks that these two are just stage 4 adapters, so there is no way they could defeat someone like himself, who is a stage 5 adapter, even though he is outnumbered. How are they doing this much damage in the first place? He can't even estimate how fast or strong they are anymore, as this isn't any type of normal growth he has ever seen. It's almost as if they received the boost from the deadification. Something is seriously wrong here, and this is starting to get too dangerous. He tries to tell Jaehwan to leave while he still can, but Jaehwan is having none of it, and throws Chung Hyo at him, who is still passed out, even after all of this. Jaehwan explains that this was revenge for pushing him earlier, and that's when the disruption team captain grabs his attention. He asks if he really is able to perform the dead slash, just like the Divine Physician. Jaehwan asks what it is to them, and they start talking between each other using telepathy, which Jaehwan can see. They gather that the guy in front of them is a non-adapter, so he is probably talking nonsense. What can he really do with that short sword of his? Also, his physique isn't great, so he won't even be able to throw a proper punch, they think. Jaehwan instantly transports himself behind them and asks if they are talking about a punch like this one. Before the disruption captain can react, his cheek is met with Jaehwan's fist, which sends him into the wall. The despair captain tries to defend himself immediately after seeing this, and Jaehwan explains that they have way too many openings, which basically leaves them defenseless. He punches the disruption captain as hard as he can, which breaks his helmet a bit. He stands on his feet, however, and slashes downwards, which Jaehwan easily dodges. He starts spinning the spear, which creates some distance between them, allowing him to charge in, while Jaehwan is still on the retreat. He thinks that he became much stronger than he was, so where did this sudden energy come from? The need of revenge? Or perhaps is his heart full of hatred? He looks at him one more time and deduces that it's neither of those. What drives this lunatic is fear, and fear alone. Are they really trying to betray others in their condition? Just plain ridiculous. Jaehwan notes that he isn't the savior they think he is, that tiny old man is. However, killing the both of them will be an entirely different story. He jumps high into the air and prepares to descend like a hawk upon him. Inside of the fortress's deepest chamber, Yurin, accompanied by someone else, watch the fortress master, both with concerned looks on their faces. Yurin explains that it hasn't even been a single day since the dead slash was used on him, so why in the world is the deadification still advancing? The divine physician himself came this morning, and they together confirmed that the deadification had calmed down, so why did it go berserk all of a sudden? He can't believe that something like this happened when they just found a sliver of hope, a silver lining to all of this. If the fortress master had lasted for just one more month, they might have been able to release him of this damned curse. Earlier, Chung-hyo explained that it's too hard to do right now, as Jaehwan's dead slash is just an imitation of his, and the situation is very different from Mino's, the girl he saved. The fortress master has a corruption which has seeped into his very being, and in that sense, they are lucky, because a normal person would have become a dead by now. But if they had just another month, Jaehwan's dead slash might have been of great help, as even though it hasn't been tried ever before, it just might be possible for two people to use the dead slash in unison, and moreover, if it's him they're talking about, he might be able to even do it alone. Yurin bites his lip in frustration and thinks that there are people here who know about Jaehwan, but damn it all, as he was sure that there have been traitors inside of this place since then. He remembers the talk he had with the fortress master, who said that people who are able to control the corruption of their soul have appeared. Yurin asked how that is possible, as only the Emerald Bug Clan could do that previously. The fortress master confirmed that it is so, which is exactly why he must go and have a look himself. Yurin was hesitant to let him, as matters related to soul corruption are the most dangerous thing one can be interested about. He is positive that the other captains would be very happy to come with him. The fortress master said that it seems he doesn't trust him all that much, but he should, as he is one of the few people who managed to survive that battlefield. And although they lost the fruits in it, he is still going to be involved in matter regarding the lives of the people from this fortress, no matter what. But unfortunately, he came back extremely corrupted, and with horrified eyes, almost as if he saw something which he shouldn't have. That's when these people appeared, and started watching him the moment he came back from his walk around the outer fortress, where he got infected in such matter. Now that he thinks about it, things just line up too perfectly. Was it really Maihan that did all of this? He tells everyone to be calm, as this situation is a serious one and warrants carefulness. Yurin notes that this situation is too dangerous, so they should go in only after the divine physician himself gets here. Maihan says that if they delay like this any longer, this whole fortress will meet its end. Yurin explains that they can't ever hope to perform the dead slash without the divine physician here. So is he intending to kill the fortress master now? Maihan notes that even if they are to all charge at him together, they can't hope to win. He already knows this, right? Given the situation, they are forced to use the dead seal. Yurin starts sweating profusely at this notion and notes that he can't do that, as it is the very last resort, just in case they can't hope to do anything else. Maihan explains that there is no going back if things are delayed even further, so with the dead seal, They can at least pressure his spirit power, which is the only thing they can still realistically achieve at this point. Yurin notes that they don't have the spirit stone that the Dead Seal uses anyway, so what we ate they do now? Myhan says that they all know about it, so he should stop trying to hide it. Out of the corridor, the Dark Shadow Squad captain arrives, with a box in hand. Yurin is extremely shocked, as even the Dark Shadow Squad captain, who belonged to the inner administration, is a traitorous dog. That box contains what Jaehwan had, the Spirit Stone. Myhan explains that the future of the entire Gorgon is at risk here, so how dare he try and hide such a thing? He knows all too well what would happen if the Fortress Master really completed his deadification. He isn't really intending to let that gigantic dead roam around in this peaceful fortress, right? He has seen with his own eyes many times, even recently, just how much of a threat a single mid-sized dead is to Gorgon. A gigantic one that would come from the Fortress Master would bring upon calamity and destroy everything in its wake without any rhyme or reason. Does he truly want that to happen and kill all of those innocent people? Yurin thinks about the situation. The Fortress Master is basically going berserk, and the Divine Physician is nowhere to be seen. What he said is not unreasonable, and he gets what he is trying to say. However, it doesn't mean that they can do anything, even if they have the Spirit Stone, as the Dead Seal technique is a well-kept secret that only the Emerald Bug Clan can fully utilize. Myhan tells him to not worry about that, as he has already brought people in here who know how to use that oh-so-infamous technique. They are not of the Emerald Bug Clan, but they will do the job just as well. Yurin feels that something is extremely wrong here, so at this point, if they really perform the Dead Seal, the Fortress Master's spirit power will also be sealed into the Spirit Stone, he is certain. Since there are no successors within Chaos, anyone who gets hold of this Spirit Stone has the Fortress Master's spirit power and will inherit it, becoming the next master of the Gorgon Fortress. If that Spirit Stone falls into some dangerous hands, it will be disastrous. Suddenly his eyes widen as he sees someone pick up the Spirit Stone with just their bare hands, something that only the Emerald Bug Clan and Jaehwan are able to do. He thinks of the Fortress Master's words, who said that people who can control soul corruption appeared, so this must be them. Everything that has happened up until now, from when the Fortress Master was corrupted until he went berserk, was all of this the Outer Administrator's grand plan? Yurin tells the others behind him to capture him, but they don't move a single muscle and don't even look at him. He falls to his knees, as this is the only thing he can do. They were all in on it, so there is nothing he can do anymore. One last time, he apologizes to the Fortress Master. Because of their complacence and incompetence, they weren't able to protect Gorgon in his stead. For that, he is truly sorry. He sheds tears, but that's when the ceiling above him shatters, and a large ray of blue light descends, shaking the entire fortress to its core. They all wonder what is happening, and Yurin's eyes are filled with hope once again. The Shadow Squad captain gets in front of Myhan and is clearly annoyed by this. From that hole, Jaehwan and Jahir arrive, with the still sleepy Chung Hyo. Myhan demands to know who they are, and how dare they trespass in here. Jahir tells him to stop his foolish act, and throws the two defeated leaders in front of him. Their traitorous acts have been exposed to the world already, as his people have spilled out plenty. The disruption team captain apologizes, and in that second, explodes. Jahir demands to know what he is doing to them, and Myhan explains that he probably offed himself upon being exposed. So how can he blame him on someone wanting to take their life like this? Jahir thinks that his act is just ridiculous, and tells everyone to get a grip on things, as this is a full-blown rebellion at this point. If the Dead Seal is completed, everything the Outer Administrator planned will come to fruition. Suddenly 4 men surround him, and one apologizes for doing this. This is the will of the Forbidden Heaven clan, so all he needs to do is stay put until the seal is completed. Jahir calls them cowards, and Jaehwan looks at this. He notes that in return for saving the Fortress Master, he was offered protection at first, but he made the wrong promise, as Gorgon can't even defend itself nowadays. So, they will change the contents of the promise. He will save the Fortress Master, kill all of the traitors in this room. All he wants in return is this old decrepit man, as he wants to set up the Abyss expedition once again. This catches everyone by surprise, especially Myhan, who seems to not be happy about this. He calls his idea a bunch of nonsense from an unknowing fool. He already heard of the story about a certain person who was able to kill Janya, who was dead, in one single strike. He thought that it was a lie at first, but now he thinks that it's true. If this really is the case, they will have to go all out on him. Jaehwan clenches his sword, and Maihan commands everyone to attack, and they surround Jaehwan and Jahir in an instant. With a few light thrusts, he clears out the people who attack Jahir, and even cuts the hand of the Shadow Captain. He keeps attacking, but they keep coming at him, in an endless onslaught of people. He stops attacking and sighs. Jaehwan waits for all of them to be in one place, and uses a normal thrust to wipe them out. The attack also reaches Maihan, who desperately tries to block it, but can only deflect it, as it is too powerful to fully block. The attack lands next to the Fortress Master, and Maihan stares in shock at the gigantic hole it made. If he got hit with that, he is almost certain that he wouldn't have made it out alive. Jurin and Jahir are also very shocked. Outside, whispers on what this rebellion is planning to do can be heard, and Jaehwan finds out that they will use the black cloud on the entire Gorgon, which makes him quite mad. He tells Maihan that he is the outer administrator of this fortress, and also the Forbidden Clan's first elder. He doesn't know exactly what he is trying to do, or why he wants to corrupt souls so much, but he knows this. He likes people like him, quite a lot actually. Maihan notices that he is charging his power, so he orders his men to take that guy down, no matter what it takes. They all charge in, and Jaehwan says that he is very thankful for them, because if he knows that people like them exist in this world, he can easily destroy it. He releases the attack, a mighty thrust that can't hold a single color, so it changes constantly. The attack pierces the heavens and explodes into smaller thrusts, in a flash of beautiful lights. Jahir tells Jurin to get up, but he is too mesmerized by this. This is overwhelming hope, something which the Fortress Master thought that everyone in this place needs. An overwhelming hope that doesn't falter in the face of anything, no matter what. He simply cannot believe that now he is experiencing the hope he spoke of from this man who is speaking about the annihilation of this world. Everything is turned to rubble, and most if not all of the rebellion is put out. Maihan is still alive, but his hands and legs have been cut off, leaving him utterly defenseless. He calls Jaehwan a truly monstrous beast. However, he is too late, as Gorgon is already doomed, and the Fortress Master even more so. Jaehwan shuts him up for good, and asks Jahir if that old geezer is still sleeping. Jahir explains that he won't wake no matter what he tries, so Jaehwan grabs him and smashes him against one of the remaining walls. That certainly wakes him up. Suddenly, the Fortress Master starts shaking uncontrollably, as the deadification they have all tried to stop previously has begun. The system warns everybody that the Fortress Master's soul corruption has unfortunately reached past 99.9%, so the only thing it can do now is estimate the danger level. The others wonder what is going on, and Jahir screams for the Fortress Master, but nobody answers. The system explains that the estimation can't be done in time, so the verdict is that this will be an extremely large dead. Alarms start blaring all over Gorgon, telling people to evacuate. They all rush to the exits, and the guards do their best to lead them. But what can only wonder, just what is happening in that fortress right now. Chung Hyo tells Jahir to escort Jurin out of the premises, as they have something to do. Jaehwan will be coming with him, as even if he can't save anyone with that sharp thrust of his, but instead, he will be helping in clearing the path. Jaehwan asks why he got a new sword, and when. Chung Hyo angrily notes that he broke the last one, so they should stop with the chatter and get to work already. They enter the spirit world, inside of the Fortress Master, and Chung Hyo takes no time in cutting him with all of his might. This brings back the memories of them drinking until they were passed out drunk, or trying to be, and how much they had at the time. Chung Hyo explains that engraving these kinds of memories that have been forgotten due to the deadification is what Dead Slash is really about. If they are filled with memories about their loved ones and the things they cherish most, at least, the worst can be avoided. Suddenly, his expression changes drastically, and a new image pops up, one of war and death. Chung Hyo wonders if this really is the Fortress Master, but when the figure turns its head, it reveals its eyes, which are filled with hatred, anger, and bloodthirst. Chung Hyo says that cannot be the Fortress Master, but his eyes turn into the same ones the figure had. The ground starts to shake around them, and Chung Hyo explains that this shouldn't have happened, something is seriously wrong. This thing is not the Fortress Master anymore. It's something much more deadly. He breaks out of the restraints and starts convulsing rapidly while rising into the air. His eyes turn dark for a second, but are renewed with the same red pupil shortly after. His fingers become slim and long. His back is filled with darkness, and a crest appears on his forehead. The possession of the Fortress Master is now complete. Chung Hyo watches all of this in horror and explains that thing isn't the Fortress Master. It's something he knows, or someone. He slowly descends to the ground, and the very moment he touches it, they are both struck with an extremely heavy pressure. The figure starts speaking, and notes that it would have never guessed it would be able to descend into this world with the help of this body. In the end, even this person, who was quite powerful, became a dead, right? He also recognizes Chung Hyo and begins smiling widely. What is an incomplete awakened like him still doing around here in chaos? Didn't he find what he wanted in Abyss 9 years ago? Chung Hyo starts shaking uncontrollably, as this is the master of the Dead Palace that is situated in the middle of chaos, and also the only being that is able to open the door leading into the Abyss. His name, the Soul King, Catastrophe. Jaehwan tries to use question on him, but nothing seems to work, as he is very similar to a dead, but at the same time, a completely different being. Catastrophe flicks his finger and asks why he hasn't left chaos yet. This flick erases Chung Hyo's established world in an instant, and replaces it with a dark, vicious world where he can do as he pleases. He asks if he hasn't left because he wants to protect this utterly pathetic and useless world. Chung Hyo is at a loss for words, as with just one finger, he managed to erase his established world. Catastrophe also looks at Jaehwan and finds him as quite the curious being, since he is a human that still possesses his very heart, even after completely awakening. Chung Hyo thinks that this guy's authority is called Dead Descent, and he most definitely used it on the Fortress Master's body right now. But if that is the case, and this is just a measly clone of him, how can a clone emit this much pressure? It's becoming too overwhelming, even for him. Jaehwan says that if he failed, now naturally it's his turn. So he was actually thinking of killing that thing right about now. Catastrophe is quite amused by this notion and asks if his words hold true. He snaps his neck into a crooked shape and notes that truly, he is a very interesting person. Chung Hyo tries to stop Jaehwan, explaining that he can't do anything about it right now. Not even the great Muller could hold a candle against the Soul King. Even if this is a clone, he mustn't rush into battle like this. Jaehwan urges him to not be so scared, as he is sure he can beat him. Chung Hyo looks at him and wonders, just how is this child so calm when facing an impossible task? Catastrophe starts laughing loudly and maniacally, with his mouth being contorted to open even wider. Suddenly he stops, and after a few convulsions and dark energy emitting around him, he pulls out a sword out of his gaping mouth. If he really meant that, he should give it his best shot, right? He really wants to see what a foolish awakened, who still possesses the heart of a human, can truly do. Chung Hyo recognizes the sword he just manifested. It is called the Void Sword. This weapon is extremely powerful and feared, as it turned half of the previous expedition squad into dead, with just a slash. He cannot believe he is seeing that thing go into action once again. Catastrophe charges in, and Jaehwan barely dodges the attack. He explains that he has seen eyes like his previously. He is trying to go into the Abyss, isn't that right? Chung Hyo is quite surprised by this reveal, as he didn't know. It is a fact that they don't have much information about this guy. But will he really be going to the Abyss, of all places? Catastrophe notes that people like him, who are trying to get to the end of this world, still exist, despite him thinking otherwise. But he is much too weak to do anything, as he is not even as strong as that mare Mullark from over 900 years ago. He strikes at Jaehwan, who uses his hand to get away from his slash, and uses a thrust to remove the other arm. Jaehwan thinks that he is already at an advantage, since he removed his arm, but Catastrophe just grows it back, and uses Jaehwan's surprise to his advantage. He moves swiftly to his side and manages to hit him in the arm, but the rest of the attack is missed. Jaehwan uses a thrust to hit him in the torso, but Catastrophe is not phased in all, so he uses all of this, and tries to kill Jaehwan right now with a large strike. After the rubble and dust settles, only Jaehwan's cape remains, as he has used it to back away. Catastrophe explains that this corruption is basically a disease that advances time. So with just a hit of the Void Sword, several centuries or perhaps even millenniums would pass by on that particular wound. Souls that can't withstand this grow extremely old and corrupted. With all of this combined, they turn into dead. Jaehwan notes that something like this won't move him, so he strikes his own old flesh and soul, noting that he will just rip it all away if he really has to. Catastrophe is quite surprised that he would cut away a part of his soul, which has only grown old like this. He must commend him for this impressive mental fortitude. However, that is all he has right now, and can't hope to ever defeat him. Suddenly, shards come out of his chest and mouth. Jaehwan is shocked at this, and those shards turn into void swords, which are ready to strike at a moment's notice. The swords fly into Jaehwan's direction, who tries to protect Chung-hyo. Catastrophe notes that, now that he has managed to take a closer look, isn't the sword he has within that crafted sheath a replica from the Mayor Tower? That is pretty impressive, considering it is just a toy, made by the Mayor. A few swords get past Jaehwan's defenses, and strike him in the leg and arm. Chung-hyo screams at him to do that, and Jaehwan takes no time in piercing himself in order to stop the aging. Catastrophe doesn't stop attacking, however, and their swords clash, creating a large shockwave which sends Chung-hyo away. Catastrophe explains that if he keeps fighting in this manner, his soul won't last for long. Jaehwan sneers at him, but thinks that he is right, as he won't be able to do anything if he keeps striking himself like this. No matter how many times he tries to use question on him, he just can't see his weakness, and he also can't focus, as there are strange particles around, messing with his sight. He thinks of Chung-hyo's explanation of the world, which is named the White World. It is a world where he remembers those who have long disappeared and recreated them, using his imagination. Each awakened holds their own unique world, and their world is made by a keyword that they get when they awaken. It is something that is made from their desires and emotions, so a strong awakened can pull in even more beings into their own unique world. Jaehwan thinks that if this really is the case, he can at least try. He strikes weapons with Catastrophe and uses the momentum to make some distance. With that, he activates his eyes glow as he activates his very own world, the Moon Eye. Chung-hyo looks at this real depiction of the world and notes that this is hell. This world that he has been living in all of this time and enjoying himself is hell. A hellish world made from only loathing and seething anger. Catastrophe is ecstatic, as this is his opponent's ideal world, extremely beautiful. Jaehwan takes no time in striking him with all of his might and uses his sword to pin him to the ground. Jaehwan thinks that those particles that originally blocked his sight are gone, so now he can focus on the fight and on defeating this guy right now. Suddenly, large tentacles rise out of Catastrophe and he grabs Jaehwan with them. He is constantly charging at him like a fool, without even knowing how to really end all of this. He pins Jaehwan to the ground with extreme force, which breaks the ground beneath them and smashes him even further and further until nothing of the ground remains, only rubble. He stands above Jaehwan and says that he is one who doesn't give up on his hatred. It has truly been a while since he has met such an interesting existence like him. He slowly pulls out the sword from his chest and aims it straight at Jaehwan. All of this was quite the fun adventure, but it is a pity, as all things must eventually come to an end. The sword lunges towards Jaehwan's head, but just when it seems like nothing can be done anymore, he wakes up and his eyes are golden. In that second, he rises his sword through Catastrophe and cuts him straight in half, while also decapitating him perfectly. This is not really over, as he is only just getting started. He is now ready to fight. Catastrophe notes that his pointless struggle is just plain ridiculous, as he can't hope to ever lay a hand on him in any meaningful way. He starts regenerating from only his head, but this time he contorts into something more macabre and large, so he towers over Jaehwan. The crest on his forehead also grows, which makes Jaehwan think that this is not good at all. Catastrophe has transformed into a dubious shape, with elongated limbs and neck. He takes no time in striking Jaehwan, who dodges the first attack, but he doesn't stop in the relentless attack, so he uses his other hand to send Jaehwan flying, who couldn't have ever hoped to dodge this one. He smashes into a wall, which makes him vomit blood, and Catastrophe cuts the rock he was stuck in with all of his might. Jaehwan, however, had plenty of time to dodge, and makes his way behind him, where he prepares an extremely large thrust. Catastrophe noticed him, and they clash into a flurry of blue and red. Catastrophe explains that he has watched countless beings try to build the world for millennia, and they all climb to the top of this tree to try and appease and sate their own curiosity. Is he also the same as them, trying to find some kind of answers from this world? What exactly is he asking then? What does he want to know? He presses his sword hardened on Jaehwan, who seems to have been caught by surprise with this. However, Catastrophe's sword stops, and a blue hue emits from its blade. Now he truly understands his question. The world itself is his question, isn't that right? Jaehwan managed to block the attack, but the impact has taken a toll on him, as he is bleeding once again. Catastrophe continues interrogating him. What is his question? What does he want to make of this world of his in the first place? Destruction, annihilation, or perhaps even extermination? But judging by this world and the things in it, he wants the end, and that is the most fitting name of this place. What arrogance to make a world such as this one. A mere human dares to question the worth of the illusion tree and its very existence? Such arrogance must be punished, as not even the wisest men can ever hope to start questioning the illusion tree and why it is here in the first place. He starts slashing around and seems to have Jaehwan in bad position, but then Jaehwan notes that he doesn't know what he is talking about. Catastrophe notes that if this is not the case, what he is doing isn't questioning, right? Jaehwan stands below him and thinks that this situation is all too similar to what he has experienced before, with Beast Rain. This makes him think of something, however, as what he is fighting now is a clone that possessed the Fortress Master. So, that would mean that he can do something. He buries his feet into the ground and uses all of his might into one mighty thrust. This surprises Catastrophe, but he doesn't have time to dodge at all, so he takes the attack full on, which makes a gigantic hole in the wall. Catastrophe slowly regenerates and notes that his impudence seems to know no limits. Does he actually think he could ever kill him, in any way possible? How foolish, even for a mortal, he is too prideful and weak. He is bored now, so he will put an end to this little game. He charges in, wanting to swallow him whole. Jaehwan, however, stands proud and tall, looking at him with his golden eyes. Before he can take a bite of Jaehwan's succulent flesh, he jumps high into the air, and a few golden orbs appear once again, and a gigantic line, showing him the path to victory. With newfound confidence, he charges in with all of his might, and lands directly on his back, and on the line that is formed. Catastrophe is now shocked, as what this man just did is a technique that holds the name of crack. Jaehwan keeps pushing his sword in, and a gigantic blue explosion occurs. Catastrophe admits defeat, and notes that he will be waiting for him at the entrance that leads to the abyss. He, the one who lives for the end. With that, the water clears, and Jaehwan, accompanied by the Tower Master, sit in the water, tired and relieved. While resting from the most grueling battle of his life, Jaehwan thinks that he needs to become stronger, no matter what. Just thrusting isn't enough anymore, especially since he used the strong thrust, which worked wonders against a lot of people. But versus a single strong individual, it is not as strong, due to the damage radius being far too wide. In this fight, he was only able to use it to distract and buy time, whenever he could. It seems that after all, thrusting isn't the solution to everything like he expected, and so he needs to create a new technique to deal with more powerful enemies. The day begins anew, and the others are checking on Chung Hyo, who seems passed out once again, but this time, not from drinking too much. Suddenly, the Fortress Master speaks to Jaehwan and urges him to come near him for a little while. Jaehwan does just that, and the Fortress Master explains that, even though he became a dead, he could still see, and observed him with great interest. He thanks him for fighting the Soul King on his own, and grabs his arm very tightly. Perhaps, after all of this, and his continuous rule, it is time for Gorgon to experience some well-deserved changes. So, if he may, he would like for him to take all of this. The Fortress Master gives him some energy through his arm, in the shape of a snake, or dragon. He notes that there is a familiar energy all around him. He can feel all of the warm memories he has made and cherishes, even though he doesn't know it. Before disappearing, the Fortress Master tells him one last thing: to never forget how a human is and feels, no matter what. The other guards arrive at the scene, and they all stare in the direction of Jaehwan, who has made his way out of the rubble, but also holds a new patterns on his arm, the very same that the fortress master gave him. They all bow down, and Jaehwan, with a tear in his eye, thinks that if this was the fortress's master final wish, then he will uphold it. He bows down as well, and greets the new fortress master. Jaehwan is taken back by this, and just stares at them. 2 days later, things return to normal, and the people start rebuilding with what they have. Jaehwan sits at the office of the fortress master, but doesn't believe himself to be one, as he told them countless times that he is not going to be that and take on the title. Jaehwan says that perhaps he may have forgotten the contents of their promise, so he would like to inform him about them once again. He shows him the conditions, which specifically said to save the fortress master, which is now impossible to complete. Jaehwan asks if he's telling him to take responsibility for the fortress master dying, and Jaehwan notes that it is something of the nature. Jaehwan tries to twist this around in his favor, saying that even though the old fortress master did indeed pass away, since he, the new fortress master, got out of that alive, that should resolve the condition, right? Jaehwan smiles and notes that he is very right, so therefore, he has to keep that promise in the future too, since he is now the fortress master, even though he denies it. Jaehwan laments having so much responsibility on him, and explains that he has no time to waste around here, as he needs to climb higher and get to the abyss. Can't he just pass the position to someone more capable and willing? Jaehwan tells him that something like this is not possible, as Gorgon wouldn't acknowledge that person anyways. Jaehwan thinks that Gorgon is the pattern that the fortress master gave him before passing away. Did it really choose him? Jaehwan explains that since the position of fortress master isn't something that can be just passed down to anyone, he must fulfill his duties. The only time the fortress master changes is when the current one dies, like what happened recently. Additionally, he has some documents that needs to be looked at for the day. Since he is now the fortress master, he also included some useful tips and records that will certainly help him be better. Jaehwan picks up one of the files and sees that it's filled with laws, mostly about how nobody can disrespect the fortress master. So that is why everyone only said good things about the fortress master before. Jaehwan tells him that additionally, he has a few items that he may find useful in the drawer, and he will be going back to organizing books. Should he need any assistance, he should feel free to call for him. Jaehwan, out of curiosity, looks inside of the drawer and finds a crumbled up paper, which was written by the 17th fortress master. The paper slowly takes a new shape and surprisingly starts speaking. He doesn't know who he is speaking to, but congratulates them nonetheless. When he discovers this, it means that he has become the brand new fortress master. By now, naturally, he is probably thinking hard about how to rule over Gorgon and its people. Jaehwan wonders what this strange piece of paper is, and it continues to explain. He should not worry about such matters, as the fortress master has one thing that they need to do: to enjoy themselves, as a good fortress master is one who knows how to play, and most importantly, party. He should just leave the security to that branch, the inner fortress to the administrator, and so on and so forth. He is not the first, and probably not last, to give out such advice. It has been passed down by numerous fortress masters, so at least it must hold some value, right? Based on the status of Big Brother, more than half of the fortress master's soul got corrupted previously, due to them dying from overwork. Jaehwan feels the intention from this paper, and sees how it was written. This advice is for his own good, but also for Gorgon's and its people. He pleads with him to not be greedy for more, not change anything, and most importantly, to never lose himself. Every single existence in this place knows already that this world can never be changed. Because of this, what it truly needs is not change, but an extension of life. So, what is needed is not change for the minority, but peace, for the majority that can hold out and survive. So he begs him, one last time, to not be greedy. A good fortress master here, in chaos, is one who does nothing at all. Jaehwan ponders the situation for a bit, and thinks that he finally understands what kind of existence the fortress master is in this place. An existence that exists solely to get rid of hope, for an extension of life. An existence that stops changes, for the life of the majority, so that they can live peacefully. Jaehwan comes back into the office and asks what he is thinking about, as he seems to be pondering something deep, and Jaehwan notes that, after thinking, he is going to get rid of this position, the Fortress Master one. Jaehwan asks what he means by saying that, and Jaehwan doesn't tell him, except noting that they need to start from now. So he asks him what the Fortress Master means to him, as an individual. Jaehwan thinks of the question for a bit, and explains that a single fact they can take from this is that a fortress simply means that it's a fort, a military building that has a single purpose, to protect people from danger. Jaehwan asks, if the enemies were to not exist any longer, what would happen? Would this still be considered a fortress? Jaehwan comes to the realization that, if that were to happen, the purpose of the fortress would be no longer, and the position of the Fortress Master would no longer be needed. However, he says that a fortress without any enemies is not really possible. Jaehwan says otherwise, and notes that he will be the one to unite all of chaos under one banner. In chaos, there aren't any funerals. Instead of that, people do a ritual that is known as Soul Farewell Procession, which is held to send off those who have passed on for good. If usual funerals are held to remember and rest the dead, the Soul Farewell ritual is held to erase of the dead. As it is being held, people would talk about the souls of the dead, and after it is over, they will never speak of that particular person ever again. That is the very last thing that chaos can give to those who have left chaos for good. Jaehwan starts speaking for the ritual, and notes that by now, they all know the old Fortress Master, Emil Grochesk. But they weren't able to bury him, because he has disappeared from this world completely. He had not a single shred of a physical body left, and his soul is long gone. He came a nutrient for the illusion tree, and only left memories of him behind, which is precisely why they will forget all about him. For the last week of the Soul Farewell ritual, they will talk about him fondly, for the last time, and for his sake. They will keep talking and talking about him and his exploits, until nothing remains. Jaehwan, who was sitting in a corner all of this time, thinks that finally, he knows the name of the old man who passed down this position to him. He also hears others' people thoughts about him, and they are quite skeptical as he hasn't lived even for 100 years, so he is inexperienced. A woman that stood next to him all of this time notes that he looks like he wants to beat them down, and smiles. Another person comes to him and asks if he's the new Fortress Master. Chung Hyo stands next to the woman and notes that she is too late, calling her the Priestess Clan's vice leader. It seems like that old weasel from the Savant clan has beaten her to it, in terms of greeting the new Fortress Master. The woman finds this quite interesting and asks him what side he will be on. Chung Hyo explains that he bets that there will be a time when he can establish that for good. The weasel asks Jaehwan for his age, which he replies with 60. He finds this quite strange. Was there perhaps a hidden institution in Gorgon? Or is he perhaps the son of the Fortress Master? This comment makes the people around them look in disgust, as they found this comment extremely rude towards the old Fortress Master. The weasel notes that it doesn't matter anyways, and hopes to work with him in the future. He is the vice clan leader of the Savant clan, Yang Ilhan. He thinks that, based on the rumors he heard, this new Fortress Master is a non-adapter, so now he can get back for the humiliation he faced 10 years ago. Back then, he was tasked to set up a branch in Gorgon, no matter what. But while he was bribing the other guards in order to get in, he got caught by a certain gate captain and promptly arrested. Afterwards, he was sent to the Fortress Master, who told him that, after trying to bribe the guards, he caused a lot of disturbance in Gorgon, so he can't allow him to set a branch here. He was rejected in an instant by a stubborn Fortress Master and an even more stubborn gate captain. But today, he will be getting his revenge. With this random child being the new Fortress Master, this opportunity seems to be predestined by the heavens themselves. They shake hands, and Ilhan uses the highest level illusion skill he owns. The spell enters Jaehwan's mind, and he is sent to the 8 gates of hell, where fire permeates throughout, and a large draconic being starts to attack him. The others notice that he is sitting still, and guess that Ilhan bastard must have used the 8 gates of hell, which is extremely shameful, as that is too harsh for someone as young as 60. Ilhan smiles from ear to ear, as by now, this kid should be tasting the hellfire from the Crimson Dragon, Tiamat, in the illusion world. Soon enough, he will be wailing around, and he will have no choice but to obey his orders, like a good dog. Jaehwan notes that this place, Chaos, sure has a unique way of shaking hands, but if that is the case, It is his turn now. He uses the same type of magic to let Ilhan see the true world, and the moon eye that watches them at all times. His eyes start to get bloodshot, and he screams uncontrollably, while cowering in fear. Jaehwan explains that usually, he should be executed for insulting the fortress master in such a manner. But he is letting him go just this once, so he should be mindful the next time they meet. Chung Hyo finds this outcome quite boring, but the woman is very surprised. After all of this, Jaehwan prepares to make an inaugural address to everyone in this place. He gets on stage, and Chung Hyo feels that something very strange or bad is about to happen. Jaehwan presents himself, and that he also doesn't know a single thing about Emil Grochesk and who he was. Not about the work he did, the way he lived, nor the kind of man he was. And if he's honest, it's not really any of his business to know. All that is important right now is that they are not happy with him, and he gets it. He doesn't have a lot of spiritual power, is pretty young, and if they thought that he received this position by pure luck, they would be correct, as he suddenly became the fortress master without ever wanting to. They are unhappy with him being in this position, and he also doesn't want it. So, what should they do, so that everyone is happy? After thinking for a short 30-second, he has come to a perfect solution. Whoever it is, it does not matter. If they manage to defeat him in a one-on-one match, they will be given the position of fortress master. This makes Kaiman, the leader of the Southern Sea Clan, laugh, as this is quite a refreshing change for a new fortress master. He asks if there are any conditions to this, and Jaehwan explains that sure, there is one. The period of this will be 1 month, and if they all fail in taking his position, every single one of them will become a part of the Abyss Expedition Squad that will be departing in 2 months. Yurin thinks that he believed in Jaehwan quite a lot. Since he saved Gorgon from the Forbidden Heaven clan, he already recognized him as the next fortress master. Even if he made those utterly ridiculous declarations, like uniting chaos and all that, he simply observed, even when he felt uneasy. Because in the end, he is still the fortress master after all. Surely he wouldn't do anything that would harm the fortress, right? Well, that is what he thought, until Juhire came in screaming that things are starting to get out of control, while he was having his morning routine. Having had enough, Yurin stormed the office with extreme anger and asked Jaehwan directly, just how long is he intending to ignore his position? He walks up to him, but only finds Carlton in his place, who was supposed to be in the medical ward. This enrages Yurin even further, and he screams for Jaehwan, which can be heard even outside. Below the fortress, Jaehwan uses a few statues that are shaped like Carlton for training, which Chung Hyo finds to be a waste, as many ladies would want to possess something like this, especially those from the ward that took care of him. Jaehwan notes that doesn't matter right now. Instead, he should check out the new technique that he created. Jaehwan starts gathering green energy around him, which intrigues Chung Hyo. The pose he has while doing the preparation is definitely softer, and looking at how he guided the sword, it must have been inspired by his slash. Since that is the case, the technique name should be Chung Hyo Thrust, right? Jaehwan asks if he wants to get thrusted with the technique, as he will after hearing what he just said. Chung Hyo is angry at his retort, and notes that he's been getting more and more arrogant while unsheathing his sword. Jaehwan doesn't give him the time to do anything and unleashes the technique at him, which hits the wall above them. Chung Hyo is about to start tearing into him, but that's when something heavy falls from the ground, the Lighting God clan leader, Woon Yong. A few minutes ago, he and his subordinates were crawling through the basement and were standing right above Jaehwan. Yong got ready to attack, as he wanted to become the fortress master. Even if people thought that assassination was cowardly, to him, it is the truest form of combat. That's when he got blasted by Jaehwan's technique and put out of service. Eventually he wakes up, and Chung Hyo immediately jumps in his face, which spooks him. Yong asks what he's doing here, and Chung Hyo notes that he was always a small little weasel, so he knew the day would come when he would do something dumb like this. Yong asks who that young guy is, and Chung Hyo tells him that is the new fortress master. Yong notes that all of this just doesn't make sense, as he hasn't even heard of someone like him in Chaos, or even in the Almighty Land. Chung Hyo sighs and explains that indeed, nothing makes sense. Everything about that man doesn't make a lick of sense. Yong is surprised that he would say that, but also that this didn't count, and he wants a rematch, as he still has some fight left in him. Jaehwan tells him to come forward, as they will fight once again, if he wishes. Yang charges in extremely fast, but Jaehwan dodges, which makes Yang smile, and use a spinning attack. Jaehwan again dodges, which annoys Yang. He wasn't going to use this technique, but now he feels compelled to. He gathers all of his energy into a large ball and thinks that he will destroy this guy in one strike. Unfortunately for him, Jaehwan teleports behind him and notes that technique takes way too long to charge up. And so, the first competitor is defeated. Later he reports back to them, after telling everyone that he, the Lighting God clan leader, barely lost to him, just like they ordered him. Chung Hyo congratulates him, as now, there will be a lot of strong people who will challenge this new fortress master. It has been exactly 100 years since they got where they are, in one of the clans of the Almighty Land. The Yuun clan, Yoon Yong, the now possessor of the Lightning God art, was but a slave, to be abused and messed with whenever his master's fancy. This happened right after he cleared the tower, and his comrades also suffered the same fate, to be slaves for the rest of their lives. However, one by one, his friends either were commanded to fight in battlefields, get sold, or simply die from the abuse. After 100 years, most of the comrades that he grew to cherish passed away, in his head and in real life. Despite all of this, though, he survived, and after 100 years of complete obedience, he was officially announced as a servant of the clan. But on the same day that he was chosen to be a servant, something inside of him screamed to defy his masters no matter what. That voice was right, as he couldn't bear to live like this, not even for a second. And because of this, he betrayed the trust he had garnered over 100 years, and went into the secret manual vault of the Yuun clan. That is where he found and stole the Lighting God art, and when he learned it, his body seemed to have regressed to its younger days, and he felt invigorated. This was the secret knowledge that the Yuun clan tried to hide, this immense power. Naturally, things didn't go so well afterwards, as he was chased for well over 20 years due to this theft, which actually led to him dying like a dog. But on the bright side, he got summoned to chaos and was able to become the 9th of the 10 clans. However, this man, who has yet to live for even 100 years, simply became the fortress master of chaos. Additionally, he also made Chung Hyo smile, something which you do not see from him, as he saw true despair when he went on the Abyss expedition. Still, despite all of this, he is still pouting, as it seems kind of unfair. Chung Hyo notes that he got lucky, as he managed to meet him before he experienced true despair. His face is basically screaming denial about that man, but he will tell him something which might change his mind. 1 week before he arrived, Gorgon was almost taken over by the Forbidden Heaven clan. This surprises Yang quite a bit, and he waits to hear more. Chung Hyo explains that he doesn't know how all of the personal inside of Gorgon was on their side, but it seemed like they were preparing to occupy Gorgon for a long, long while. Before they could do anything too hurtful, however, Jaehwan saved all of Gorgon with a mighty attack, and even fended off the Soul King, who descended down here by possessing the body of the Fortress Master. That is all that the current Fortress Master has done. Yang is shocked by all of these mighty achievements, and notes that he should have told him earlier, instead of letting him get beaten like that. That's when somebody busts through the door, and demands to fight the Gorgon Fortress Master. This is the Fire King clan leader Kang Hwang, and apologizes for coming here accompanied by the Sea clan leader. But he can go first, right? Jaehwan notes that there is not need for that. They should both come at the same time, as he was in the midst of practicing his new technique, so he would rather not waste time. This shocks both of the challengers, and Chung Hyo says that things are going to get messy real quick today. Hwang steps forwards, and hopes that he doesn't regret what he just said. He charges in with all of his might, and unleashes a flame attack upon Jaehwan, which he dodges quite easily. The attack hits the wall, which makes Chung Hyo scream at both. They both clash swords, and Hwang asks if he is actually scared of the flames that are coming from his sword. Jaehwan denies this, and prepares a mighty punch, which is engulfed in flame the moment it hits the sword. Hwang barely manages to block, giving Jaehwan the opportunity to attack, with some final words, those being that he should tell him later if he is scared of his thrust. Jaehwan ends the fight by creating a gigantic hole in the wall, which he most likely sent Hwang through. The Sea Clan Master puts out the remaining flames that were strewn about and notes that Meathead will be fine. Jaehwan asks why he didn't fight with him, and the Sea Clan Master explains that he simply hates the heat, but now they will have plenty of room and time to fight. Even the lights in the room are put out, and they both stare at each other. Jaehwan thinks that up until now, he fought electricity and fire. But now, there is water too. This reminds him of a certain monster-catching game. But nonetheless, this guy seems to be stronger than the other two. He charges in with a thrust, but Kaiman blocks it, and then parries the attack, giving both of them space. Jaehwan thinks that this guy is quite different from the others, as he is just not charging in like a maniac, but actually calculating his every move. He tries to hit Jaehwan, however. He dodges swiftly and raises himself into the air, where he has ample room to unleash a bigger attack. Before it can hit, however, the Sea Clan Master dodges, although barely. He stares at the rubble that Jaehwan created with a single attack and notes that if he was hit by something like that, he would have been utterly crushed. With that, he gives up the fight, and Jaehwan asks why, as he has yet to show him his full power. Kaiman explains that, even without that, the result is pretty obvious if one thinks about it, but since he lost and all, they should talk about the Abyss expedition. Huang comes back from his adventure inside of the walls and screams at Yang for lying about Jaehwan's strength, as he got his ass beat because of it. Chunghyo notes that he should blame himself for losing, not Yang, which makes him even more mad. Yang mocks him lightly, saying that, since they both lost the fight, they are required to join the Abyss expedition, without any fuss. Kaiman explains that he came here with the intention of joining the expedition in the first place, which surprises Yang, but Huang knows exactly why. Kaiman was the closest friend of the previous fortress master, Amel, and because he was weak, he wasn't able to join the expedition when it first happened. When the expedition returned home, without any fruits, and beaten to a pulp, with most of them being just gone, he was the first to witness the fall of the greats. That happened 900 years ago, and it seems that, ever since he saw that, Kaiman has been waiting for an opportunity like this, while patiently sharpening his sword. He notes that he was intending to go into the Abyss in the near future anyways, so this seems like the perfect opportunity to do it, for him at least. Chunghyo tries to say something, but knows that this man is filled with ambition, and instead asks Huang what he intends to do. He knows full well that he lost, and he is a man, and has already come to terms with having to go. Chunghyo also asks Yang about his choice, and he says that he just decided. That's when he suddenly bolts towards Jaehwan, taking everyone by surprise. Chunghyo tries to warn him to not fight that man again. Has he really lost his senses? Jaehwan gets ready to attack, but instead of doing that, Yang bows down with all of his might, which confuses the other people even more. Yang explains that, from this moment forth, he, the Lighting God clan leader, Woon Yang, swears utter loyalty to him, the Gorgon Fortress Master. Jaehwan stares at him for a second, and notes that there is no need for him to do all of this. Yang doesn't stop, however, and explains that he would still like to do it, and will even swear his loyalty, even if he has to die. Jaehwan tells him that he is already dead though, which makes him want to cry, but continues. Even if that is true, he asks him to accept him as one of his family members. He would be fine with just being a mere captain, if he has to. Chunghyo wonders what family he is talking about, while Yang promises to not steal secret martial manuals, something which he doesn't have a good record with. Chunghyo tells him that, first and foremost, he is the Lighting God clan leader. So how can he say all of this, when he has a clan to take care of? With a defeated voice, Yang explains that his clan doesn't exist anymore in chaos. With him included, there are only 7 people who managed to barely survive. The Lighting God clan was utterly annihilated 1 week ago. Chunghyo ponders the situation deeply, and asks Yang if it really is true that the clan is gone, which he confirms. Chunghyo starts summarizing his situation as of now. His clan was basically done for, and so it happened that an opportunity arose, in the form of an one-on-one challenge to choose the new fortress master. With a mindset that told him to risk everything, he decided to come here, and try to become the fortress master in any way possible. However, when he actually fought Jaehwan, he lost so pathetically that it isn't worth describing. His clan is gone, he can't become fortress master, and now when he doesn't have anywhere else to go, he wants them to accept him. Isn't that right? Yang confirms that is precisely it, without a shred of shame. Chunghyo finds all of this weird though, as news about his clan's fall should have spread around by now. Kaiman concurs, as even if Manticore and Gorgon are far from each other, it doesn't take a week for some news to spread. Yong notes that Jaehwan saved the fortress earlier, isn't that right? Chung-hyo explains that he already told him, that he defeated those from the Forbidden Heaven clan. That's when it all clicks, and he figures out what happened. The other two are surprised that the Forbidden Heaven clan actually was inside of Gorgon, but they did wonder what that ruckus was when it happened. Chung-hyo notes that, indeed, it was them, and in Yong's case, they were the ones that destroyed his clan. Isn't that right? Yong confirms that is as he says, but it wasn't only his clan that was destroyed. The third-ranked clan, the Dark Forest clan, and the rank one, the Heavenly Dragon clan, have also suffered the same fate, at the hand of the Forbidden Heaven clan. Hwang is utterly shocked by this, and Chung-hyo asks, "Does this mean that the Manticore fortress is gone?" Yong tells them that Manticore has been completely captured by the Forbidden Heaven clan when they attacked. Chung-hyo ponders all of the new information, and comes to the conclusion that information just can't be blocked for an entire week, unless something is done to the fortress itself, that is. So this means that the Forbidden Heaven clan has gotten complete and utter control over the skill system after taking Manticore, and blocked the messaging skill. Hwang finds it hard to wrap his head around this, as 3 out of then clans were wiped overnight, by just one clan. Kaiman notes that he heard rumors about the Forbidden Heaven clan growing in forces, but he didn't think that it would be to this extent. This is quite the surprise. Jaehwan asks if this means that the smaller the rank, the stronger the respective clan is. Yong stares at him, and asks if he only realized it now, despite being the fortress master. This angers Jaehwan, and they all shiver while he emanates a terrifying aura. Yong tries to make up excuses but chooses to apologize, and explain how it works to him, which calms Jaehwan down. Yong explains that in the whole of Chaos, there are 4 fortresses, that are all ruled by 10 clans, although this should be common information. The 10 clans in Chaos aren't all the same, and thus, they are ranked from 1 to 10. The strongest clan is on the top, rank 1, so there should be a stark difference between the first and the last clans. However, rank 9, Lighting God, rank 3, Dark Forest, and rank 1, Heavenly Dragon, have all been utterly destroyed by the Forbidden Heaven clan, that is at the bottom, rank 10. They even took Manticore with ease, and he doesn't have any real evidence of this, but he is certain that somebody is supporting them from the shadows. Jaehwan thinks about the Forbidden Heaven clan, as at first, he thought that they were just people who had the mare, but they tried to take over Gorgon, and actually managed to take Manticore. If they are willing to take fortresses, they might have the same goal as him. However, this makes him wonder if the mare that is at Manticore is accompanied by that person that guy mentioned in the past. Well, there is only one way to find out, so he will have to do something. Somewhere else entirely, someone's head gets cut off by a person who is standing on a throne, lamenting that they couldn't get the guardian horned beast. This person is the Forbidden Clan leader, Lim Jin-hong. Inside of the same hall, 2 men report to Jin-hong that the Heavenly Dragon Clan leader has been successfully imprisoned, and all of his limbs have been severed. The Dark Forest Clan leader is still fighting back with the few men he has left, but they are positive that he will fall soon enough. While he listens, Jin-hong plays around with the head of the decapitated subordinate, and notes that he is pleased. But what about the capture of the Lightning God Clan leader? One of them tries to say that they haven't gotten to him yet, and immediately gets a knife to the shoulder and falls down. The other apologizes for their insolence, and Jin-hong notes that it's all right, but do they at least know where they ran to? The other says that it's most likely Gorgon, making Jin-hong think that it's strange the clan leaders joined hands as soon as Manticore fell. But speaking about Gorgon, he has heard about a crazy bastard that wants to gather people for another Abyss expedition, which he finds to be insane. He can't believe that somebody else thinks like that. While they had much less forces than in Manticore when trying to conquer Gorgon, the first elder, Maihan, had put a lot of effort in the gathering of the foundation stones, so it's quite surprising that he actually failed. A big screen appears in his face, and looks closer at Jaehwan, noting that he looks a bit similar, but he can't quite put his finger on it. That's when he gets a message from the Monarch of Pitch Darkness, who demands of him to look for the runaway product that escaped from a tower. Jin-hong is a little mad that he is getting ordered around like this, but there is nothing he can do, so he orders his subordinates to tell everyone that they received the message first. This situation makes little sense to him, however, how some random product was actually able to kill a cultivator while in the tutorial, and came in to destroy the whole of Chaos. He puts another knife in the head of the guy he hit earlier, and notes that truly, it doesn't make sense at all. The remaining subordinate asks what they should do against the Lighting God clan, but Jin Hong says that they should just leave him alone. Let all of the different clan leaders gather at Gorgon. It's actually better for them, as that place will soon be razed to the ground by an army of dead. He thinks about the extremely vile energy that seeped out of Gorgon a few weeks ago, and thinks that surely it came from the Soul King, Catastrophe. His energy disappeared quite quick, but what is scary isn't the descent, it's the fact that the dead can summon other dead. Those Gorgon bastards are about to find out just why Catastrophe is considered a disaster. While they sit in the training room, the group discuss about someone secretly backing the Forbidden Heaven clan. Yong notes that it might be one of the 12 monarch of the Almighty Land, but the others find this impossible, as the monarch usually don't meddle in chaos affairs. Huang says that he heard somewhere that the Almighty Land is currently having a war, so just maybe someone is trying to take advantage of this fact and get chaos involved. So how about they just try to contact the Resurrection Palace? Cayman is surprised by this suggestion, as the Resurrection Palace is a place that the monarch and 5 great clans revive. It is also the group who manages the fruits of chaos. In any case, however, if one of the 12 great monarchs are truly involved in this, it means that they broke their solemn treaty. Chung Hyo tells them that, in return for the fruits, the monarchs and the 5 great clans made a treaty of sorts and promised to never get involved in chaos affairs. Huang says that they must contact them now, but Kaiman notes that this is all a guess, and truly, he does not like to ask for help at all. Additionally, what would they do if they were all in it together? Chung Hyo asks Jaehwan what they need to do now, as Manticore has fallen and 3 of the clans are down. If they proceed with his original plan, it will mean war, surely. Jaehwan notes that they are enemies that they need to fight in the first place, so if they have to do so eventually, why not do them now? It seems that Jurhan told him Chung Hyo about Jaehwan's plans, and he pondered on the topic greatly. He says that if he's trying to unite chaos, it will be an insurmountable task, as getting all of the clans to submit to him seems like a pipe dream. Additionally, the Resurrection Palace is far stronger than any of the 10 clans, combined. No matter how strong he is, or how strong he will become, he can't just do things alone. A glisten of light shines through the hole in the ceiling, and Jaehwan notes that this is precisely why he is here, with him. Jaehwan looks confidently at Chung Hyo, who is extremely shocked by his answer. Jaehwan notes that, it is as he said earlier, he is inexperienced in many things, and has not lived a long enough life. But that doesn't really matter, since he is around. Chung Hyo blushes, and asks when he told him he would actually join the expedition too. Jaehwan stares at him once again, and asks if he really doesn't want to, something which moves Chung Hyo. He laments feeling what he's feeling right now, especially from a 60-year-old child no less. Haehwan turns his attention to the group and tells them that, as they have heard previously, he's not simply trying to gather people for the Abyss expedition. First things first, he will be uniting the whole chaos. After that, he will be destroying the Resurrection Palace that stole the fruits they fought for over 900 years ago. Only then will they depart for the Abyss expedition, and what he needs most of all is true comrades who will go through this with him, all of it. If they do not feel that they can be up to the task, they should leave now, as he has no further need for them. Kaiman asks if he intends to do it, even if he has nobody to help, and Jaehwan says that yes, he will do all of it by himself if he must. Kaiman then asks, why? Didn't he say himself that he couldn't be able to do it alone if he had to? Jaehwan looks at him sternly, and notes that he made it all the way here only by himself, so being alone is something natural for him at this point. This shocked the 3 from the group, and they don't know how to answer to that. But suddenly, Kaiman bursts out laughing, as he finds this extremely fun. He swears allegiance to his cause. He will follow him anywhere, be it the Abyss expedition or the Resurrection Palace. He will be there. Yong also does the same, and swears the same to him. After this is done with, they ask Huang about what he will do, and he notes that he hasn't decided fully just yet. This surprises Kaiman and disappoints Yong, who doesn't seem that impressed. Huang screams at them, saying that his reaction is the normal one in this situation. How could they just join up with this guy without even knowing much about him? If he's honest, He just doesn't believe that he is actually capable of leading an expedition to the abyss, as the enemies that he wants to presumably defeat are extremely strong, which is exactly why he hopes that he can prove himself capable of it. 6 out of the clan leader are now gone, so if he is acknowledged by the 3 other clan leader, he will acknowledge him too, and will also follow him anywhere. Jaehwan agrees instantly, as he doesn't need to think about it for long, but he also has a condition for this. If he needs to be acknowledged by them, then naturally they should also be acknowledged by him, right? So, he proposes this. A tournament, he will host it, and their titles as clan leaders will be on the line. If they all make it to the quarterfinals of the tournament, then he acknowledges them fully, and only then he will be taking their tests. Hwang is rather enraged by this, but Kamen notes that it does make sense, since he has no proof that they are the strongest in chaos, and he can't depend solely on their titles either. So when will this tournament of his be taking place? That's when a dark energy emanates from behind the door, and when it's opened, they see Yurin, who is very angry, as he has seen what Jaehwan put up on the walls. He notes that it already started in a sense, as he has put flyers all around, announcing the tournament preliminaries. Later in the fortress, Yurin sighs deeply, and Jahir notes that he's sure their fortress master has a plan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done that. Yurin doesn't know what this guy was thinking, as now the situation has become a lot worse. All of the relatively strong people in Chaos, and those who also want to see the fight, have swarmed the gates, and the outer fortress is already fully packed with people. Additionally, all of the inspection gates are having difficulty with confirming identities, so there's that. Carlton notes that he doesn't seem all too happy with Jaehwan's choice, but Yurin says that it's not that, but this is a matter of principles here, something which should be kept. Carlton asks if they can't just make a majority vote in cases of emergency, which the fortress master has to agree with, no matter what. Yurin notes that they could, because among the 5 inner tower leaders, those that would agree would be the 3 newly appointed leaders, so they would have more voting power. These 3 were chosen as leaders because 4 of the 5 tower leaders were slain during the incident with the Forbidden Heaven Clean, and the remaining one became severely injured and is now absent. Thus, they appointed 3 new leaders. Claire, as the fiancé tower leader, Jahir, as the security tower leader, and Carlton, as the law tower leader, obviously. They could get their proposal approved with this much. However, he doesn't feel that Claire was a good choice, as what kind of financial know-how does a bar owner have? She doesn't realistically deserve to be in charge of the entire finance tower, he thinks. She looks at him dead in the eyes and notes that judging by his reaction, he disagrees with the choice of the new fortress master. But does he even know what kind of value will his choice create? Yurin asks what she means by that, and Claire notices that he has been looking down on her since she is a bar owner, but that's whatever at this point. She explains that if people gather, money will naturally also be there, and Gorgon is now filled to the brim, something which hasn't happened in years, because of this one tournament. She also asks if he knows where the tourney will be held, and he tells her that he hasn't found out just yet. She explains that it's at the northern outer fortress, where the street stall are. So, if he remembers, it's the street where everything was destroyed, because of the Forbidden Heaven clan. The residents, who lost their jobs, started repairing the streets, and are now working as tournament staff. Yurin didn't think about all of this, and only took the tournament into consideration, something which was foolish of him. She tells him that the amount of money they lost from the Forbidden Heaven clan incident was a gigantic 12.87 billion horen, so if the tournament is held for 2 days, she estimates that they will make a total of 13.28 billion horen, probably more, as she hasn't taken other things into account. Yurin is surprised by all of her knowledge, but Claire says that he shouldn't be, as she dealt with a lot of money in her previous life. It was her job, basically. She doesn't truly know what this fortress master wants to do, whether he wants to free them or just fight the entirety of Chaos. But she knows this, that he is going to change Chaos, no matter what. At the south of Chaos, in the Green Ocean, the Dryad Fortress stands, which was made by nature, purely out of the roots, and secretions from the plant-type guardian horned beast, also named Dryad, who would consume moisture from the Great Sea. The fortress master of this place, Aisha Lincroft, connects to the nature around her and feels that something is wrong, so she uses a top-level skill, Scout. With it, She sees far, far away and spots that there are countless dead going towards Gorgon, and one especially dangerous thing is the one in the front, which is one of the three great dead, the backwards walking Magritte. It's so powerful enough to detect that Aisha is looking at him, and it stares back with its deep eyes, which damages her to the point where she bleeds from the mouth. Without much to do, she notes that at least she should inform the Gorgon fortress master and sends a bird to do it. In the northern streets of Gorgon, the tournament is happening, and Shin Muguk, the Limitless clan leader, notes that this is progressing very fast, as they are down to the pre-quarterfinals, only in 3 days, at that. Chung Hyo comes next to him, and explains that this is so fast because everyone here is strong. They all raised hell, and killed tons of people during the preliminary rounds. They both greet each other after this, but that's when Chung Hyo notes that this guy grew in power, by quite a lot, so he compliments him for it. Muguk says that he also grew in power, but he was actually surprised to see him not in the competition, since he likes to fight so much. As for himself, he doesn't like dogfights like these and prefers actual matches. The fight beneath them continues, and Huang unleashes a mighty attack on his opponent. Afterwards, he thinks that he got him finally, but his opponent is actually high into the air and descends upon him with extreme force. When the dust clears, the stranger is the victor, and Huang loses the tournament right here. Muguk seems to know that technique the stranger is using, and Chung Hyo also thinks the same. It is the technique of the Steel Monarch, Hyo Yu's own Azure Cloud Mystic footwork. They wonder why his subordinate would be in this place, but it's natural for the monarchs to be up to something regarding this competition. Jahir announces that with this match, the pre-quarterfinals have ended, and they will now be moving on to the quarterfinals, the thing that everyone has been waiting for. The next competitor comes out of the waiting room, the Savant clan leader, Jaegal Myung. He looks at Chung Hyo and blinks as a greeting, something which annoys him greatly, but Muguk tells him to let it go, as he is only a 400-years-old kid after all. Jaehwan is this man's opponent, and when they get face-to-face, Myung says that he has heard about his grand plans, but thinks that what he is trying to achieve is impossible. Muguk analyzes this new fortress master deeply, and wonders if he can win against Myung, since he is quite young. That's when he notices that his energy isn't that much different from Chung Hyo's, and asks if he's by chance his disciple. Chung Hyo smiles, and in that second, the fight ends with Myung being thrown into the wall. Chung Hyo notes that a monster like that one can't have a master, he is his own. Myung, who is surprisingly still conscious, thinks that, in the quarterfinals, he didn't have an opponent in the list, but later when he found out that his opponent was the fortress master, he thought that he struck gold, since he joined this awfully barbaric competition for the sake of warning the fortress master about what is going to come. This happened once in the past too. There were others who got people hopeful and had expectations about getting their lives back, even though they were lost. However, a hope that can't come true brings about something much worse, utter despair. This is why he needs to crush that hope in advance, so that people are exempt from this despair, just like he has done for the last 400 years. So he can't, or rather mustn't, admit defeat. If he does so, the last 300 years of his existence would have been for nothing. He notes that he said that this tournament will be held within one-on-one fight, but he didn't say what kind of one-on-one fight. Jaehwan remembers that indeed he didn't specify, but what does that have to do with anything? Myung says that he would like to have another type of fight with him, a battle of wits. Wouldn't it be fair if he were to fight on his own terms? The public doesn't like this, and they all call him a coward, someone who can't admit defeat. Chung Hyo notes that he already knew this guy would be doing something like this, and Muguk says that if it's a battle of wits they will be fighting, it will be hard to know who will win. Chung Hyo tells him that he will probably suggest that they play that awful game that the military advisors like to play all the time. Jaehwan asks what kind of battle of wits is he talking about, and Myung takes this as him accepting the challenge. The area slowly shifts around them, and now, the ground is an entire field. The system welcomes him to the military strategy formation world, and asks him if he would like to read the manual, as he seems to be a beginner. Myung explains that the formation world is just a fancy title for this type of game. It is said that it was made by one of the 13 masters, a mayor by the name of Maris. He used a certain game which had the title of Frontier as inspiration for this game, and the strategists of the Almighty Land enjoy playing it quite a bit. Also, he is the best at it in chaos, which he doesn't tell Jaehwan, naturally. He also adds that he will give him some time, since he has never played this type of thing before. But Jaehwan refuses, as it's simpler than he thought, and he thinks he got it. In actuality, he knows the game that the mayor used as inspiration. A strategy game, where its main scenario would be a war between three races, and they would have to gather resources and train troops all in real time so that they can destroy the enemy buildings, which is the victory condition. He already knows of a game that is exactly like this. That frontier game that was the inspiration is most definitely that game he knows from Earth. The one that everyone played. He probably has more than 10,000 matches in it, but just who are these mayors to know about something like this? Myung asks if it's okay to use the Lost Garden terrain, and Jaehwan accepts. With that, they both choose their races, with Jaehwan picking humans and Myung picking undead. He thinks that the humans are quite literally the weakest out of all the races, so even though this child is arrogant, he is still just a novice at this game. The undead race he chose will get stronger as the game progresses, and it also has better units in the early to mid-game too. After he trains a few workers, he will build, establish a foundation, and win by amassing tons of troops. Before he can even think of doing that, however, Jaehwan goes on the attack with his villagers and easily takes out some undeads. This makes him mad, and he asks Jaehwan what he's doing. Why is he attacking with his farmers? That's when notices he also made 3 watchtowers near his base, which provides his units with a clear advantage, and also with protection, since the watchtower is a defense building. But he can't just take out the watchtowers, as the farmers, who have the strongest stamina out of all the starter units, will interfere, so he basically at a standpoint now. He is helpless because he has to stop him. He can't since he didn't have the time to gather resources or build anything for that matter. Jaehwan thinks that this is a rather common strategy in Korea, as it has a lot of destructive power, and it's very efficient. It was also a strategy that people would criticize, even more so if a contestant used it in a tournament. The people watching cheer for Jaehwan, while Myung's whole scope of the game disappears. Now enraged, he asks how he could do something like this. Is it not common etiquette to not attack each other for the first 10 minutes of the game? Jaehwan wonders what he's talking about, and Myung explains that normally, people would use the first 10 minutes to build buildings, gather resources, and things of the nature. Jaehwan notes that if it's not a direct rule for the game, then it doesn't matter what he does, right? Myung falls to his knees in front of him and bites his lower lip roughly. He thinks, just who the hell is this man? He defies common sense and logic in every way, and also plays outside of the predetermined rules set in place. Because of this combined, there is nothing that he can do to reduce the amount of difference between their abilities. This man is just somebody that he cannot hope to beat, ever. But maybe it's for the better, as for the past 400 years, he has been waiting for this, for someone who could fulfill their hopes. With that, he admits defeat, and the first round of the quarterfinals comes to an end. While Jaehwan rests from his battle, Muguk and Chung Hyo descend from the public seats, and Chung Hyo asks him where he learned to play that strategic formation world, as he thought the only thing he truly cared about was practicing his thrusting abilities. However, since the spiral slash technique he used in the fight is partly inspired by his own slash, it is kind of inaccurate to say that he is really only interested in thrusting. Jaehwan plays back what happened, and wonders what spiral slash he is talking about, as when they discovered the technique, Chung Hyo desperately wanted it to be called spiral slash, as to him, that sounded the best, but Jaehwan told him that he only uses thrusts. Chung Hyo kept insisting and insisting, and that's when Kaiman came up with a grand idea for the name. Both thrusts and slashes kill their enemies, of course, so they should name it Fatal Spiral. Jaehwan notes that this is what they decided to call it in the end, and Chung Hyo is very surprised that he actually got to keep that name instead of his more cooler, better one. Jaehwan takes a look at Muguk and says that he looks very strong, so they should spar for a bit. Muguk notes that his introductions are little rough for someone so young, and Chung Hyo told him already that this guy doesn't respect his elders, but rather attacks them. Jaehwan sighs and explains that all of the old men in here are not weak in the slightest. They are all very strong, comes with the age. There is no real need to be nice to all of these geezers. While Chung Hyo chews Jaehwan up for his words, Muguk looks at him and thinks that for the first time in over 900 years, after the Abyss expedition was destroyed, This is his first time seeing Chung Hyo enjoy a conversation this much. While Mullark was the captain of the expedition 900 years ago and gave the whole chaos hope and dreams, in the end, even though they all tried desperately, all that remains of that once great leader is a symbol of despair and dust. He wonders how Jaehwan would do against Mullark. Will he even be capable of replacing him? Based on the last fight in this tourney, he is extremely strong and might actually be or become better than Mullark, considering his very large potential. However, another key part to leading is personality. He does not feel any righteousness from him, and truly, he feels like the opposite of Mullark, who was gentle and very mature. Additionally, he has felt a strange bloodlust all of the time he has been next to him. Suddenly, he feels a strange and ominous energy from behind, as the eye from the true world is looking at him intently. He tries to look back as swiftly as he can, but the energy disappears the moment he does so. He asks Chung Hyo telepathically if he is an awakened, who notes that indeed he is. It took him a while to notice. He is a completely awakened person, through and through. Jaehir announces that the next quarterfinals match is about to begin soon, and Chung Hyo tells Jaehwan, who starts climbing the stairs to the arena immediately. Chung Hyo asks what he is going to do, since it is not his turn yet. Muguk ponders him being a complete awakened, and Jaehwan notes that all of this waiting around for the rounds and stuff is just wasting everyone's time. Muguk wonders if he has surpassed the third stage of awakening, and Jaehwan stands proudly in the arena. Chung Hyo looks at him with a puzzled look, and wonders what this bastard intends to do this time. The contestants arrive, and Jaehwan begins analyzing them. Among these people, excluding Kaiman and Yong, these three new faces look pretty strong from here, especially this one, the woman with the chain sickle. There is just something about her that even Question can't even hope to figure out. Just who is she? Jaehir comes next to him and notes that it is not his turn yet, so what is he doing here? The reporters and other news outlets rush to see what the Fortress Master will say as he grabs Jaehir's microphone. He tells everyone to listen very carefully, as he has seen enough of the participants' strength, and he knows where they all stand. Since it's getting very boring to constantly watch others fight from the sidelines, he was thinking of changing how this competition will go from now on. One of the contestants steps up and asks what he is doing. This is the Priestess clan leader, Ja Gukryong. She asks who allowed him to do so as he pleases, and why is he only changing the format of this competition now. Jaehwan tells her that he is canceling the one-on-one fight rule, and Guker asks if he's basically asking them to fight in groups. Jaehwan says that it's basically like that, and she tells him that something like this will not do, as if they split the participants into teams. How will they decide who wins? Jaehwan notes that she clearly misunderstood him and explains it to her. He is not saying that they should do something so complicated like splitting the teams. There is just one team. The 6 of them will become a team, and he will be alone. This announcement shocks everyone, and Jaehwan properly announces, yes, he will be fighting all of them at once, and alone. He promises, to the first one that strikes him down, the position of Fortress Master. The crowd bursts into cheering, and the news outlets announce that this is a chance for their new Fortress Master to show just how strong he truly is. The woman with the sickle laughs, and notes that this is good. Finally, something interesting is about to happen. After Jaehwan announces what he needs, he throws the microphone back to Jaehir, and thinks that now, what he needs the most right now, is the trust of the common people. The deeper the connection he has with them, the more trust he gains, and over time, they will all develop a depth in this. However, in a situation such as this one, where there is not much time, there is another way to gain trust. That way is to show overwhelming strength. One of the contestants, a woman with long hair, gets up and close to him, at the shock of everyone around there. She notes that he is quite likable, and it would be much of a waste to slay him now. With that, she leaves him, and notes that she will be giving up today. While she walks away, Jaehir wonders why she did that. In terms of numbers, they all had a clear advantage, so why did she just decide to give up like this? She whispers enough for Jaehwan to hear. It's troublesome to do, and soon, that will appear. So there is no need to do anything. Jaehwan wonders what she means, but before he can ask, Yong also gives up, as he cannot hope to defeat the current Fortress Master with his abilities. Jaehwan thinks that he is doing all of this in order to become his subordinate and save face. Jaehwan clenches his fist and also gives up. He acknowledges that his current abilities wouldn't even be able to move the current fortress master. Jaehwan thinks that Jaehwan is doing this because of his sense of fairness, as he wouldn't like to go 4 against 1. What a useless fellow. However, this means that even if he wins against these 3, it wouldn't give him a satisfying result. Guker says that this is quite a pity, as it seems that this is not what he planned, or expected for that matter. Jaehwan notes that this is not perfect, but still, he is okay with the 3 of them attacking all at once. Guker says that his arrogance truly is boundless, and also, it seems that all of the others left to help him save face. Using question, Jaehwan can hear what they are talking about telepathically. The vice leader of the clan notes that this is their chance to teach this fool a lesson, as no matter how strong he is, he cannot hope to endure all of their attacks. Guker asks her to hold her anger back. Has she truly forgotten that they are not here to fight with the fortress master? Jaehwan eagerly listens to their conversation and wonders what they are here to do, if not fight him. Guker asks the other person, Hai Young, what she will do, and she notes that she will be continuing to observe them. Guker asks who is behind the Forbidden Heaven clan for the Steel Monarch to make his move in such a crude way, but Hai Young says that she cannot answer that. She just hopes that they can do a good enough job with that they asked. Guker's face contorts after hearing this, but with nothing else to do, she asks what needs to be done. Hai Young explains that they need to personally know the fortress master, and Jaehwan thinks that basically, the other person is using her as a pawn to see how useful he truly is. With her mission set, Guker explains that she has no intention to fight him now, but that doesn't mean that she surrenders. Even if they have no intention to fight him, that doesn't mean they will raise their white flag. She is only saying that they are voluntarily joining the Abyss expedition, all 3 of them. The other people look at this with a serious and questioning expression, while Jaehwan asks what kind of schemes they are really up to. Guker assures him that this is no scheme. If this journey truly is to bring back life to the people of Chaos, there is no need for schemes. The public starts to become restless, as there is no fighting going on, which is boring. Guker notes that, since they got this far, he should also be honest, he had no intention of giving up the Fortress Master position to any of them in the first place, right? That would be only natural, because this competition wasn't to choose new Fortress Master in the first place, it was hosted to recruit people for the Abyss expedition. She can't lie, she was very impressed with his method too, because after the Abyss expedition failed 900 years ago, nobody would dare plan something this grand. However, because of this, she is proud to be standing in this arena with him, and she is sure that goes for the rest of the people here too. Now, she is speaking to everyone, as she knows they aren't here because they are interested about the position of Fortress Master. She removes her face cover, and her emerald eyes widen as she rises into the air, and countless butterflies appear. She notes that she would like to hear his true thoughts about all of this, and the crowd's eyes glisten purple as they are slowly being bewitched by her eyes. Guker asks, is the reason that they are all here because of the fight that is going on, or for the future and life of Chaos? She would like to believe that Chaos has not forgotten about their dreams. The skill that she is using now is called the Righteous Eye, and it slowly bewitches the spectators to believe that they also need to know about it. Jaehwan notices this, and wonders if he should just end things here with a single attack. But that's when an elderly man puts his hands up, as he agrees with the priestess clan leader. He did not come from all of the way north, just to see some fights. The people recognize this man as the Gentleman's Sword, who doesn't carry any affiliations. However, judging by their smiles, it seems that now, he has at least one allegiance. Jaehwan's face turns sour, as this has become extremely annoying. Carlton walks around the fortress, checking to see if everything is all right. But that's when he notices some strange sounds from the office. When he opens the doors, he sees a messenger eagle, and walks towards it, wondering when it came, as the office has been empty for quite a while. The messenger eagle notices him, and relays the message it was given, something which shocks him to his very core. A group of dead, including a mega-dead, is approaching Gorgon, and fast, from the Druid Fortress Master. Carlton looks out of the window and see the dark energy coming towards them. It really is true. At the arena, Jaehwan also notices how dark and cloudy the sky has become, but he is distracted by Guker, who notes that they should not be having an internal conflict right now. They should all just work together, so they should end the competition now, while they can, because really, he has accomplished his true objective. There are already countless souls that are willing to risk neck and limb in order to join the Abyss expedition after all. She thinks that now, with full control over the situation, the last thing that needs to be done is this. She begins speaking to everyone, as there is still an important question that is sadly left unanswered. Just who will be the expedition's captain? Chung Hyo notes that this girl is playing some dangerous tricks on the people, and Muguk agrees. He analyzes her and thinks that she's using the righteous eye skill with a very good illusionary technique. And now, she's retracting her skill. Just what is she planning to do? Gyuker notes that the current fortress master should take up that role, as with his strength that surpasses the 10 clans, and his intelligence that surpasses the smartest chaos scientists, he will become a perfect leader and a true history figure of chaos. The spectators think that the priestess clan leader is amazing, as she is a person who seeks to raise others rather than themselves. The gentleman's sword says that the expedition captain is not a position one can take with only good strength and intelligence. Gyuker asks what other qualities are needed for an expedition captain, and he explains that most importantly, it needs to be someone who is able to lead numerous numbers without trouble, and a suitable personality to boot. He truly believes that they all need to carefully look at the fortress master and determine for themselves if he is fit for the job, and she could do that for them quite easily. She asks how, and the gentleman's sword tells her to use the righteous audit, as it would solve their issue fast. Gyuker smiles, and the public agrees that she should use that, since then it will be easy to figure out the Gorgon fortress master. Jahir announces that the righteous audit will be used, and tells everyone to clear the stage, except the fortress master, of course. Gyuker notes that, since there is no helping it, and if this is what everyone truly wants, she will do it. She begins activating the technique, and asks Jaehwan, will he go through this audit and take up the position of the expedition captain, like he originally intended? Chung Hyo scoffs, and says that they were completely tricked by this woman to think she would use the righteous audit. Muguk notes that everyone around here knows about her little Q&A ability, as higher stage adapters would plead with her to use that thing on them, to fill up their enlightenment values, in order to progress to the next stage. Chung Hyo is worried now though, as if Jaehwan just blows everyone up like he usually does. They can say goodbye to the expedition, as nobody would want to follow a lunatic that harms his own subordinates. But if they do nothing, his personality will show through the test, and unfortunately, his personality isn't good at all. Jaehwan accepts the conditions, much to Chung Hyo's surprise. Gyuker asks once again if he will go through the audit, and Jaehwan once again confirms that he will. She says that if this is the case, she will begin now. For a good few minutes they stand still, and the spectators wonder what they are doing, but that's when the whole place changes into a crashing water body that is taking out an entire ship, which Jaehwan is on. She explains that the first stage of the audit is the ocean region, as in reality, most of the ocean region consists of dangerous seas like this one. So, as you can probably see and feel by this point, things like a ship being fully wrecked happen often around these parts, if the ships are not good enough. Fortunately for everyone on board, a rescue ship has appeared out of nowhere. But there is a problem. There is still one more person who needs to get on board, but this ship can only carry 10 people, and it will sink if they carry any more. Suddenly a man appears behind Jaehwan and calls him captain. He asks for his opinion. What will they do? He needs to make a decision quickly. Now, he is presented with two choices. 1. Let those who were fortunate enough to get on the boat first survive, and give up one person, or 2. Not leave any people behind, even if it means that there is a chance for the rescue ship to sink and kill everyone. Now what will he do? Jaehwan looks at the choices he has, and wonders if this is really all there is to it, while Gyuker flies above him, and asks what he will do in this given situation. If he chooses to go with the first choice, people will certainly blame him for being a heartless monster. But if he chooses number 2, then they will start questioning his judgment. No matter what choice he makes right now, his right to become expedition captain or not will be put into question. That's when Jaehwan announces his choice. He chooses to go with option 3, something which shocks Gyuker, who notes that there are only 2 choices, not 3. Jaehwan explains that option 3 is that he will be able to save everyone, including the ship. He will not allow it to sink. Gyuker bites her lower lip, as she knows that he just found the third hidden choice. This hidden option appears only to those who always look for their own answer, and it goes like this. He will not give up anyone, save the one that has fallen, and make everyone take turns to go into the water and come back. Gyuker thinks that this is the only choice here that saves everyone, whilst not giving up a human life. However, this is bad for her, as she intended for him to look incompetent by just showing two equally hard choices, but her plan is backfiring right now. She says that he should tell everyone loudly what his third choice is, as everyone is dying because of this turbulent and violent sea, right? Jaehwan notes that if this is the case, he will just have to split the sea open. This statement takes Gyuker back even more, and wonders if this guy just lost it because he was flustered or something. That's when Jaehwan takes a step forward and breathes in heavily while holding his mighty sword. Gyuker tells him to stop, as she doesn't know what he's trying to do, and Chung-hyo recognizes the pose he just did instantly. He screams at everyone to get away, and as fast as possible. With a sudden bright flash, Jaehwan unleashes a mighty thrust, something which shocks everyone, including the system, who can only see this as an error. And so, before Jaehwan, the water disappears entirely. His crew comes around and they start celebrating them being alive, but Jaehwan tells them to get off, as he doesn't like being touched. However, with the last of their existence, they offer their most warm thanks, and Jaehwan sees something in them, a speck of humanity. With that, the righteous audit comes to an end, and rightfully so. Gyuker is very mad, as she also got hit by the attack somewhat. Jaehwan looks at her a single time and notes that they should stop messing around now and get real. Gyuker's eyes widen, but that's when the entire Gorgon territory is locked up and alarms start to blare. Seeing this, Jaehwan immediately runs toward the problem, and a voice tells everyone inside of the fortress that all of the events have been cancelled and the fortress gates will be locked indefinitely. Most citizens wonder what is going on, but those who saw the dark cloud know and tell the others that the dead are coming, so they should hide as fast as they can. From where the dead are coming, everyone has gathered, and Yong notices the pitch-black group that is advancing towards them. He feels quite unfortunate, as the Lighting God clan got destroyed in Manticore, and now he's facing an entire swarm of dead in Gorgon. Just what is this luck? Huang tells him that if he's scared, then he shouldn't join the expedition, as he won't be able to do anything. Yong says that if this is the case, he should also give up, as his legs are shaking like those of a scared chicken. Chung-hyo ponders the situation and thinks that he never expected for a child that is not even 900 years old to be taking up the leading role in chaos. There are 6 of the 10 clans here: Limitless, Southern Sea, Savant, Priestess, Fire King, and the last remains of the Lightning God. He never expected to see something like this in his lifetime, but he can't lie. It does feel nice. He asks Muguk if this doesn't remind him of something they did a long time ago, and Muguk asks if he's talking about the Dead Palace situation. Chung-hyo nods, and Muguk notes that indeed, they saw something very similar to this back then. However, he does not know why that thing is here now. Chung-hyo thinks that the dead always call the dead. When a medium dead appears, small dead would arrive. When a large dead appears, medium dead gather. And since in Gorgon, the dead king has appeared, it will bring in something which has made every single fortress build high walls in the first place. The disaster that everyone fears, even in chaos, the mega-dead, backwards walking Magritte. The undead assault begins in earnest, and the people who didn't manage to evacuate in time are butchered one by one, and in gruesome ways too. Gyuker watches in extreme horror as an entire horde of dead descend upon the fortress, and with the dead all around her, she thinks that this is the end. They are all done for. An elderly woman also tries to get away, but due to the fear in her body, accompanied by her old age, she trips, allowing herself to become feed for these ruthless beasts. Gyuker notices and wants to do something, but in that moment, the gentleman's sword appears. She thinks that it's a relief, and screams at him to go help that frail person. But instead of that, he lets her be killed in cold blood, while he continues to run away. He apologizes deeply as it's too hard for anybody to deal with that many dead. Gyuker has now lost all hope, as they are powerless in this situation. They can't do anything. For his crimes against the lowly, the gentleman's sword is rightfully punished, and immediately killed by the dead in a surprise attack. Gyuker can only watch, and a single tear flows down her face. Every single choice they made was useless. What use is there in getting the right answer if the world is like this, where only dead is dominant and suffering is the only promised thing? In this world without choice, something like hope does not and should not exist. The countless dead attack her, but suddenly one is slashed in two right in front of her face, by none other than Yong, who screams at her to get a damn grip, as they need all of the help they can get. That's when she notices that everyone around her are fighting for their lives. But why? They are just buying time for others to escape, even if they fight. There is no possible way they can win against all of this. Are they all fearless because of how reckless they are? But that's not it. As he sees Yong trembling, they are all afraid, very afraid in fact. But if that's the case, just what gives them the hope to keep moving like this? Yong tells her that even if this looks to be a little rough, she should not be afraid, as there is somebody who is fighting a much bigger threat up there, and alone too. A single undead tries to interrupt Jaehwan's fight, but he immediately grabs it by the neck and splits it in two with just his grip. The Megadead raises a few stone slabs from the fortress and aims them at Jaehwan, who notes that it's quite rude for it to just bite someone else's fortress. The Megadead unleashes the stone onto Jaehwan and then also continues attacking, not giving up the attack for even a second. It wants him dead. Jaehwan thinks that this is quite the troublesome opponent, as he goes near it, it will use its ability to rip off objects. However, if he keeps his distance, it unleashes a large breath attack, something that is quite difficult to dodge given the space. It can also unleash it again almost instantly, something which ticks Jaehwan off, so he chooses to stand in front of it this time and face it. Back on the ground, Chung-hyo continues to fight, but grips his sword tightly, as all of this reminds him of back then, when they failed the expedition, and he felt like humans could do nothing against the undead tide. In the face of such despair, realistically, there is nothing they can do. That's when a bright light shines in front of him, and he remembers what the old Tower Master said. The people of this place need hope, something that will overwhelm them, a hope that keeps pushing and stops at nothing. Jaehwan manages to get close enough to the Megadead and pierced it deeply. They both fall down as they exchange blows in the air, in a spectacle of good and evil. Everyone protects themselves from the blast as the sun shines through the broken fortress wall. But as the dust clears, it is shown that Jaehwan has won this fight, and he smiles, as he thinks he should have done something like this much earlier. Chung-hyo is extremely surprised, and asks who the hell he is. But they don't have time to talk, as the undead are trying to attack him from every which way. Quite literally, he is surrounded. Jaehwan just sits silently while they gather, and tells them to not get in his way. He unleashes a mighty attack, which clears some of them, and then unleashes another, a much larger one, which makes Chung-hyo think about what happened at the righteous audit, that Jaehwan split the sea, and that's what he's doing right now too. Everyone around looks at the gigantic hole he made, and Muguk notes that he's quite reckless, and Chung-hyo agrees, but he has decided to protect that reckless person, no matter what. Muguk tells him that if this is the case, they will do it with him too, and so, with a new glimmer of hope, everyone gathers around and gets ready to fight. Muguk is the first to take down another enemy, and everyone follows after him, including Yong, who charges towards a large dead and defeats it in one strike. While he and Hwang fight, he notes that it's quite embarrassing to say something like this right now, but he feels the need to tell someone, no matter what. Hwang tells him to say it already, as he's hesitating for too long, but once Yong lands on his feet, he announces that he feels really cool right now. So is he? Hwang doesn't say a single word, and Yong begs him to say something already. On his side, Hwang is being charged at, and he notices that his body is slowing down heavily because of the fatigue, and at this rate, he will fall on his knees. Suddenly, just when a monster is about to attack him, someone throws a rock at the beast, a girl, who has chosen to fight despite the situation. The dead is rightfully annoyed by this, and so it charges the girl, who cannot hope to defend herself. But that's when she screams to do it now, and countless chains begin enveloping the dead. Naturally, this ability is that of Carlton, who is standing ready to fight, amongst the others who have chosen to fight alongside him. Hwang smiles, and says that fighting like this feels much, much better. Everyone is trying their best in this dire situation, and Jaehwan smiles, as he slams his sword into the ground, and the whole fortress is enveloped by a blue glow. 10 days after this incident, people have started rebuilding, and the news that the three great dead and Magritte have been defeated. A reporter asks the fortress blacksmith, in his honest opinion, what does he think the biggest change in this fortress has been? The blacksmith thinks for a second and notes that living here became much nicer, which makes the reporter asks how so. The blacksmith explains that 6 of the 10 clans in Chaos moved their headquarters in here, and there was a huge increase in supplies, especially horns from the horned beasts, and thanks to all of this, their economy also grew quite a lot. The reporter looks around and says that, by just looking at the situation, he didn't think that someone would say that it's actually nice to live here. However, he can't deny, the atmosphere around here is lively and cheery at times. The blacksmith notes that he is only saying this because he didn't watch the path of waves for himself. This is what the people call the incident, where a sea of dead was parted by Jaehwan's sword. It's almost like those who saw it fell into a trance, as everyone threw themselves into battle and fought the dead, even if countless people have lost their lives. The reporter wonders what these people saw in order to make them say that they can live in chaos, even after all of this. It seems that after this, Gorgon's residents have started to truly live. Suddenly, a large explosion is heard, and the reporter asks what that is. The blacksmith tells him to not worry, as this happens pretty often, and it's nothing bad. The reporter thinks that the only ones that could cause such an explosion are high-stage adapters, and it's true that the 6 of the 10 clan heads are here. He asks if there's a war between the clans, and the blacksmith notes that it's something similar, and that's when 5 figures fall from the air, and the blacksmith smiles, as there's only 5 today. Jaehwan sits in the training room and announces that every single one of them have a long way to go before they become strong. Hong hears about what happened and smashes his wine glass at the one who told him, demanding he explain once again what happened. The messenger obliges and announces that the mega dead which charged Gorgon, the one who went by the name of Magritte, has been killed. This angers Hong, as that mega dead was made from a stage 9 adapter in the almighty land, and it's a monster that could only be dealt with by a lieutenant or something higher. Just how did those Gorgon bastards manage to defeat one of the only 3 mega deads in Chaos? He tells his man to look into the situation now, and thinks that this shouldn't have happened. He is sure that there was a mistake somewhere. 4 days after this, news of the North Branch of Forbidden Heaven clan, that's near Gorgon, spread about, more specifically, about its destruction. At the fortress, Jaehwan calls all of the other clan leaders weak, and asks what they have been doing all of the centuries they have been alive for. Yong wonders how they can ever hope to defeat such a monster. But that's when Jaehwan calls him, and tells him that he only has quick feet. He also tells Huang that he has power, but he's very slow, and Jaegal that he thinks too much before he acts. He moves on to Gook and tells her that she's nimble and has good instincts, but her stamina is laughable. The final one is Cayman, and he notes that he's the best among them. His basics are good, and doesn't have any weaknesses, but that goes both ways, as he has no specific strengths either. However, they all have one common problem, that they manage to obtain something without putting in effort at all. Chung Hyo notes that this is refreshing to hear, but Jaehwan also goes on to their case, as they have lived for 1,000 years each, but they are still weak. Chung Hyo doesn't like this, but he can't deny that he's right, as 900 years ago, all of the clan leaders were at least 7th stage adapters, and the leader of the Heavenly Dragon clan was 9th stage. Even with that, Mullark was much stronger than all of them. The expedition was a tough journey, even for such strong people. That's the kind of place the Abyss is. Jaehwan explains that during the subjugation of the Forbidden Heave clan's North Branch, half of them were either very injured or almost died, and they weren't even attacking their headquarters. They are already in this state after dealing with a single clan, so how can they hope to go on the expedition? Thus, as of today, all of them will be doing some special training for a single week. Yeagle thinks about how many muscles he will get, and he also asks if everyone here is an adapter. It's not easy to jump to the next stage, as he might think. Normal people would take at least 10 years before they become first stage adapters. Then, they would take 20 years to reach second stage, 40 years for third stage, and so on. Most humans would die before that. Jaehwan asks what he's trying to say, and Jaegal puts it simply, is he trying to turn them into awakened? This idea shocks everyone, and Jaegal notes that, from what he's heard, awakened do not accumulate power over time, and rather, reach the next stage through enlightenment. Jaehwan says that indeed, that's what he's planning, if they are able to abandon their own world, that is. Zhang asks what he means, and Chung Hyo tells them that there are 3 stages for those who wish to awaken. First would be to destroy the world of adaptation, the one that they have lived in so far. Those who are able to will be able to see the world for that it truly is. Zhang wonders what he means, and Gooker notes that he's asking them to leave behind things like status, which benefits only the system. Zhang notes that he is also an overcharged adapter. These people have a lot of affinity with skills and the interface system, while also possessing the ability to grow much faster. Thus, people think that they are blessed by the system. Huang says that everyone around here is an overcharged adapter, but that's when Kaiman says that he's not. So, he will throw away his skills and world. If it means that he will become stronger, he will throw it all away, except the hatred he has towards the monarchs. They all wonder what he's talking about, and Gooker explains that they have to throw everything away, including everything they accumulated so far, but also something much greater. She asks if they have ever heard of the Great Disappearance, and Jaehwan asks what it is. She explains that it started along with cracks appearing. 700 years ago, they suddenly appeared. In the Almighty Land, the terrorist group known as Cracks, that announced their fight against the cultivators, were all found with that proclamation shoved in their chest, and another proclamation, this one from the monarchs of the 4 areas. If one wants to become awakened, they need to come to the Forgotten Land and deny this world completely. There were thousands of adapters who gathered there that day, however. Nobody knows what happened. As per what everyone thinks, they have simply ceased to exist. Yang asks if there were any survivors, and Gooker notes that there were some, and her comrades were among them, and they had become awakeners, even though they were only stage 1. Jaehwan asks what happened to them, and with a sorrowful tone, she tells him that every single one of them took their own lives. The experience broke them down mentally, and they either went mad or lost their memories completely. They all had various things wrong with them, but one thing they shared, they did not know who they were before this. Jaehwan looks at her and tells her to listen carefully, as he will make 2 things clear for her. First, he is not a part of the Cracks organization, but he understands her suspicion, given his awakened status. Secondly, like she talked about, awakening is dangerous, so he will accept volunteers for those who want to awaken. She asks what he will do with those that refuse, and Jaehwan tells her that he will still help them become stronger. He just needs to help them achieve higher stages of adaptation. She asks if he didn't listen to Jaegal, as he explained it takes years and years to just get one stage. Jaehwan says that it's not a problem, and they should all follow him. They do so, and they arrive in the center of the fortress, where the blacksmith is building something. Jaehwan asks if it can be activated now, and the blacksmith notes that it can. And so, the tower beams a bright light, and they all get one question. Will they accept the summon to the Tower of Nightmares? Carpe diem? They all accept the invite, and are surprised when they get inside, as they did not believe that a human could actually create the Tower of Nightmares like this. Even if it doesn't have a second floor, it is still rather impressive. Jaegal says that he's actually touched by this. He never expected there would be a place like this that is not meant for domination, but rather to break it. Yang is equally as excited, and Jaehwan explains that from here on out, their training will be done in here, as it will be much more proficient, since time in here flows 100 times slower than the outside. 1 day outside is 100 days here. This means that a mere week outside would be 700 days here. So they have approximately 2 entire years to train and become better. But the speed of the soul corruption is inversely proportional to the rate at which time is slowed down. Just to be safe, when one of their soul's corruptions goes past 80%, they will be kicked out instantly. Additionally, the horns of horned beasts would always be on standby outside, so there shouldn't be a need to worry about the corruption. Yang is surprised to find that Jaehwan isn't just a cold-blooded and self-centered person, and promises once again to follow him for all of eternity if need be. With that explanation out of the way, Jaehwan gets to separating those who want to awaken and those who do not. Those who want to will stand on his right side, and those who only want to increase their adapter level stand on the left. After they do that, training begins in earnest, and Yang seems to be attacked by Gooker. But still, he mocks her, as she is far too slow to catch him. Suddenly, a flaming fireball comes in front of him, from Huang, who was trying to third-party him. He explains that speed isn't that important. What is important is destructive power, and he, the mighty Fire King, has that. Jago looks at their squabble and sighs, as they are all pathetic, and there's no way they will improve. The three immediately team up and look at him with glowing eyes, and get to chasing shortly after. Muguk looks at this, and thinks of what happened previously, when they were choosing. As everyone expected, Cayman is the only one who chose to go through the awakening, and he seemed pretty confident about it too. Gyuker also asked how he's going to raise their adapter levels, as it's not easy for high-stage adapters to become even more stronger than they are already. They need to get a certain level of enlightenment, or learn new top-level skills to increase their proficiency. Jaehwan told her that this can be solved quite easily, which she was angry about, as a top-level skill book, which they would need, isn't easy to get. Is he also planning to steal from one of the great clans, like Zhang did? Jaehwan said that they don't need a skill book. All they need is to learn from a teacher. But he will not be that teacher, because from now on, they themselves will become each other's teachers. Muguk thinks that this idea for them to learn from each other is very revolutionary, as since the clans are all stupidly prideful, this is something that they could have never done under normal circumstances. And seeing how hyped up these youngsters are to prove themselves and their skills, the plan that Jaehwan proposed might actually work quite nicely. However, this makes him wonder about Cayman and what he's going through on the second floor. On that second floor, Cayman keeps thrusting and wonders just how many times has he repeated this action. 10,000 times? 100,000 times? Maybe it goes beyond that, but still, Jaehwan tells him to increase his speed, and he does just that, but can't help but ask if he will really be getting stronger like this. Jaehwan is surprised that he keeps asking questions like this, as he should feel something right about now. Cayman does indeed start to see something, and Jaehwan asks him if he's feeling uneasy because he hasn't fought against the other adapters. Cayman notes that he knows he's not someone who is talented. Jaehwan thinks that this statement is wrong. He is different from the other clan leaders that were blessed with being overcharged. His consistency and sheer hard work has brought him to being the strongest out there. Additionally, his mental fortitude allowed him to not lose his self despite having reached the question stage. The only thing that leads to an awakening is not talent, but willpower. Suddenly he tells Cayman that he believes in him, so he asks him to trust him and continue. Cayman is clearly touched by this, as he hasn't heard those words in a long time, so he clenches his sword even tighter and thrusts his sword even faster. Near the improvised tower, the woman who is at the arena looks at it while drinking and finds it quite impressive, as this is not an easy thing to make. She also asks her master, Chung Heo, if he also doesn't find it impressive. He looks at her sternly and asks Seola what she's planning this time. She notes that he's being quite mean and that they haven't met in a long while. However, he should just come back, as everyone is waiting for him to. Chung Heo explains to her, like he did all of those times, that he will not be going back, because there is no way that he will team up with them ever again. They are a bunch of inhumane bastards. Seolha gets up and tells him that they are actually fighting for humanity. They are the only ones who do it so earnestly. Only them, crack. Chung Heo says that this is a lie, as they are using humans to an end, and their organization is already on its way out after the great disappearance happened. Seola begins laughing out loud after she hears this, as she can't believe he would say something like that. Because he was one of the fuckers who planned the great disappearance. Isn't that right? Chung Heo starts walking away and tells her that this is not true. She notes that things didn't progress in the way that he wanted, but he did not stop the event and simply watched as it happened. However, she feels thankful for this, as if it were not for him and his choices, she wouldn't be here at all. He should also know, since he is tied to this, that there are countless people within Crack that are trying to awaken using the method he taught them so long ago. They swing their swords at each other hundreds and thousands of times. They do that and kill each other again and again and again. Among those who do this, a very small number would survive and swing their swords 1 billion times if need be. They would become numb to life and death, letting them surpass humanity and see the world for what it is. That is how they obtain the first key word to awaken, dismantle. Chung Heo pulls his sword out and demands that she shut up, as that is the wrong keyword. He pulls her into his unique world, and she notices that it's the same as before. It is still weak, as he got lost from losing his humanity, and was not able to draw anything in this world that he went through so much to even make. She, however, filled her world and became the second core captain of Crack. Seolha begins cutting his world apart, with great ease in fact. Chung-hyo believes that she became a captain with such skills, and asks if she also achieved the third stage of awakening. She explains that it wasn't just the third stage, and starts transforming the world around them. She asks if this pleases him, as this, all of this death, is the scene of the great disappearance. Does he enjoy her masterpiece, her life's work? How does he feel after looking at the sea, filled with corpses? He tells Chung-hyo that the living are not trying to pretend to be dead. He knows that there is nothing that will change that in chaos, right? This world will never change, so he should come back already, with her. Chung-hyo announces that it will change. He knows that it will. He believes that 100%. Seolha can't believe that he still has the willpower to have so much faith. But even with his little helper, he is going to fail. Just like he did 900 years ago, and like when he abandoned all of them, and ran away like a coward. He can do what he wishes at this point, but he should know that Crack will always be watching him. Inside of the tower, Kamen goes through all of the stages of awakening. First, to question it. The second stage is to understand the world he questions, and the third becomes quite blurry to him. Suddenly, Jaehwan attacks him and shouts at him to wake up. His sword falls to the ground, but Kamen dodges and barely lands on his feet. Jaehwan says that he did not want to see such a pathetic display from him. He should fight, like he is fighting for his life. Kamen feels all of the strikes, and can't even think of him winning this fight. He can't even comprehend just how powerful Jaehwan truly is. This also makes him wonder if he even became stronger than before. He closes his eyes and accepts his defeat, but Jaehwan tells him the final key to unlock the third stage, to remove the limits that the world dared to put on him. With that, Kamen opens his eyes wide and unlocks the third stage of awakening, to forget him, that the world decided on. They both attack each other with mighty strikes, and Kamen uses the Moon Eye ability to unleash an even mightier attack. After it's all said and done, raindrops fall and he stands on his knees. Jaehwan congratulates him as he has reached the third stage. Kamen asks if he really became stronger, and Jaehwan confirms that he did. But still, Kamen feels nowhere near him, even though they are both at the same stage of awakening. Once their training is over, everyone meets inside of the fortress meeting room, where the other fortress masters reject the idea of them going on an expedition, as it would break their treaty that has been standing for a long time. Jong immediately gets on their case, as if they did nothing until the expedition was made, then they should just shut up, as they have no right to talk. Yurin explains that the reason they are all gathered here today is because of the Forbidden Heaven clan incident, so they should all relax and return to the topic at hand. One of them suggests that they continue on this topic, since they already started to talk about it. This is Garuda's fortress master, Gal Huidong, an 8th stage adapter. He says that the captain for this expedition should be picked through voting. The Dryad fortress master, Aisha Lind Croft, kind of agrees with him, and also asks where the current Gorgon fortress master is, as he should have received the information about this meeting. Yurin thinks that this was all a setup to not have him here, as the moment Jaehwan left this place, a suggestion for the 3 fortresses to meet was made, and before they could even hope to reject it, they got a messenger eagle that announces their envoys have already departed. While it is true that the adaptation team returned, the fortress master and Kamen, who are in the awakening team, have yet to do so. This was all a ploy, as they wanted him gone, so they could sway the conversation in the way they wanted. Gal notes that they should not put their trust in a child who only lived for 50 years. Are they mad to let such an inexperienced man take the role of expedition captain? He continues to disrespect Jaehwan, but suddenly Jong puts a knife to his neck and dares him to talk shit again. Gal asks what he is trying to do, and Jong explains that if he wants to talk with abilities, they should do so. If they really want to change the expedition captain, then they should deal with them first, as they will not stand by while they change it. Gal and Jong go to an arena, with Gal asking if he really wants to go through with this, and Jong in turn asks if he's scared. Gal allows him to make the first move, and he does just that as he pops behind him and tries to attack. Gal dodges, but Zhang continues to move even faster. Gal commends his speed, and Zhang flies into the air and lands directly on Gal, who has no choice but to defend himself against such a powerful attack. He is quite surprised that a 7-stage adapter got so powerful and admits that he did not expect this. However, no matter how hard he fights, he can't hope to surpass him, as he is an 8th stage adapter. With that, Gal unleashes his golden chakrams on Zhang, which hits him pretty hard, making the spectators wonder if he will be able to do something now. Gal, thinking that the fight is over, commends him for his skills, and announces to everyone that, since the lighting god has fallen, just as promised, they will change the expedition captain. Suddenly, Zhang gets up and tells him to stop speaking, as he hasn't lost yet. From now on, he will show him something very interesting. They both attack each other, and surprisingly, Zhang uses an ability from Huang, which burns Gal's chakrams. He is surprised to see a technique from the Fire King, and Zhang also uses an ability from the Savant clan leader, Jegal. Gal screams at them for teaching their sacred techniques to each other. Have they really thrown away all pride? Zhang rushes in with extreme speeds and notes that pride does not win battles. He manages to land a mighty blow, but Gal still stands and announces that, if this really is the case, he must get serious too. He unleashes all of his power into a mighty chakram, which makes the normal spectators just run away, as they don't want to be caught in it. The chakram grows even larger, and when it touches the ground, it raises most of it, as stone is thrown around and sent flying in all directions. Aisha watches this in amazement, and Gal taunts Zhang, as he wants to see if he will really survive such an attack. That's when he notices that Zhang was in the air all of this time, and tells him that he did great, as he unleashes one of his mightiest attacks yet. The attack only reaches his forehead, as Muguk stops Zhang since the fight is over. He tells Gal that his match is over, and also asks if he was really going to use the guardian horned beast Garuda in this situation. Gal clenches his fist in shame, as this is an anti-dead weapon, and announces that he lost. With that, Muguk asks, who will be the one to fight him, Aisha? If she feels worthy enough, she should come down right now. Suddenly, Guker gets close to Gal, and Muguk asks what she's doing. She announces that she's simply going to the winning side, much to the others' dismay. Suddenly, out of the blue, a man announces that he will be the one to deal with Muguk. This man is the Jade Mask Golden Monarch, Bang Chianil, a 9th stage adapter. Jurin wonders what a monarch is doing here, and Muguk notes that he is the enemy of chaos, who took all of the fruits after killing everyone. How dare he step foot in this place? Chianil tells him to stop talking like this and invites him back, as the Monarch of Steel misses him a great deal. Muguk asks if he's really working for the Steel Monarch now, and Chianil confirms that he indeed is, as his king has a soft spot for martial artists. Muguk notes that if that's true, that man's legacy is over, if he decided to accept human trash like him. Chianil wonders how he can still be mad about something that happened in the past. Heyo Yo, the Steel Monarch, forgave him very easily, but he guesses that comes with status. He shouldn't be so angry at another martial artists. Have they not done a lot of stuff together in the past? Muguk's eyes widen with rage, and he charges in, while reprimanding him for saying such a thing, as he was the one who betrayed the entire Muram world. With a single hand attack, Chianil blocks him, and notes that he's being really too harsh. This is their first time meeting after well over 900 years, so they should chat. Muguk gets even madder, and attacks with even more fervor while asking, since when did the Dryad, Garuda, and Priestess clan get played by them in such a way? Chianil acts a fool. They were only giving them advice, so that they can make wiser decisions. He should also stop talking nonsense about others, when he, the Gorgon Fortress Master, and a few others, were just pipe dreaming about something unachievable. Truly, they are even more pitiful now than ever. Aisha looks at the fight from above, but it can be seen on her face that she's conflicted about something. Suddenly, the emissary of the Steel Monarch arrives, young, and tells her to throw away those thoughts. She made the right decision. The current Gorgon Fortress Master is extremely dangerous, much more than the Forbidden Heaven clan leader. He is attempting to use the Abyss Expedition Squad to unite the entirety of Chaos, and their great monarch considers him a threat. Threat is the title given to those who wish or attempt to change Chaos, and every time one of these threats appears, hope also starts to appear. However, that will eventually lead to despair. Young continues, if they do not get rid of him right now, once again, Chaos will suffer. And since she has lived for 970 years, She knows full well what happened 90 years ago. Aisha feels like it happened yesterday, so she can't let another tragedy like that happen again. That is when Young came with the offer, when she was vulnerable. But now, she's very conflicted, as she doesn't know if this is right. Kionil continues to block Muguk's attacks, and notes that it would be wise to stop now, as he can't hope to defeat him in his current state. He knows that full well, doesn't he? Muguk does not answer with words. Instead, he uses his blade and a technique, Heavenly Sword, to reach for Kionil's neck. But instead, the attack blows up, as he used a technique to block it. He explains that there are tons of differences in abilities between adapter stages, but when it comes to the 8th and 9th stage, the difference is extremely high. He pulls Muguk closer and tells him to get to the 9th stage before he thinks of coming back to them, because somebody like him, who does not possess the class of a monarch, cannot hope to even put a single scratch on him. He unleashes a mighty palm attack on Muguk, and Gyukur thinks that this is the true power of a monarch, as Muguk was taken down in one single hit. The Jade Mask Monarch, who ruled over the 12th region, is not even a Grand Monarch, as right beneath the Grand Monarch, there are 3 titles: Lieutenant General, Major General, and the lowest of the low, which is where he's at, Brigadier General. Gyukur's suspicions are now confirmed. If they really had to fight such monarch on their expedition, there is no way they could have won. Kionil tells him to give up on his dream, as they cannot hope to win, ever. Haven't they all achieved pretty high positions within chaos already? They should not try to play God, and stay at their level, as it is all they deserve. Muguk seems to have given up, but his eyes glisten once again, and he strikes at Kionil while he's still talking. Kionil is quite shocked that he still wants to continue in the state that he's in, and Muguk notes that 900 years ago, he, who has won over the Resurrection Palace by stealing their rightful fruits and killing some of their precious comrades, has no right to talk about this. He has never once forgotten the disgrace he put on him and the others on that day, and things are a lot different now. Kionil says that he's become too dull, as instead of redemption, he chooses death, but it's rather fitting for him. They both go to strike each other, but that's when Muguk unleashes the Heavenly Sword Enigma and throws it at Kionil with every mound of strength he has left. Kionil reaches his hand forwards and notes that he's still as pitiful as ever, while unleashing his bottomless pit. This eats up Muguk's ability, and Kionil grabs him harshly, saying that he cannot hope to change anything. The others charge in to help him, but Kionil intends to finish him off now. Suddenly, from behind, Kaiman arrives, and he apologizes for being late, but since the Fortress Master is rather busy now, he will fight in his stead. Yurin wonders what the Fortress Master is so busy with, as the Abyss expedition is about to fall apart. Kaiman tells him to calm down, as he is here now, and asks Muguk if he's alright. He tells him to stop, as this is not someone he can just deal with. But Kaiman assures him that it will be okay, and tells the others to evacuate everyone from here, and get as far away as they can. Jagil tells him to stop talking about the impossible, as Muguk was not able to defeat him. Does he really think he can? Kaiman tells him once again to let him fight alone. He talks with Kionil, and says that it's been a while. He tries to remember who he is, and he finally does. He's that child from back then, the one who could not join the expedition because he was not strong enough, right? Kaiman confirms that it was him, and Kionil notes that, since he is daring enough to stand in his way, it must mean that he has become a lot stronger. Kaiman raises his sword, and says that he will see soon enough. Kionil tries to attack him, but he dodges, and thrusts his sword into his hand, which sends him flying back. Kionil notes that it's not bad, but also asks, what kind of skill is it? Kaiman explains that it's a simple thrust, but it's not as powerful as a strong thrust. However, he shouldn't be swayed by that, and fight him with everything he's got. Otherwise, he might just die. Kionil finally shows anger, as this child is deluding himself, killed by someone like him. He unleashes 2 golden hands on Kaiman, forcing him to dodge constantly. But when he finds the opportunity, he thrusts through one and announces that today will be the day that he will die. Kionil continues the onslaught of hands, but Kaiman remembers what he talked about with Jaehwan. When he finally reached the 3rd stage, Kaiman asked, did he really grow strong in only 2 years? Jaehwan then told him that on the 2nd floor, where they are at now, time flows much differently. But he should have known, as he could have not performed 10 billion thrust in only 2 years. Kaiman unleashes his world, much to the surprise of Kionil. Cayman's eyes glow a light blue, and he thrusts once again, now with an even more powerful attack. He doesn't stop there, however, as he unleashes a mighty wave in Kaenil's direction and moves with it. Finally, he uses one of his strong thrusts and leaves Kaenil defenseless. After the rain finally settles, Cayman still stands proud, while Kaenil is on his last legs. Cayman thinks that he needs to finish this once and for all, but Gyuker gets in front of him, and Yong picks Kaenil up. Cayman anticipated this, as Jaehwan told him about it, but Gyuker demands he stand down, as no matter how strong he has gotten, he cannot hope to defeat a monarch with just 2 years of training. Cayman then tells her that it was not 2 years but rather 200, and unleashes a mighty death blow in their direction, which makes everyone recoil back and create a gigantic hole through the arena. Maguk is amazed. Cayman really won. Jaehwan must have predicted all of this and sent Cayman here. Because of this, he showed that, instead of chaos relying on him constantly, they can forge their own path and stand proud on their own. Later, while Aisha watches the replay of the match, Cayman arrives and asks if she is the one who changed her mind among the delegation. She confirms that she is, and she did come here because of what he said. But it's because she knows better than anyone how much everyone fears the monarchs. She also asks if he really intends to fight the monarchs, and Cayman says that he will. Aisha explains that the Resurrection Palace is a much stronger foe than the Forbidden Heaven clan ever was, and while he did defeat Kaenil, he is the lowest of the low, a brigadier general. That means that in the future, he will have to fight generals far stronger than that. Cayman knows full well, but they already ran away once 900 years ago, which is why they must not do it anymore. Aisha is surprised by his transformation, as in the past, he was someone who was crippled by his inferiority complex, as he was not born an overcharged adapter, and he always despaired when facing something that he could not pass. To think he would have changed so much, is he really the same person? Suddenly a commotion can be heard outside, and when Aisha looks, she sees tons of people gathered near a tower of nightmares. Cayman explains that it was made by Jaehwan and the Artisan of Dawn, but it was not used for cultivating, as nobody became a product, because in that tower, someone like a cultivator does not exist. Aisha is shocked. A tower with no cultivator. Is that why Cayman became so powerful? He tells her that she should see for herself now, that chaos is able and willing to stand up on its own. Aisha notices that even common people are willing to train, but they were extremely afraid previously, so why? Cayman explains that it is because they desire free choice, the freedom that they lost 900 years ago. If they do not get it back with their own abilities, then it's useless. Aisha is touched that his people have started to believe in themselves again, and asks where the fortress master is now. Jaehwan is chillin' with Chung Hyo in a dessert, who says that the fortress summit should be over by now, should they not go back, as he's sure there's tons of strong people there. Jaehwan tells him that Cayman will take care of it, as he has become more powerful than even him. This comment naturally angers Chung Hyo. Jaehwan asks if he also didn't start from scratch, which he confirms, so Jaehwan asks him, why do that, when he was about to reach the third stage awakening? Chung Hyo tells him that he did it because his method was wrong, and Jaehwan notes that it must be because of the keyword he used, which surprises Chung Hyo, as he didn't think he would know about something like this. Jaehwan explains that all he knew was that he saw the world much differently than he did. Everyone in Crack, including Chung Hyo, awakened via the same keyword. The first stage of awakening, dismantle, the second stage of awakening, assemble, and the final third stage of awakening, self-surrender. The awakening he knew of was not profound, and it was simply achieved by cutting down foe after foe, over and over again. Dismantle did not have any questions about the world. Assemble did not have anguish, and thus, he was able to awaken without those things. However, Jaehwan is different. He questioned his existence, and understood the reason for the world's existence, which gave him anguish. Because of all of this, there was endless questioning and anguish, a path where even after obtaining his own unique world, one would need to endlessly ponder the legitimacy of that world. Chung Hyo asks Jaehwan how old he is now, as a few days ago, the third floor of the tower was completed, and based on what Michael said, the density of time in that place is much, much thicker than that of the second floor. Additionally, he was out of the second floor for about 2 days, in chaos time. So how many years did he train for, really? Jaehwan smiles and says 1,000 years. Chung-hyo finds that hard to believe, but Jaehwan jokes around, is he going to talk with him formally from now on too? Chung-hyo tells him to stop playing and tell him just how long he was in there. Jaehwan explains that it wasn't as much as he wanted to, but they should get going. With that, they get running, and Chung-hyo asks, is he really going to the Resurrection Palace? He says that he is, so Chung-hyo warns him that place is extremely dangerous, and he would be better off fighting them after getting more awakened. Jaehwan says that the monarchs will not just wait around. That is why they need to attack now, when they least expect it. Additionally, he will only be getting rid of the most important people in the Resurrection Palace and stealing a fruit, along with one other thing. The treasure of the mares that turns the living into the dead. The narrow gate. If one uses it, they can pass to chaos alive. And if that is the case, if he steals every fruit and destroys the gate, then the monarchs will not be able to cross over into chaos anymore, without dying first, that is. So in order to achieve all of this, he will go to the Manticore Fortress, which apparently has an alley which leads to the Resurrection Palace. It is currently occupied by the Forbidden Heaven clan, so they will not just let him pass, but well, he will do what he does best, thrust. After Jaehwan blows a giant hole into the Manticore Fortress gate, Chung-hyo asks, why did he do such a thing? If they did it stealthily, they wouldn't have needed to fight the whole fortress, like they are about to now. Jaehwan notes that he told him earlier why, and Chung-hyo gets it, but they need to preserve their energy, as this is just the place that they need to go through in order to get to the Resurrection Palace. Jaehwan knows that full well, and uses a few light thrusts to deal with the incoming attackers. At his palace, Jin-hong looks at the fight, and notes that this time, he doesn't think the rumors about this guy are exaggerated, as he has done many other things to impress. But to think he's actually just a product, if he had seen all of this earlier, he would have dealt with him much swifter. Suddenly, a woman notes that he must be thinking deeply about something, and snaps her fingers, saying that just looking at that chaotic man is getting her excited. It's no wonder that pitch darkness wants a piece of him. Who wouldn't? This is Siren, and Jin-hong tells her to stop dressing like this in chaos, but she retorts by noting that he looks like a scarecrow with those long clothes, so he has no place to talk. She sits down next to him while talking about some gibberish, but that's when she notices he's looking at Jaehwan, so she steals one of his screens and wonders what kind of technique he's using, as he's destroying everything in one hit. Jin-hong asks why she's here, besides annoying him, and she explains that she's here to tell him about something very interesting. The Jade Mask, Golden Monarch, has appeared in chaos. He probably knows that already, as all of the forces sent to Garuda right before they were about to take over are all dead. After looking deeper into it, she found out that it was done by the Jade Mask Monarch, as it seems he won over Garuda and Dryad in return for helping them with something. That something is a promise, to keep the treaty where the Supreme Monarch promised to not interfere in chaos business no matter what, so he swore to not break it. However, it was Pitch Darkness who ordered this, and now even the subordinates of Iron Steel are dilly-dallying in chaos like a bunch of children. This resulted in a proxy war of the monarchs of the Holy Land. But the most interesting thing about all of this is that she heard the Jade Mask Monarch was beaten to death. Jin-hong is interested now and asks who killed him. Siren says that it was one of the 10 clan leaders, which Jin-hong doesn't believe, as they are not strong enough to kill the Jade Monarch together. She asks if she knows about those guys in the Abyss Expedition team that the Gorgon Fortress Master made, as one of them, the Southern Sea Clan leader, is supposedly the one who killed him. Jin-hong has spoke now. That should be impossible, as the Southern Sea Clan leader was never that powerful, and even if he had hidden all of his powers until now, there is no way he would unleash them now, on something so idiotic. The Jade Mask Monarch is one of the ones under the Iron Steel Monarch, one of the 12 Supreme Monarchs, that together rule over the Almighty Land. Any monarch that's Brigadier General and above are all important people, since the Almighty Land is currently going through a power struggle, so if the Southern Sea Clan leader really did what he did, things will go bad for him, fast. Siren asks, what is he going to do about Jaehwan, as he was supposed to capture him, but he let him become a fortress master, and now, he's also poking around things he shouldn't be. Jin-hong explains that this just saves him time, as he didn't want to look for him, and additionally, he sent out the dead demon warriors that she made. Those beasts who can use dead power will most certainly deal with him. After Chung Hyo and Jaehwan clear the way, Chung Hyo feels that something's off, as there should have been more Forbidden Heaven Clan soldiers around here. How else could they have fought the entire chaos? Jaehwan says that might not be entirely true, as the dead warriors approach. Chung Hyo is shocked by their presence and by their stench, as he can smell them from here, the smell of the dead. Suddenly, someone from above notes that it's an honor to finally meet the protagonist of this case, and jumps down, noticing that the divine physician is also here. How quaint. Chung Hyo asks for his identity, as he speaks like they know each other. The man is sad that he forgot, but he will remind him. He gathered horns for the clinic, and transported patients too. That's when Chung Hyo notices that the man in front of him is Heinz, the righteous warrior. But what happened to him? Why is he meddling around with the Forbidden Heaven Clan? It is not suited for him. He should leave while he still can. Heinz asks him a simple question. Can he still say that, despite knowing what he went through in Gorgon? 100 years ago, Gorgon was in a war with a clan, the Crimson Martial Clan, which no longer exists. A total of 50 guards, including the Southern Inspection Gate captain, had died forever, because of the Crimson Martial Clan's cowardly ambush. Out of everyone, only one man survived, and that man was Heinz. That is why, a little later, Heinz begged Chung Hyo to help him become stronger, as he doesn't want to experience what he did again. Chung Hyo explained that he understands the sorrow he must be going through now. However, he has seen thousands of people like him during the 1,000 years he has lived in chaos, and he cannot grant his request. It's funny, really, when he thinks about it. He remembers the words he said, to work hard if he wants to become stronger. However, working hard is a luxury for those who are actually able to. Most other people in chaos were not in a situation where they could just work hard, like he said. So, he's wrong. He has worked hard to protect the justice he's protected his whole life. And where did that lead him? Here, where he had to break that belief. Chung Hyo asks why he looks the way he does, but Heinz ignores him and explains that the friendly and righteous man who was a second-stage adapter died 100 years ago. He was reborn, and now is the vice clan leader of the Forbidden Heaven Clan. He moves his attention to Jaehwan, as he has heard that he only uses thrusts, so he will play his little game for now. He uses Balkan's 8 fangs and a secret technique, the carotid sever, in order to unleash dead like hounds on Jaehwan. He remains calm, however, and thrusts into Heinz's spear, which angers him, as he wants to know how he did that. One of his men suggests that they should attack together in this situation, which Heinz agrees with, and so they charge them all at once. Jin Hong looks at the fight, and is angry at his soldiers, as they are being cut down with extreme ease. However, if he also goes there and attacks with them, they will surely take these guys down, as he is close to Monarch level. Even with that though, he can't even comprehend the amount of losses they would have if they did that. If he loses all of his dead soldiers, his plans will be ruined. He calls Siren over, who says that he should stop pestering her, as she did everything he requested already. The Spirit Stone research was completed, and she made the black cloud that created the dead warriors for him. So what more does he want? Jin Hong just looks at her, and Siren sighs, as if they made a deal. She could help him overcome this. Heinz thinks that this man is the Gorgon Fortress Master, the legend of the Path of the Waves, and the Pathfinder of an impossible path. All of these titles he gained in just a single month, and he likes none of them. He cannot believe that someone who has been here for just a month has become a fortress master. Even a mighty warrior like him couldn't, in the 200 years he has been here. He will not accept something like this. He transforms into a deader version of him and forwards all of his malice towards Jaehwan, as he will show him just how much hard work he put in. Jaehwan dodges his attack, but it still lands in a nearby wall, where some of his soldiers were standing, and it's shown that he's quite destructive. Heinz announces that this is the power he has gotten from giving up on his beliefs and working hard on his strength, just like Chung Hyo would have wanted him to. Jaehwan notes that it's about time they end this, and unleashes a medium thrust on Heinz, which destroys the dead parts that came out of him. Seeing that their leader is in danger, the soldiers try to rush Jaehwan, but Chung Hyo holds them off. Jaehwan prepares an even mightier attack, and says that everyone around here is talking about how much effort they put into themselves. Everyone is so selfish, it's crazy. He strikes so hard that it opens Heinz's eyes. He now sees Jaehwan's unique true world, the one that only awakened people can get. Is this really what the world looks like? To someone that has yet to submit to this world? The eye that sees every single thing and makes rules to monitor it. Is this really what he's trying to fight? He cannot lie. He's amazing, truly amazing. To think that someone would dare to fight that. Perhaps, if he hadn't given up back then and continued his path as a righteous warrior, he would have been able to chase after the same dream. But it's too late now. This single attack was able to take down most of Manticore, and Chung Hyo notes that it should be called World Thrust instead of Strong Thrust. Hines is also alive, and Chung Hyo wonders how he was able to only attack the buildings. Jaehwan explains it like he explains everything. He just thrusted. However, now that they made a path forward, all they need to do is walk it. Suddenly, a pink portal appears, which Chung Hyo identifies as a transcendent rank space teleportation skill, Warp. Out of it, Siren appears, who says that she can't believe the dead warriors she made are so afraid. Jaehwan asks who she is, which takes her by surprise, as she's the presenter of countless shows, like this week's Hot 10 or Tower of Tower. Does he not have a hologram panel at home? Jaehwan says that he doesn't, and Chung Hyo explains that she's a mare, and he can confirm that all the men of chaos know her. Siren picks up his hat and notes that he has good eyes for someone so old. But did he not know that it's taboo to say that all mares are just that, mares? Each mare is known as another race, but enough about that. She introduces herself. She is Siren Armeld, not just a mare. Jaehwan thinks that it's unfortunate, as he wanted to ask her tons of questions, but now, they don't have the time, so he asks her to get out of the way already. Siren explains that she cannot do such a thing, as she received a request to stop him. Jaehwan does what he does best, and puts his sword forward to thrust, but Siren tells him to wait, and just hears her out for a second. She offers him a deal, to become her product, as the person who asked her to stop him is in that broken-down building, almost dead from that strike of his. She will forget that promise, if he becomes her product. Jaehwan unleashes a light attack on her, but Siren notes that he won't be able to keep this up for long, as he must feel it too, right? Jaehwan does indeed feel that the spiritual pressure is way stronger around here, so she might be a major general by the looks of it. She explains that pitch darkness is after him, and that guy is no good. She can hide him very well. If he becomes her possession, nobody in the 12 regions will dare touch him. Jaehwan refuses, so Siren snaps her fingers and notes that it's time to do it the hard way. The ground suddenly shakes as 2 sand demons appear, since Siren has used her authority magic to make them. With that, the beasts attack, but Jaehwan thrusts, and Siren tries to control her minions, but Jaehwan just continues to kill them. Finally, he unleashes an attack in the ground, which creates cover for him, allowing him to dash across and get directly to Siren. She isn't shocked by this, as she could see everything he was doing already, so Jaehwan is caught by a snake, and Siren bargains with him. In reality, she's the one losing out on this deal, as she is Siren Almed, the bewitching flame, that easily gets #1 on any popularity vote out there. Suddenly, her snake minion starts convulsing, and Jaehwan appears right in front of her as it explodes, which allows him to grab her by the neck and slam her on the floor. Jaehwan doesn't want to kill her, as she's a mare, who would be quite useful on the Abyss expedition, and he might even find out about the first mare that's said to be at the top of the illusion tree. He asks her to surrender, but she doesn't want to, so she frees herself from his grasp and leaves, as this is too tiring for. Suddenly, though, she appears behind him and uses the 8 gates of hell technique. Inside, Siren says that she expected him to be more surprised, but Jaehwan experienced something similar before. Siren explains that what he experienced was a fake, as the real 8 gates of hell is a skill that was made by a mare. Jaehwan goes through the first gate, Gale Hell, the 4th, Black Chain, and easily plows through the 6th, Frost Hell. Siren is shocked by this, as she did not expect for him to go through them so easily. However, she wishes him luck on the next gate, as this one is a doozy. When the gates open, a strange liquid comes out, and from that liquid appear the bodies of his dead comrades, the ones that are still fresh in his mind. Siren tells him to give up now, as since this skill was made, nobody got past the 7th gate. Suddenly, a few versions of him appear, and one asks who he is. This is the 7th gate, Self-Hell. Jaehwan wonders what is going on, as these are all versions of him, but they are all from different times. It doesn't matter to him, as he will still fight. But that's when he notices that all of the versions of him also get ready to thrust, which takes him by surprise, as he did not expect for them to have his techniques too. However, that isn't the worst of it, as they are all semi-sentient and able to think for themselves, which will prove to be challenging. Seeing this, he charges in first, to not allow them to analyze him further, which allows him to find out that they each have the skill level he used to have when he looked like them, so they might not be as dangerous as previously anticipated. He manages to take one down, but from him comes a blurry smoke that makes him lose his footing for a bit, which allows one of them to go behind him. Jaehwan is swift, however, and he easily takes him out, but when he does that, a version of him in military clothing falls from the sky and meets his eyes, begging him to stop. Suddenly, he is transported back to a certain memory, where one of the soldiers he served with apologizes fruitlessly, as he has slaughtered many people. Jaehwan remembers this memory, as he had it right before he entered the tower. The man continues to apologize, as he has worked hard. He knows that too, but now, it is too late. With a heavy heart, he thanks Jaehwan for everything, and points the gun at himself. The bullet casing falls, and Jaehwan remembers that this man was his successor, and also a counselor. He was harassed endlessly by others, which caused him to shoot all of his predecessors and executives in the middle of the night. He was the only one that survived, and all of the leaders, platoon commanders, and battalion commanders were placed somewhere else. Fortunately for him, he was acquitted of any suspicions, because that man wrote in his diary that he was one of the ones who was really friendly. But still, he was thrown in prison for 15 days. In that solitude, he began questioning everything, and maybe then, he really started to hate the system. Naturally, he did not know anything of the world of skills or status, but maybe he was already living in a world of the system, where it suppressed individuals wherever it could. Jaehwan starts to damn everything. As his life flashes before his eyes, his friends, his comrades, himself. Was any of it even true? He continues to thrust and thrust, until a child version of him asks, "Who is he?" This makes him experience fear, something which he hasn't in a long time, but it also makes him tear up. Even still, he strikes himself, and Siren asks him, "How does it feel to experience this gate?" Awakeners say that self-surrender is becoming a new existence, which will make them forget their original self entirely. So awakeners like him, who have experienced self-surrender, receive much more damage from the 8 gates of hell. Even mayors would take their own lives when they experienced something like this, because they simply could not handle that their ego had gotten too large. But to him, it's entirely different. Suddenly, Chung-hyo slashes the 8 gates of hell away and tells him to come to his senses already. Siren holds him gently and whispers in his ear, for someone like him, the ego that he has forgotten after self-surrender, will he really be able to handle going back in time like this? Jaehwan thinks that these are all memories he has thrown away, and this place is a world where he has to end himself in order to continue moving forwards. The gate once again asks who he is, but when he wants to answer, the memories start flooding in, making him think that this place truly deserves its name. It's hell. His body is heavy, and he cannot see anything. Suddenly, he remembers when he and Chung-hyo were teaching Kamen about awakening. Awakening is learning to see, the ability to see the world for what it truly is. There is a difference from awakeners and adapters, however, as the awakened see the values that are truth, and the particles that make up the world. Adapters are able to read the data that cannot be seen, and see things very differently. That is the stage of self-surrender mentioned in Awakenings. In return for this, awakened need to be careful of neglect, as being able to see so many things will eventually make a person blind. Jaehwan finally gets it. What is happening to him now is the neglect that Chung-hyo was talking about. Those who see too much become blind quicker, and those who hear too much become desensitized quicker. Jaehwan is saddened by this. Does it really not matter? To come this far, he has done his utmost. Nobody else was able to come this far. However, now, he knows that he just wants to be able to say that he's having a hard time easily, like everyone does. The world changes around him, and he sees a blue sky with falling stars, which are his memories. He starts to feel a deep understanding and connects the dots. Who is he? Well, he does not know, but at least he is here. But maybe the countless memories he has gotten over the 2,000 years he has lived, and the connections of all of those memories. Maybe, just maybe, that is him. Out of nowhere, the 7th gate begins to crumble, and Siren begins to vomit as she is experiencing rebound. Jaehwan opens his eyes with a new deep understanding and pushes her away, whilst also destroying the gate entirely. He looks at the next gate and wonders what the next keyword is, as he has almost gotten past self-surrender. He will have to leave that for later though, as now, he needs to challenge this final gate. Jaehwan looks at the 8th gate and touches it, fully prepared for anything that is to come out of it. Suddenly, it starts opening itself while glowing brightly, and when Jaehwan enters, he finds nothing except a large, serene space. He wonders what to do, but that's when the stars begin writing a message. He would like to tell this visitor about his trivial story, since he has passed all of the gates of hell. Jaehwan guesses that these are just the records of the one that made the gates, so he watches eagerly. The text notes that he still remembers when the first Abyss expedition started and identifies himself as Mulark Armelt. This is simply a record of his failure. Outside, chatter can be heard around, and Chung Hyo begs Jaehwan to wake up, but he doesn't move an inch, and the same goes for Siren. Even though she used the technique, she's as unconscious as him. He is weary of this because the people from the Resurrection Palace have arrived, and among them, there's a major general-level guy. The general asks his men if they have found anything yet, and when they reply with no, he commands them to search even more thoroughly, as he is sure those weaklings are around here, somewhere. This is the 11th stage adapter, the hidden scent monarch, Samyong Garam. Chung Hyo is very scared of him, as he is one of the main fighting forces of the 9 regions. Just what is someone so powerful doing in chaos all of a sudden? Suddenly Garam feels something, and sends his attention directly to where Chung Hyo is. He starts preparing a mighty attack, and congratulates them for having hidden for so long, like the little rats they are. He throws a mystical punch at them, but fortunately Siren has woken up, and she teleports them out of there just in time. With his prey gone, Garam focuses his attention somewhere else, and orders his men to reclaim Manticore and search for the Forbidden Heaven Clan leader. While getting out of the portal, Siren wonders, just how many times has she died today only? She also asks Chung Hyo if he has nothing to say after she saved his life so graciously. Naturally, he starts screaming at her, as he is the one who looked after them. Shouldn't he be getting the thanks, not her? She notes that this means they are even, and thinks about what to do, coming to the conclusion that it's better to go to the Gorgon fortress first and foremost. Chung Hyo asks if she has surrendered already, but she explains that naturally she has not. She just has business with this passed-out man. Chung Hyo says that he has already sent a letter to Gorgon via Messenger Eagle, although he did not expect that Jaehwan would still be out cold right now. So, right about now, some warriors who have awakened must have already departed. Indeed, as he says, countless warriors led by Kaiman arrive, and he commands them, from now on, Carpe Diem, the Liberation Army of Gorgon will depart, pass Manticore, and strike the Resurrection Palace once and for all. They charge in with more confidence than ever before, and they all think that with this many awakened all at once, they might actually have a chance. They might just win. Garam sits idly by and watches them while wondering, wouldn't it have been better if they would just stay here in chaos and adapt to it fully? He smashes a wall and notes that they are quite ambitious, but ambition comes from foolishness. He throws part of the wall he broke in small pebbles, which easily tear through the army, as if they were real bullets. Yegal is left awestruck, as he has never seen this kind of power, and so is Jung, who watches as Yegal is killed right in front of him, without any way to defend himself, and without mercy. Garam warns them one final time. They should go back quietly, and forget about their clueless ambitions once and for all. He slams the ground with his feet, and Jung notices that something big is coming, so he orders the remaining soldiers to focus on attacking that guy with everything they have. Unfortunately for them, this was what Garam was waiting for. He unleashes an attack that engulfs them whole, with red misty energy, and Jung is the only one that is able to get out of there, but not without having his arm pulled out of its socket. After this, Carpe Diem, the Liberation Army has retreated, and that retreat was caused by one single man, the hidden scent monarch, who changed the tide of war in an instant. 10 days later, in the Gorgon's inner fortress meeting room, Yurin announces that, starting from the squadron of 3rd Stage Awakened, 1st Squadron Commander Carlton, to the 9th Squadron of the 9th Stage Adapter, Limitless Clan Leader, along with all of the other squadrons of Carpe Diem, half of their entire forces were decimated in just 10 days. This is a mighty blow to them, because they lost 5 3rd Stage Awakened that were crucial to their fighting force. Aisha trembles and notes that it would be difficult to continue this war. And what's more, the Resurrection Palace has already reached the doorsteps of the Gorgon Fortress. If they accept the offer that they proposed, they might just make it. The Fire King clan leader asks if she really is suggesting that they hand over the Fortress Master along with the tower, just so that they can survive. Kaiman agrees. They cannot hand over Jaehwan, and even if she might be extremely keen with her eyes, he knows that she can't see the future. Jaehwan already commanded them anyway, that they should just pave the way. That is all they need to do. Aisha notes that with things going as they are, they have no chance of winning. Maybe they should ask the other monarchs for help, as currently, all of the monarchs that have been dispatched are a part of the 9th region, Pitch Darkness, and most know already that there is still a long-time grudge between the Strong Steel and Pitch Darkness. Durin wonders if that's wise as they killed his emissary already, the Jade Mask Golden Monarch. Aisha explains that technically, he isn't dead, because those who enter chaos via the narrow gate like he did would just return to their original bodies once they die here. Kaima notes that even if the Monarch of Steel chooses to help, they should refuse it, because chaos must be the one to liberate chaos, and nobody else. Chunghyo and Siren sit beside Jaehwan, who is still very unconscious, and Chunghyo screams at her to wake him up, since she was the one who made him like this in the first place. What kind of illusion has she cast to make him fall asleep for 10 damn days? Siren screams back at him. He is the doctor in this place. So if he's that upset about it, shouldn't he do something about it? Chunghyo ignores what she said for now and asks what she is still doing here. Is she not in cahoots with the Monarch of Pitch Darkness? She explains that the contract they made doesn't matter anymore now, since there is a human who is able to break free from the 8 gates of hell now. Chunghyo wonders what's so special, as that is just an illusion skill she cast on him. Really, it's nothing to write home about. Siren gets even madder, and through her screaming, explains that the 8 gates of hell is not just a skill, it's incredible. And it wasn't even made for humans to use. Its true power is shown when a real mare starts to use it. However, he had hoped that anyone could use this skill, and so, she thought it to the Savant clan, since nobody has ever been able to break through the 8 gates of hell. She has seen it broken a few times though, but when that happened, it was used by humans, so it wasn't at full power. Additionally, what was broken was not the skill, but the mind of the user. But Jaehwan is different from the others, as he managed to break her mind, but broke the skill completely too, as he broke through the 7th gate and arrived at the final 8 gate. For his information, the 8 gate is the gate of rewards, and it's said that those who get there get a very generous reward. Chunghyo has heard about this before. If there is a human that could pass all of the gates and get to the 8, they would become the king of chaos. He heard this from Jagal, but he did not expect it to hold some truth. Siren notes that what is behind the 8 gate is the legacy that her godfather has left behind, his knowledge. Before she can explain further, Jaehwan suddenly wakes up and is very confused as to what just happened. He explains what he saw to Siren and Chunghyo while getting dressed and notes that now it's time to go to the meeting room. Chunghyo tries to stop him, as he mustn't go there now, since there are people who are suggesting that they hand him over to the Resurrection Palace. Jaehwan ignores him figuratively and literally as he steps over him, leaving Chunghyo shocked. When Jaehwan arrives in the meeting room, some are glad to see him, and some are ashamed, as they have considered something extremely bad. After a few moments of silence, he announces that he will go to the Resurrection Palace, which nobody expected. Kaiman asks him, what is he talking about? He cannot do something like that. He should reconsider. He just cannot go there. Suddenly, Jung includes himself in the conversation and asks him, does he not know that a lot of their comrades have died while he was passed out? They wouldn't have died if they hadn't come to know of freedom and hope. There was not even time to hold the soul farewell procession for them. Jaehwan apologizes, and Jung explains that he hates him to his very core, that he dared to give them life, freedom, and hope. However, despite all of that, they really need him right now. He begs him, along with everyone else, to not go to the Resurrection Palace and stay right here. At the very least, they would rather die while fighting with him. Chunghyo is shocked by their reaction, as he has given them something unbelievable that he should not have, and now, in order for them to protect what they got, they will all give up their lives for it, if need be. Jaehwan says that they are mistaken about one thing though. He is not going to the Resurrection Palace to surrender himself. He is going to the Resurrection Palace in order to send all of them flying. Everyone in the room is shocked, and Chung Hyo, who knew it was coming, is still just as shocked. Young asks if he has gone insane, but Jaehwan notes that he's always clear of mind. They all start screaming at him and asks when he will do it, and he replies with, "Right now." Siren finds him quite strange but intriguing, as reality does not exist for him, but it does for these humans, who always kneel in front of reality. Knowing this, nobody will be following him in that suicide mission. She is proven wrong, however, as they all throw themselves at him, as they all want to go, in order to free themselves. Siren thinks that they are all insane. So far they have been living with no problems as souls. Why care so suddenly about life and freedom? Is this really the effect Jaehwan had on them? Jaehwan is grateful for their thoughts, but he will only bring 3 people with him, Chung Hyo, Kaiman, and Siren, who did not expect to be invited at all, so she is rather scared. But Jaehwan just smiles. Siren asks why she would go there, but Jaehwan keeps talking to the others, and notes that even if they are not coming, they will each have their own tasks. Siren screams and screams at him to get his attention, but Chung Hyo tells her to give up. They ask what kind of tasks, and a myriad of other questions, like if destroying the Resurrection Palace really is the end, and what will happen once Chaos is united. Most importantly, Chaos wouldn't recognize Chaos as the core, and many will try to cause division, which is bound to appear at some point. Yong says that they should worry about that when they get to it, as once they destroy the narrow gate, the monarchs will not be able to pass anymore. Jaehwan tells him to not be so sure, as he is sure that the narrow gate wasn't the original way to enter Chaos. Yong is left wondering about it, but before Jaehwan can say anything, Siren finally gets to him and screams in his ear that she's not going. But he offers her a deal. If she helps him, he will tell her about what he saw on the 8th gate, since he is sure that she does not know. Eventually, they all make their way to her workshop and start touching her stuff, even though she told them not to. She explains the embarrassing stuff as gifts from her godfather. She is very conflicted about having others enter her personal workshop, but it cannot be helped, as they need to warp to the Resurrection Palace, which can only be done via warp drive, which she has in here. Chung Hyo finds one of her early towers and goes inside, where he finds the Firewheel Monarch and the 7 Fear Monarch, which he immediately slays. These people were once products, but they remain stuck in the spaces that she created. For those who have been products before, however, what would they feel when they enter the workshop of a mayor? Jaehwan also finds a tower and asks what its name is. Siren says that it's called the World after the end, but it is not finished yet, as he can clearly see. She has started building this tower after she first met him, but she doesn't know how he would feel about it once he sees it. Eventually, she gets the portal going, and she notes that it feels strange, like something is wrong, but well, just maybe her godfather went on the expedition because it felt like this. At the Resurrection Palace, a man watches as others bicker below him. He thinks of them as fools, as if they were people who could reincarnate. They wouldn't be queuing here, but going to the fruit repository instead. Shouldn't they have given up by now, considering they have been waiting for half a year already? This is the 72th Resurrection Palace Master, the Fog Monarch, Hichtmeyer. Some people below him compare their situation and note that even if he doesn't like it, they are similar, since he has also been here for a long time. Naturally, Meyer is insulted by this and puts them in their place, which makes them grovel at his feet instantly. However, he still finds it boring, as if it weren't for the treaty, he wouldn't be just standing around here. The monarchs that came to Chaos after dying in their previous lives have a duty tied to them, that they will become the Palace Master until the next monarch dies and comes to Chaos. He hopes that soon, someone will die and take his place. Maybe it will be that Jade Mask Monarch that was defeated by the Abyss Expedition, or that's what he heard at least. Suddenly, the wall starts cracking, and sure enough, it's spread wide open by a giant explosion. Meyer immediately blocks the attack with his powers, but notices that they weren't pushing each other in any way, so his opponent is at the same level as him. While he charges in, he asks if this is the Gorgon Fortress Master, but when he clashes blades, he notices water, as Kaiman was the one to attack. He explains that he's not the Fortress Master, but someone he knows well enough, so he is here to get his payback from 900 years ago. Kaiman tries to attack Meyer, but using his breath ability, he creates a large smoke screen around them which blocks Kaiman's vision greatly. He looks around multiple times but can't even hope to sense Meyer's presence, despite having trained for so long. He really is too weak. That's when he remembers Jaehwan's words, that he can do it, that he believes in that fully. This gives Kaiman the push he needs, and his senses become sharper than ever, allowing him to detect Meyer, who is above him, and strike in just a second. Meyer backs away, but he has been hit pretty badly, and he's naturally shocked to see that Kaiman could notice his presence so well. This makes him full to the brim with rage, as he thinks that Kaiman has become too arrogant for his own good. Somewhere close, Jaehwan tells Chung Hyo that he's going to the Pleasure Palace and bringing the mayor with him. He is sure that Kaiman is fully capable of handling this fight. Chung Hyo agrees and tells him a little something about the Pleasure Palace. The palace that's hidden by the fruit and narrow gate is at the very top of the Resurrection Palace, and the energy coming out of it isn't good news. So he should be careful, as he will try to reduce the monarchs heading to the Pleasure Palace with Kaiman. Inside of the palace, the real Firewheel Monarch and 7 Fear Monarch wait for anyone to arrive, as what Chung Hyo met previously were fakes. He charges in just like before, but these monarchs have ample time to dodge. They are quite surprised to see the Divine Physician in here, as they heard that the Gorgon Fortress Master was to be their opponent. But there's just him, an old and frail man. Chung Hyo is surprised that they dodged his slash with such ease. The 2 monarchs say that it's not too late for him. If he brings the Gorgon Fortress Master here, everything will be forgiven. Even if he was able to handle the 2 of them at once, he will not be able to deal with all of the brigadier generals that are safe guarding the fruits. Chung Hyo tells them to stop yapping, as they will solve all of this through fighting like they should have in the first place. In the inside of the Resurrection Palace, at the Pleasure Palace to be precise, tons of people seem to be having fun. The timid monarch, Reika, notes that the stuff that is happening at the main gate has gotten to be quite loud. Shouldn't they go and have a look, just in case? The second Dragon Monarch tells him to relax, as Meyer will surely deal with them. The 4th Dragon Monarch isn't bothered by the conversation and is just enjoying the lady's company. The 3rd Dragon Monarch notes that it just doesn't feel good if he doesn't stop by this place whenever he is in chaos, and the 5th Dragon Monarch agrees. It would be pain if they get their gems cut off by the Female Monarch Alliance in the Almighty Land after all. He does not want to lose his because he did something stupid. The 1st Dragon Monarch, who is sitting somewhere private, wonders why the Chaos people have a problem with living in this place, as it's really nice. The fight outside continues as the cups in this place begin to shake because of it, and Reika thinks that this just doesn't sound good, no matter what. He tries to make the others look outside, even for a second, but they will not budge as they believe the Palace Master will take care of it. They don't need to ruin their fun for such a thing. Reika still presses them about it, as if something were to happen, how can they deal with the consequences? Before he can yap again, the 4th Dragon Monarch throws his cup at his head as he was too damn noisy. He should just shut up and stay still instead of ruining their fun like this. If he really is bothered by it, he should go check out what is happening himself. Reika starts gripping his staff out of anger, and the 4th Dragon Monarch sees this as an invitation to fight. The others start looking at Reika with vicious red eyes, which makes him tremble. So he notes that it wasn't his intention to insult. He will go to look alone. The others laugh at him as he leaves, but Reika looks back at them and promises that one day, he will have his revenge no matter what. Suddenly, the 1st Dragon Monarch slowly but surely begins staring at him with an even deeper malice than the others combined. This makes him run away in fear, and the 4th Dragon Monarch thanks him as he knows how to deal with noisy people very well. The 1st Dragon Monarch explains that he just hates noise. That's all there is to it. While they laugh at his expense, a purple light that they have put for ambience begins to flicker, and static begins to appear above them as the light is almost put out by the sheer force. The others notice this only after Siren and Jaehwan are above them, and they are naturally surprised. But Jaehwan doesn't give them the time to regroup and charges in swiftly. The monarchs manage to get away from the blast just in time, but that doesn't mean that they did not see the amount of power that the attack had. Jaehwan stands surrounded by them, and the 1st Dragon Monarch thinks that he must be the Gorgon Fortress Master. Jaehwan confirms it, and the 1st Dragon Monarch notes that he must be insane to come here all by himself. Though, is he here to keep his word, perhaps? Jaehwan denies that notion, and explains that he is here to do one simple thing, to kill all of them. The 1st Dragon Monarch smiles, and he notes that a lowly soul of chaos should not dare to even think of such a thing. Truly, his arrogance knows no limits. Seeing that he is out for blood, Siren warns Jaehwan to dodge the incoming attack, but it moves too swiftly, and Jaehwan is thrown at the wall. He is not keen on giving up, however, and so he tries to use the momentum to throw himself back at his enemy. But that's when the other monarchs charge in, forcing him to dodge if he doesn't want to be struck. Jaehwan throws himself at the floor, but he swiftly gets up, as against these opponents, there is no time to sit still. The first dragon monarch tells him to stand more proudly, as he will make him pay with his life for disrupting their moment of peace like this. Even if he struggles as much as he can, he will not leave this pleasure palace alive. He orders the other monarchs to attack, and in that second, they all transform into swift red lines due to the amount of speed that they are moving with. Jaehwan tries to hit them, but the attack is too slow, and he gets mocked because of this. A powerful attack is useless if it does not hit a single thing. Jaehwan notices that these bastards are very coordinated, as they are attacking him one after another without resting at all. They will be troublesome to deal with, that's for sure. The third dragon monarch tries to hit him with an awfully heavy attack, allowing Jaehwan to attack him afterwards. But the attack was quite weak, so it bought him only a few seconds of time. Seeing an opportunity, the second and fourth dragon monarchs attack him at the same time, which deals some decent damage. The fourth dragon monarch says that no matter how strong he may be, he cannot win against them by his lonesome. The second dragon monarch notes that even a major general isn't able to block their combined attacks alone. Jaehwan agrees with them. It is tough to deal with all of them individually. However, since it's so damn annoying, he will blast all of them at once. That will make his job much easier. He does just that, and unleashes a mighty attack that can be heard by Chung Hyo, who is still fighting the two monarchs. After the attack is fully discharged, everything around Jaehwan is crumbled, and he is also in a very poor state. Unfortunately for him, the attack did not hit anyone, as the first dragon monarch has blocked his attack by himself, clearly telling him that they are worlds apart when it comes to strength. Siren watches all of this happen from above, and thinks that she did not expect the first dragon monarch to defend so easily against such a powerful attack. Are these people who are tasked with defending the Resurrection Palace really on such a different level? The first dragon monarch pulls out his sword and cannot believe that he dares to ambush the Resurrection Palace with those petty and awfully weak tricks. He is truly mocking them, in more ways than he can count. However, to rectify his awful and arrogant behavior, he will show him the difference between them. He will have to face that all that he is just a vermin of chaos, powerless and brittle. Suddenly, every monarch near the first dragon monarch is assimilated in a red yet dark cloud that emits a powerful wind. The first dragon monarch comes out, but in a different form, that of a true dragon. He should be feeling honored right now, as this is too valuable of a technique to use on someone as lowly as him. But he must show him just how weak he truly is and crush his dreams right now. The first dragon monarch charges at Jaehwan without any remorse, but Jaehwan swiftly moves away and attacks him the moment he gets the chance to. This attack doesn't go through, however, as it cannot pierce the barrier that the first dragon monarch has on himself. Seeing that his attacks are fruitless, Jaehwan backs away, and the first dragon monarch mocks him. Did he really think that he would be able to leave even a single scratch on him? Jaehwan is pushed back even further, but he stops himself with his sword. This gives the first dragon monarch the opportunity to prepare a mighty attack, which Jaehwan tries to block with his thrust. The attack is unleashed and they start clashing. They both put in as much effort as possible, and eventually, the first dragon monarch is the one who pushed harder, so the attack hits Jaehwan fully. After the dust clears somewhat, not even a trace of Jaehwan can be found, and the first dragon monarch notes that it's truly a pity. If he had stayed hidden, he would have been able to live a much longer and perhaps happier life. But unfortunately, his arrogance was the thing that cut it short. Suddenly, Jaehwan appears seemingly out of thin air and lands directly on the first dragon monarch, who is rightfully surprised. Jaehwan says that it's his turn to attack now, making the first dragon monarch put his barrier up and ask if he has not learned his lesson yet. No matter what, his attacks won't be able to pierce through his scale barrier. Jaehwan notes that they will not know unless they try it and focus all of his energy in a single spot. The first dragon monarch notices this too, and now he is truly scared for his well-being. He starts gliding around and eventually bashes his head in the floor, as he will not let Jaehwan do whatever he wishes. After he does that, the first dragon monarch expects to see Jaehwan on the floor, but he is not there. Jaehwan is above him. He notes that he talks too much for a dragon and unleashes a strong concentrated thrust that sends the first dragon monarch even deeper into the floor and breaks the palace's roof entirely. Cayman, who has already dealt with Meyer, watches as this happens, and is glad that the fortress master has made it too. Chung Hyo, who has also defeated his opponents, hears the attack and the quietness that follows, so it seems that everything has ended pretty well considering. The once mighty first dragon monarch now sits on the ground, felled by Jaehwan and his blade. Siren looks at this and thinks that she did not expect things to go this well when Jaehwan said they will only attack with 4 people, but surprisingly he pulled through quite well. The first dragon monarch transforms back into his human form, but the damage that he receives still applies, and as a result he is missing an entire arm. He begins to scream at Jaehwan. He will definitely make him regret this, as this amount of humiliation will not be paid even if he dies 1,000 times over. All of this is not over, as he will return to this palace and rip him into pieces. No matter what he does or how many times he hits them, they will not die. Jaehwan says that he's correct, as they came through the narrow gate after all. The first dragon monarch is surprised that he knows about it, but that means he also knows that as long as their bodies and souls are connected to their brains, they will not die, as they will return to the almighty land if that were to happen. Before he can celebrate too early, Jaehwan cuts the link between him and his brain. The first dragon monarch starts to wail in pain, and Jaehwan asks how it feels now, that he is facing true death. The first dragon monarch looks at his hand and can't believe that Jaehwan managed to cut off the brain link. Something like this shouldn't be possible. That is when he finally realizes that he does not want to die, so he resorts to pleading. What does he want? Skills? Maybe status? He will give him anything he wants. He will ask the Grand Monarch to do so. The monarchs who are still left conscious hear all of this, their once venerated leader, now groveling on the ground, begging to be spared no matter what. Both Jaehwan and Siren look at him with disgust in their face, and without a single shred of mercy, Jaehwan jabs his sword into the first dragon monarch's neck, killing him on the spot. Reika, who has watched all of this go down, falls on the ground, as he cannot believe that one of the 5 dragon monarchs has perished. He was going to check around when he heard a commotion inside of here. But anyway, now he must inform the major generals about this whole ordeal, and he must be quick. Suddenly, Chung Hyo appears from behind him, and with an awfully creepy expression asks where he was going, and to whom he was going to report to. Both Kaiman and Chung Hyo arrive where Jaehwan is, and they are both dragging the people they beat up. Jaehwan congratulates them on a job well done, and Chung Hyo notes that they captured everyone alive, like he told them to. But it was really hard, so he should be thankful. Jaehwan notices that they have additional baggage, and Chung Hyo explains that he found him snooping around the entrance. Siren recognizes him as the timid monarch, a person who has a general-level brigadier of spirit power, but he is despised by others since his skills are nothing to be impressed by. Chung Hyo asks why he ordered them to leave these guys alive, and Jaehwan puts it bluntly. He just needs to make sure that they are dead. He begins cutting up all of their brain links and then butchers them on the spot, all while Reika just watches and thinks that all of this is a nightmare. After the Resurrection Palace appeared, the monarch seemingly obtained immortality. Mortals need to count up the days they have left since their lifespan is limited, but the monarchs who gained immortality because of the fruit need not do so. So they have forgotten even the concept of death at this point. However, Reika feels that soon, he will die by this person's hands. He has refounded his fear of death after all of this time. He begs Jaehwan to spare him, as he had no intention to fight. But Siren thinks it wouldn't be wise to leave him alive. Jaehwan decided to leave him be, as he needs a witness, and also the location of the fruits. Reiken immediately points to them, as they are above them in a vault. The vault is called Reverse, a vault made by a mayor who was a renowned artisan. He only knows that it generates passwords infinitely, so it would be hard to unlock it without the help of the Resurrection Palace Master, who he just killed. However, things might have been different if there was a renowned artisan mayor who had exceptional skills among them. Without much choice, Jaehwan prepares to thrust the vault, but Chung Hyo tells him to control his strength, while Kaiman laments not having a mayor that's a renowned artisan among them. Seeing that these idiots are not getting what she's trying to point out, Siren just unlocks the vault, and it slowly begins opening, bathing everyone in a golden light. Kaiman is the most shocked by this, as these fruits are what the Abyss expedition departed for in the first place. He is hit with a wave of emotion as he remembers his mentor and what he learned from him, which is irreplaceable. After so much time, finally they have it in their hands. They grab all of the remaining fruits, which are very little in number, and Chung Hyo speculates that they must have used tons of them up until now. But with only these, they will not be able to share it amongst the people of Gorgon. not to mention the entire chaos region. Kaiman looks at the fruit with a sad expression, and Jaehwan notices. He tells him that it's okay for him to have it. Truly, he is the most qualified to get back his life. It is time for him to make his own choice, which he will not be shamed for no matter what. Kaiman thinks that it's been too long, and it has been a long fight where they all went through too many tough times. He can still remember the souls that have sacrificed themselves in order to even have a chance at the fruits and the indignity the living have gone through. This should be the reward for all of those very tough times. However, he rejects this reward and crushes the fruit with his very hand. The others are naturally shocked by his decision, except Jaehwan. They ask what he's doing, and Jaehwan asks him why he destroyed the fruit like this. Kaiman explains that he did it only because there are 10 fruits left. The moment he held this thing, he realized that these fruits will become the seed of conflict, and they will begin fighting each other for the hope that at least 10 people will be sent back to life. If that were to happen, chaos will never be saved. Jaehwan smiles, as this was an incredibly tough decision to make. Kaiman asks Jaehwan what they are going to do with the other fruits, as they still have some left. Jaehwan, just like Kaiman, destroys the fruit under his boot, with Chunghyo joking that everyone would die of shock if they saw that. Jaehwan believed that Kaiman would do this from the start, because he is like this. He would choose to despair alone, while longing for the true salvation that everyone deserves. Jaehwan asks if he will regret his decision, but Kaiman notes that is unlikely to happen. Suddenly a portal appears above Kaiman, and he is struck with deadly force that sends him into the ground. This was done by the Major General Storm Monarch Kanael, a 10th stage adapter. Before Chunghyo can get into action, he is grabbed from behind and thrown into the wall by the silent monarch Magito. Jaehwan doesn't know where to focus his attention, but suddenly a man notes that he has crossed the line after all. This has now become a matter that cannot be solved by just taking his life. Raika recognizes this man. It's Samyong Garam. Even among the major generals, he is considered a monster because of his strength, so he must hide now to not get dragged into his sights. Garam tells Kanael and Magito to charge, which they instantly do, while Jaehwan tells Siren to drag the injured away. Magito binds his hands and feet, allowing Kanale to strike him, but he manages to dodge. Even if he does all of this, the relentless attack does not stop, and Jaehwan is getting pushed back by the sheer volume of their attacks. Seeing a clear opportunity, Kanael uses his abilities to push Jaehwan into the wall, which makes both of his attackers think that he is just a weakling that dreamed too much, an insect. With that, they both charge in to finish him off, but with a newfound confidence, Jaehwan looks at them with his glistening golden eyes. Back when Jaehwan destroyed Manticore, Chunghyo told him that his abilities are truly amazing, and this ability shouldn't be called a strong thrust, but a world thrust. However, he personally thought that he should avoid overusing such powerful attacks. He explained that the Awakened can use their spirit power without any sort of restriction, but in exchange for that, they will consume an amount of mental power. If he were to use such a messy and huge technique constantly, he would be sure to collapse. Jaehwan thinks otherwise now, as the guys he's fighting are at the same level as he was when he got to Chaos, so he needs to get rid of them now, while they are still underestimating his strength. He breaks out of his restraints and puts his feet firmly on the ground to prepare for the attack he is about to unleash. His sword starts glowing an electric red, and it opens its gaping mouth as it shows the true reality of this world. With a loud scream, Jaehwan unleashes 5 consecutive world thrusts, all stacked into one, which instantly takes out the attackers that were toying with him earlier. Garam watches all of this with eager eyes, and Siren barely manages to get out of the attack range. After all is said and done, Garmin notes that he did not believe he could exert so much power just with his physical force. What a truly incredible individual. Truly, it has been too long since he found someone worth fighting, like him. Many moons ago, there was a mayor that searched for the monarchs of the 12 regions. All of the monarchs he had met previously rejected his request, but this did not make him give up. The last region he visited was the 9th one, where he met Garam and asked him to join the Abyss expedition. He tried to plead with him, explaining that this world's value of existence and exaltation of life is not normal in the slightest, and that he should remember the suffering mixed with anger that he felt when he was weak. This entire world, this entire system can be destroyed if they eliminate the first nightmare at the very top of the illusion tree. Garam refused and said that he was dreaming of delusions. This must have been why Pitch Darkness did not wish to meet him. He should already know that the almighty land is a place that is reserved only for the strong. So if he wishes to change that, he should show him what he's truly capable of. What followed was a battle that lasted 3 days and nights. But on the third day, Garam finally acknowledged the mare's pure strength. Back then, Garam thought that if the mare is this strong without using any magic, then he is the only one qualified to talk about the illusion tree. After their fight, the mare ran around various places, including chaos, and gathered enough people to head for the abyss to change the world. However, after the monarch stole the fruits from them, the mare seemingly disappeared and nothing had changed at all. Jaehwan is the one to attack first, and Garam notes that he does indeed have powerful attacks. However, that is not enough to be considered powerful. He puts his hand forward and blocks the attack with ease, while saying that he has all of the cards he needs in his hand, but he cannot use them, as he does not have the right class. At this level, he is no different than a squire raising a sword for the first time. Does he not agree? In that second, Garam closes the distance between them, and before Jaehwan can react, he punches him so hard he is sent flying at very high speeds into the nearby wall. Garam tells him to stand up, as he knows he's not done yet. Jaehwan does just that, and the same fiery confidence burns in him once again. Garam notes that if he dares to speak of the illusion tree, he should first show how truly strong he is. Jaehwan thinks that this guy is stronger than the two weapons combined, but he's not using a special technique, it seems. So even if he tries to read him with question, the amount of experience he has gathered is too stacked up. Still, he is too strong. But why is that? Can simple experience truly be this strong? He charges in once again with a much powerful attack, but Garam is not impressed and hopes that this rather weak attack isn't the only thing he has left. However, Jaehwan changes his footing, skillfully dashes towards Garam's back, and uses a world thrust to potentially finish him up. Garam notes that he's relying only on cheap tricks and also changes his footing, allowing him to challenge his world thrust with a very similar punch attack. Jaehwan is shocked to see that this attack is on the level of world thrust, but he doesn't have time to think about much else, as Garam charges in and hits him with precise accuracy. He gently lands on the ground and explains that spirit power cannot work on him at all. In the end, the spirit power that he is using is something that the system cannot supply him with. But awakened like him are trying to destroy this system's world with it? Because of this foolish mistake, they do not know that this world is someone else's unique world. While being held up, Jaehwan thinks that if it's true, Garam's power is more natural than spirit power. The world itself, perhaps even the root of power. This guy is the system's world. His eyes open wide, and he begins activating his own reality. Moon Eye. But Garam isn't impressed in the slightest, as this is a non-fundamental technique and a unique world without the original creation, which is no different than petty sorcery. Garam kicks Jaehwan into the ground and then punts him across the room once again. If he's being honest, he is rather disappointed as the awakening he knows of is not this weak. He unleashes another attack on him which Jaehwan tries to defend himself from. But even with his sword held between him and the attack, his hands begin to burn from the power, and his flesh starts to peel away. He manages to clear the attack away, but he knows that this is not good, as the momentum of Moon Eyes is not doing anything right now. Garam has had enough of playing around, as he has met a potentially worthy enemy, but he is not excited in the slightest. He should hurry up and open the beginning of this world. He should show him his world. Jaehwan thinks that Genesis was the 8th door of rewards in the 8 gates of hell. In that room, Mullark left behind the reward called the Record of the Abyss, and a story of the stage of awakening. Following the rules of awakening, the keywords can change, but the awakening itself is almost always composed of 6 stages, created this way in order to destroy the existing world. The first stage is doubt, the second is understanding, and the third is self-surrendering. These 3 stages are a part of the first half, named Fallen World. After they are completed, stages are needed to create a new world. The last 3 stages are a part of Genesis, the latter half. Jaehwan felt that the next stage of awakening was happening to him, but he did not understand what Genesis truly meant. Garam thinks that he is truly pathetic. Does he really have difficulty with using his own world? He is not the patient type, so he will need to forcibly open it and check it himself if he wants to have any sort of fun. He aims an attack directly at where Siren is hiding with Chung Hyo and Kai Men, which Jaehwan notices. He rushes to help them, which makes Garam smile with his bare teeth. Jaehwan thinks that this life is everything to these people, as he can revive any time. But to them, this world is the only world that they have and know. Siren notices that he is standing right in front of the attack, but she cannot do anything to help him, so he takes the full brunt of it. The dust slowly begins to clear away, and Siren is surprised to see Jaehwan still standing. This occurrence has made him understand something important. The only world he knew was growing up with his parents, going to school and making friends, crying, laughing, being sad or devastated. All of these countless and precious memories. The him from back then could never question the world he was in. He existed only because he did not question the world, and the world system was created through absolute certainty. That means the thing he needs to start Genesis is true conviction in his own world. Belief is a strong conviction that is sometimes forgotten, and in order for a world to be born, it means that it needs overpowering belief, something which he cannot hope to do alone. Not only the him from the present, but the him from his past memories needs to yearn for a new world. Garam charges in with another punch, as he is tired of waiting, but Jaehwan doesn't pay it any mind, as he begins pleading with his past self. Some say that the world he wants is fake, and it's only a method for him to escape reality. There is no reason for them to help him with this. Jaehwan knows that he cannot convince every him there is, so if they are not going to help him and only drag him down, they should get lost, as he doesn't need them anymore. Jaehwan and Garam continue their fight, with Garam putting Jaehwan in his place by beating him again and again, something which seems to begin boring him. He notices that Jaehwan is not moving and asks if he's really exhausted after only this. His past self appears and asks if he's really planning to die in a place like this. As if he dies, they are all going to. They have all come so far. Did he truly forget what they went through? He should not make a fool of himself and run away. Hasn't he been met with enough despair already? With Jaehwan on his knees, Garam thinks that their battle has ended. It is truly a shame. However, Jaehwan hilts his sword into the ground, which surprises both Garam and his past self. Jaehwan slowly stands up, and once again, his confidence is shown through his eyes. This impresses his past self, as he knew that he was always a crazy bastard, but it also seems that they have forgotten who they were. If it's like this, they will help him, just this one time. Garam begins shaking and laughing with excitement, as every Jaehwan that has ever existed seeps into the current Jaehwan, which allows him to break the world and reach Genesis. Siren cannot believe her eyes, and Jaehwan's world stands proud behind him. The stage 4 of awakening is the power to turn lies into truth, the power to turn any belief into reality. From purple fragments, a sword begins to form, and when it has taken its full form, it falls directly into Jaehwan's hands. This is the 4th stage of awakening theory. Garam notices that sword must be his world, and truthfully it does suit the word end, the appearance of the world where everything is corrupted. It is truly an unfortunate world that was born in order to destroy and nothing else. However, even if he has achieved this awakening, the result of their battle will not change. They both charge in at the same time, which creates a ripple of air and force throughout. Garam begins pushing even further and notes that this power, this is what is called a real fight. They begin to trade blows so fast only their figures can be seen, and Garam says that this is very fun, just like when he fought against that mare 1,000 years ago. He thanks Jaehwan for letting him have so much fun again. However, they need to end this one way or the other. He grabs Jaehwan's shirt and throws him against the wall. Jaehwan moves swiftly to land with his feet on the wall, but Garam's attack does not end here, as he charges in with even greater malice. Their powers clash in one point, which creates a very large explosion in the area. Jaehwan manages to get out of the blast zone before he could be injured, and remembers that he kept thinking about something. For what purpose did he thrust, and most importantly, live for? Garam interrupts his thoughts by trying to punch him again, but Jaehwan manages to dodge and thinks that now all he does is thrust and thrust and thrust. Just as if he was at the time where he did not come to understand the rules of the world. He just enjoyed thrusting innocently, without thinking about it at all. While Jaehwan is deep in thought, Garam begins to laugh like an absolute maniac, but apologizes shortly after, as he knows it must have been an ugly sight. This makes Jaehwan smile too, as without taking the situation into account, he is really glad to have met such a worthy opponent in this world. Even if the result is not what he wished for, he hopes that this moment would last just a little while longer. They continue to fight and fight, making Jaehwan ask if this is all that the system has to give while smiling. Garam, with an even wider smile, notes that it isn't. So they charge each other once again, creating a force that pushes every piece of rubble away and makes a large wave of power surge throughout. After everything clears, Garam explains that this is the first time he has had so much fun in 1,000 years, but to think he would meet such a worthy opponent in chaos, truly he is touched beyond measure. Jaehwan's tone changes into a serious one, as he notes that he was able to feel something while they were fighting. Just like how he has been thrusting for the past 1,000 years, he too must have been training one skill for 1,000 years or more. It is a shame that someone like him is an adapter of all things. This is very similar to what Mullark said to him, which makes Garam shake violently. He notes that he wants to ask just one thing, just what is he really trying to achieve in this world? Jaehwan says that he's going to the abyss, no matter what. Garam smiles, as his words are as hollow and weak as the mayor's. They are both fools, as the abyss is filled with strong people who surpass him by a lot. The great monarchs gave up their dreams, and in the end the mayor failed too. Is he still going to try, even after all of this? Garam begins summoning all of his power, which encircles him in a large tornado-like wind, which even manages to push Jaehwan back a bit. After everything clears, an angelic being stands above Garam, and Jaehwan's eyes widen with surprise as he sees. Garam, now with the power of the Black Gatekeeper General, beckons him forward to show him that power that suits his ambitions. Siren is shocked to see this power as its gatekeeper and demigod conversion. Garam said that he was at the rank of Major General, but that was an outright lie, as he is definitely at the Lieutenant General rank. Garam grabs his weapon and asks Jaehwan to prove his world, once and for all. With a wicked smile, he exerts his power, which makes Jaehwan think that this is the gatekeeper that protects the system's world. So if someone loves the system that much, they are able to summon so much power. Jaehwan has realized in this moment that he lives in order to destroy the world that the gatekeeper is trying to protect. With this realization, Jaehwan combines both of his swords into one and thinks that he is going to put everything he has into this one attack. They both start screaming as they begin unleashing all of their power, which creates a ray of light that would blind anyone near them. When those powers clash, it begins letting out a wind that pushes everything out of its range, with Siren barely being able to hold the unconscious together. They continue clashing powers, and Garam congratulates him for holding out for so long. But will he really be able to block the attack of a gatekeeper that has hundreds of lives in it? Suddenly, Jaehwan's attack begins breaking through Garam's, which makes Jaehwan push even further, until the attack reaches the gatekeeper and kills it before it can attempt to do anything else. Garam is very surprised to see that the gatekeeper was destroyed, but suddenly, Jaehwan beckons him to look. When he does, his eyes widen, as Jaehwan now controls a sword larger than anything he has ever seen before. He wishes him farewell, as he throws the sword in his direction. Garam stands still and smiles, as this truly was an enjoyable fight. When the sword lands on him, the entire ground begins to rumble and break for miles on end. The burned ashes of what remains begin to fly away, and Garam stands in the middle, utterly defeated. With his body almost ripped in half, he wonders if he really did lose. But that isn't the only thing on his mind now, as now, he can clearly see after being put in this pathetic state. The eye that watches and rules over everything in this world. The peak of the Great Illusion Tree, and the end of the abyss as it is known. That is also the place where the first nightmare is known to be at. So he asks Jaehwan, is that the place he really needs to go to? Jaehwan tells him that it is not. It is simply an enemy that he must bring down no matter what. Garam begins smiling, as even if it is so, his world will not be popular in the abyss. He is very sure of that. It is too cruel of a truth to know in return for losing all hope. He is sure that nobody would want to continue living after seeing this madness, as even he cannot believe that this weird thing is an entire world in the sky. However, if people that believe in his world would appear, they just might be able to find something in them which everyone has lost by now. As a price for this, they will have to live in that world for all eternity. Now, he is done speaking, so he should cut his brain link before his body goes back to the Almighty Land, like he did with the others. Jaehwan asks if he has any last words before this, and Garam tells him that if he arrives at the abyss safe and sound, he should find Kanark and tell him of what happened on this day. He should also be careful of Mayad, as if he knows that he has unlocked the creation of the world, he will surely not leave him be. Before slaying him, Jaehwan has a question of his own. Why didn't he kill him? He should have been able to kill him easily before he awakened again, so why didn't he? Garam thinks of the reason, but can't help remembering what Mullark said. He wanted to become a support that helped others climb the illusion tree, as this world that lacks value of existence and nobility of life is not a normal one. This world still has time left to change, if they destroy the first nightmare that stands proud at the top of the mighty illusion tree. However, Garam thinks that this world cannot change, but these last words of the mayor lingered in his mind for too long. Is this the only answer to the world, or is this his own answer? Garam notes that he was just repaying his debt to Mullark in a way. It has been a long fight, and he has become tired, so he should end his misery already. Jaehwan obliges. 917 years and 244 days after Mullark's Abyss expedition failed, Chaos has finally been freed of the Resurrection Palace and its tyrants. After the party gets back to Gorgon, the people celebrate with a drink, as they deserve it. Jaehwan goes to Jegal, who is still somehow alive, even after taking such a strong attack. He explains that he wouldn't die that easily, since he is one of the 10 clan members. Jaehwan smiles, and Jegal notes that he heard the news about him defeating Garam. He was one of the few monarchs that were incredible in all aspects. Jaehwan asks if he knows about him, and Jegal says that anyone from his clan would know about him, because his clan, the Samyung clan, is the one who pushed the Jegal clan out of the Almighty Land and took their place as one of the 5 great clans. It became famous for raising the best strategist in all of the Almighty Land. Since he has messed with one of their clan members, the Samyung clan will definitely be getting involved. They will not just let this go easily. Jaehwan tells him to not worry, as they won't be able to cross over in the first place. Jegal asks if he really obtained the narrow gate, and Jaehwan confirms it. So that's why there's a high chance they will not be coming to Chaos for the time being, since they need the gate to come to Chaos in a living state. Jegal still feels worried about it, but Jaehwan knows. However, if there is someone who is willing to risk their lives to come here, then that person will surely be worth fighting. With that, he leaves, letting Jegal think that this guy is the same as always, truly an unfathomable person. Jaehwan goes back to his office and thinks that it has been a long time since he has arrived in Gorgon, and so many things have happened since then. Somehow, he also managed to become the fortress master, and he really had some busy days, where he did nothing, as others did paperwork for him. Suddenly, Chung Hyo and Kaiman rush into his office, drunk as all hell. Chung Hyo notes that he's here to have a drink with him, since Kaiman begged him to, but Kaiman says that it's the opposite. Chung Hyo thinks that he's insulting him by saying he doesn't remember, but that's when he remembers he is right. After this, they get into a scuffle about age, which doesn't seem to reach a consensus, but it makes Jaehwan smile. He thinks that it's about time he leaves this place, but he cannot lie. He has grown attached to this place somewhat. Later, while the wind is blowing gently and rain falls over Chaos, Jaehwan looks outside of the window while standing in his office. But Carlton, who was also there, asks if he was listening all of this time. Jaehwan apologizes for his ignorance and asks where they stopped. Carlton explains that they were discussing the Tower of Nightmares, Carpe Diem. Jaehwan asks what they were talking about specifically, which makes Carlton think that he wasn't listening in the slightest. So he re-explains that the time magnification of the tower is just too high. The people who go inside to challenge the tower seem to be offing themselves more and more. Jaehwan looks down and thinks that it's entirely possible, as the magnification of time is already 100 times on the first floor. Time that is too concentrated in one place would damage one's soul, since it's not that easy to endure hundreds of years like that. However, awakening is not the sort of power that can be achieved without putting this much effort in it. Jaehwan orders Carlton to make Michael tweak the magnification a bit, and also explains that it's not possible to awaken only because they slash or thrust tons of times, so he should make sure that information also gets to everyone. After obtaining the system that the grooms awakened for them quite routinely, he should remove those that don't want to awaken from continued training. Awakening isn't the only way for them to survive, as adaptation is also viable and less risky. Carlton, with a saddened expression, asks if he truly believes his own words. Jaehwan says that everyone has different modes of thinking. It's natural, so awakening for others might not be the salvation they seek. Adapting would probably be better for them if they want to find their lives back. Jaehwan notices the worry inside of Carlton's eyes, and he asks if something has happened. He explains that, as he probably already knows, he has broken through the 3rd stage of awakening not long ago. However, he has not seen even a sliver of his unique world yet. Jaehwan is surprised by this, as it shouldn't be possible at all. Sure, its form could be entirely different based on the user's capacity, but all awakened that have reached the 3rd stage self-surrender, will obtain their unique world no matter what. While thinking about what it could be, he remembers what Garam said to him, that the spirit power that they use is a resource that is allowed by the system. However, the awakened are trying to destroy the system and its world. Because of that, they just don't understand that this is someone else's unique world. Jaehwan tells him to not worry too much, as maybe his unique world is this system. Carlton asks if that's really possible, and Jaehwan confirms that it is, as even if he's experienced, he can't hope to know everything about awakening just yet. With this information, Carlton asks, if his unique world really is the system that he hopes to destroy, will they have to fight one day? Jaehwan smiles and says that might be entirely possible, if he wants to protect this world, that is. Carlton is surprised by his answer, but then smiles and notes that he really is thinking of destroying this world, isn't he? Suddenly, the mood around the room changes, and Carlton suddenly slams the table as he asks Jaehwan to bring him along on the next expedition too. Jaehwan lets out a long and tired sigh, as he is not the first person to ask him for this, and he definitely won't be the last. Carlton explains that based on Gorgon Special Laws Article 3 Section 14, all inspection gate captains have a duty to protect the fortress master no matter what. Jaehwan explains that unfortunately for him, he is not the Northern Inspection Gate captain anymore. Additionally, he will no longer be the fortress master by then, as 1 week from now, he will be leaving this fortress. This information comes as a surprise to Carlton, who explains that if he is not here, Gorgon will definitely fall into its original state. Actually, the whole chaos might just go up in flames. Jaehwan tells him not to worry, as he has already thought of everything in regards to that problem, so they should get out of this room now, as he has to finish his last task as the fortress master. The rain continues to pour down even harder, and everyone gathers at the old meeting room, which is broken down and without a roof. Yurin offers Jaehwan a cloak, but he refuses it, as this much is fine. Slowly, he walks on the podium and thanks everyone for coming all the way here. They have done their utmost in order to protect Gorgon. They have done all they can. From now on, for those who have offered their souls to protect Gorgon and all of the innocent people that have unfortunately died, they will hold the soul farewell procession for 3 days. Jaehwan begins reciting the names of those who have fallen in order to protect Gorgon. Isaac Kendall, Rachel Veldor, Kashim Hill. The spectators notice that there is something quite big behind the fortress master, so they start wondering what it is. Jaehwan congratulates all of them once again for fighting, but as they all know, their fight is not completely over just yet. He reveals what has been standing behind him, the narrow gate, as he says that the war is just beginning. Naturally, everyone is shocked to see the narrow gate here, and they plead with Jaehwan to destroy it, since that thing has brought them only pain. Jaehwan notes that they should be surprised by this, as there is something else he has to show them. From behind the spectators, Siren appears with the timid monarch Rika. Indeed, this surprises everyone more than they were surprised by the reveal of the narrow gate. Siren puts him in front of Jaehwan, who slowly reaches for his sword while looking at Rika with a deadly expression. The timid monarch knows what's coming and tells Jaehwan to kill him as swiftly as possible if he wants to. But they will not be able to get out of this without punishment. Pitch darkness will not forgive them, no matter how much they plead. Jaehwan tells him to shut up, while he strikes both of his hands, which removes them from his arms. The realization of what happened slowly falls on Rika, and he begins screaming at the top of his lungs while the pain begins. Jaehwan explains that he will not slay him here, as he wants him to return to the almighty land and tell this to his dear master. If he wants a war, he can come find him at any point in time, as he will be waiting for him at the very top of the illusion tree. Later, after the rain is cleared and everything is done, Siren follows Jaehwan and begins screaming at him for doing what he did. For someone who wants to quit his position as Fortress Master tomorrow, just what was he thinking when doing that? Does he really intend to fight the Monarch of Pitch Darkness? If he really wanted to destroy the Narrow Gate, he should have done it quietly. Just what is he trying to get by sending Reika back? Now they will most definitely attack them. Jaehwan tells her to stop making such a ruckus. Even if they are coming, they will send someone who is at least Lieutenant General. Because they are at war with themselves, they cannot send someone of superior rank, like a Supreme Monarch. Siren believes that he has really gone insane. What makes him think that they will send only one Lieutenant General? Now that the Silent Monarch is dead, 2 or 3 will definitely come at least. Additionally, If people of the 5 great clans also arrive, this whole thing will blow out of proportion. Jaehwan explains that is exactly what he wants, because it's only after he defeats so many enemies that the whole situation will change completely. Siren just keeps silent, as she cannot say anything else. Jaehwan, seeing that she has fallen silent, asks if she's here only to ask him questions, or is she interested in the affairs of chaos too? That reminds her of what he promised to tell her. More specifically, what he obtained in the 8 gates of hell. Jaehwan tells her everything, which takes her by surprise, as this is not something that Mulark Armelt would have left behind. Jaehwan confirms that it is indeed a memory of his, but she just doesn't want to listen. So he captures her attention by saying a specific sentence. A cold winter, the egg Mulark picked up. The winter of the illusion tree, that is in the 6th region. At the very base of it, in fact. In that dangerous land, where a vicious ice storm would occur naturally. An egg that was shining with brilliance was waiting for Mulark. At the time, he was nervous to touch it, as it was the first time he picked up an egg like this. He could never forget that moment, though. The sprouting of an existence that is born by eating dreams and dreaming once again. The little life that peeked out of its weak shell. The moment he saw the face of the child that awake from within the shell, he had realized that his godmother's words were true. A child that was just born is the loveliest creature in the entire world. Siren physically recoils after Jaehwan pulls so close to her and asks what he's talking about. Jaehwan notes that this should be enough proof for her, which makes Siren mad, as he shouldn't speak of others' memories like they are his. He says that based on this, the mares seem to be born from an egg, but what's the winter base of the illusion tree? Siren explains that it's the northern base of the illusion tree in the almighty land, and all mares are born from the dreams of the illusion tree. That aside, did he really not leave anything special for her? Like some parting words, or an item, nothing? Jaehwan explains that there might as well be, but he cannot know for sure, as the memories he saw weren't in the form of a book or scroll. It was more like a cluster of very complicated memories, only a glimpse of a fragmented memory where nobody can tell where the beginning and the end are. Maybe, Mulark did not wish to have his memories take on the form of a specific story, so unfortunately, he cannot tell her anything else, even though he wants to. Siren is furious by this conclusion and calls him a 2-bit scammer, but Jaehwan asks her why she's looking for Mulark in the first place, just because he is her godfather. Siren refuses to answer him, so he puts his hand on her shoulder and notes that if she needs Mulark's memories so badly, it might be helpful for her to come with him from now on. Since Mulark disappeared in the abyss, and he is going there, it's not a bad deal, isn't it? Anyway, she should think carefully about it, as he has other business to attend to. Siren is very furious at him, as this is probably what he was aiming for all of this time. But the memories thing gives her a grand idea. She tells him to wait, as he said the records that her godfather left behind had the form of memories, right? Jaehwan confirms, and she begins smiling. As if this is the case, she has quite the nice idea in her mind. With that, Siren drags Jaehwan back into her personal workshop, which makes him smile, as he remembers her saying that he will never be allowed back here ever again. Siren tells him to shut up, but he refuses, and says that he remembers very well how she told him about how they are intruding on her personal life. Having had enough of this talk, Siren pushes her keyboard buttons even faster and pulls out the device they need. The ceiling slowly opens, and out of it comes a cat-like thing with a very ghastly appearance, which even Jaehwan is quite spooked by. Siren stands next to it and explains that this thing will help them with their squeeze. Jaehwan asks what she means by squeeze, and she notes that this thing links with one's soul and forcefully squeezes out the memories of the target. Usually this squeeze is something that mares do when they have lost spiritual sense. Since it is an action that allows a person to condense their overall emotion, they will again experience those memories and enlightenments, which is very useful for a mare, as that will give them tons of ideas. This is the first time she is attempting something like this, so she isn't sure, but other mares note that the experience of squeeze is something that causes over-the-top ecstasy. Jaehwan kind of understands the gist of it. She wants to see the memories of her godfather by using squeeze, right? Jaehwan lies down in the machine and the restraints close. Siren begins smiling from ear to ear, as she really wants to see if Jaehwan will remain relaxed after the squeezing starts. She didn't lie about the ecstasy he will feel, but he will also feel immense pain, but that will only be on his part, as she will feel none of it. Siren begins the procedure, but feels more pain than him, which goes to show just how much mental fortitude Jaehwan has. Eventually, she manages to break through it and arrives in his memory space, which she is surprised by, as it is quite large, with tons of memories floating around. However, is this really natural? Can a human have so many memories? Back when he broke through the 8 gates of hell, she knew that he wasn't just any ordinary guy, but this is beyond what she can handle by herself. Suddenly, she gets scraped by one of the memories, which leaves a yellow residue on her. She thinks that it's better to be careful from now on, as if she slips up further, she will become trapped in his consciousness. All she needs is the memories of her godfather anyways. With that, she begins exploring, but the amount of memories keep increasing as she goes deeper. Eventually, she is almost cornered by the memories, but she chooses to not give up so easily, so she activates her abilities and breaks through the memories with very fast speed. She continues to run through them like it's nothing, until eventually, she arrives at the memory she wanted to see. There, she sees her godfather and the memories they share. She remembers how kind he was with her, and how he always took her hand. Even though this is only a fleeting memory, she tries to grab his hand, as she has looked for him all of this time. It has been 900 years since he left, but she promises to find him, no matter what happens. She will see him again. After being swallowed by the memory, Siren slowly wakes up. But the place she wakes up at is not known to her. It is extremely alien. Seeing that she is in a foreign land, she decides to change her appearance. But now that she's walking through the street, she remembers what this place is called. Earth. The 294th world. Earth is a location that mares visit often by riding the roots of the illusion tree. Thanks to the efforts of the predecessor mares to protect Earth, it has remained hidden from the rules for quite a while. It seems that Siren has fallen into the uncanny, which was formed within Earth as its base. She knows about uncanny because Mullark has explained to her previously that within an existence, there exists a subconscious that is called uncanny. It is made from the hometown of the target, and all illusions of the world are made with uncanny as the base. He warned her that if she were ever to fall into uncanny, there's only one way to get out. She would need to find the only conscious being in that place, the guide. But where would that guide even be? She doesn't even know the layout of this place yet. Suddenly, a child swings past her at high speeds, and a few cops follow after him with their batons ready. Siren seems to recognize something about that kid, but she doesn't know what. The cops manage to corner the kid, and they tell him to just give it up, as children like him are nothing but trouble to responsible adults. Before they can strike him, Siren screams at them, asking what they are trying to do to a kid. The other policeman tells her to stand back, as it is dangerous around these parts, since this bastard has refused to become a grown-up. Refusing such a thing is a grave offense that is punishable by law, so it's only natural for them to go after him like this. Siren is shocked to hear such words. How is existing as a child illegal? Was there ever a law like this on Earth? The policeman noticed that there is something off about this certain citizen, as the way she talks is pretty weird, and her clothes do not seem to be from here. They would pass that up as cosplaying, but just to be sure, they ask her for her identification card while walking closer, which makes them notice that she also has horns on her head. This is a grave mistake, as Mullark has also warned her about this. When into uncanny, one must not do anything that makes them stand out. That place is a world that rejects the uncanny, so if she were to show an appearance that is different from what the world is used to, nobody truly knows what will happen to her next, but everyone knows that it's not good. Seeing no real way of getting out of this situation, Siren chooses to attack them with magic. She begins casting a large fireball, which shocks the policeman, but unfortunately for her, the magic dissipates as soon as she tries to unleash it. It seems that in this world, magic is not permissible. Suddenly, an alarm starts blaring out, and the once normal soldiers begin contorting into something evil. As their face rearranges itself, the alarm warns everyone that alien substances have been discovered in the world, so they should proceed with eliminating them as soon as possible. The now ghoulish policemen charge Siren, but she cannot do anything to defend herself at this point, so she is grabbed and almost killed by them. But the child jumps in to save her. He hits one of them with a pipe, which kills him instantly, and somehow manages to cut the head of the other with the pipe. Seeing this, Siren's suspicions have been confirmed. The only consciousness within this place is supposed to be the reflection of the ego's mental age, so that kid is most definitely the guide of uncanny. She begins following him and says that he sure walks around fearlessly around this place. The guide explains that it's only natural, as this is what must be done in order to survive. So can she survive out here? She is confident that she can, so he tells her to continue following, as he knows a spot. While she does that, she starts remembering where she knows those eyes and face that resemble a bull. This must have been Jaehwan when he was young, but the guide is the reflection of the ego's mental age, so this means that Jaehwan has the mind of a child. The guide explains that she must have been swept in here due to the canals of memories. There are memory fragments that would lose their way and fall into this place from time to time, but it's the first time that a living being like her has been in here. Siren looks at him with a puzzled look, which makes him ask why. She asks why he has been living here, as she is sure that he is constantly chased by police, right? But why are the people in this world trying to kill a child who refuses to conform in the first place? The guide explains that it's because everyone is an adult, and they don't like anything that doesn't meet their expectations. That said, he also had a question. What kind of person is outside him? Siren thinks that it's only natural that he's curious. But how would she go about describing that guy? Now that she thinks about it, she doesn't know much of anything about him. So what answer will please this child? She explains that he is quite similar to her, meaning that he is a child, through and through. This seems to make the guide happy, but now it's time to send her out. He pulls something out of her hair that came with her to this world. It is called a memory fragment, which makes Siren wonder why it even got stuck to her. But maybe it was when she was being attacked by memories. Siren asks, even if he wants to send her and the fragment back, does he even know how to do that? The guide says that he can, because that is what he does around here. He returns memories that have lost their way to their original spots. She is surprised by this, but it kind of fits with their names, as they really are guides. The guide notes that if this fragment is read, the memory must be a very important and urgent one. Siren asks if they really are categorized like this, and the guide explains that the shards come in white, green, blue, and red colors. So if he does not return this shard to its original place very soon, the outside him will be in heaps of trouble, as this is very important. Siren starts thinking about it, an important and urgent memory in this situation, where the monarchs of the 12 regions are knocking at their gates. She asks if she can send them both back right now, but the guide says it's impossible, as he can only send her and the memory back if the passageway is fully open. Normally that would not be a problem, but unfortunately, he doesn't know when it will open up. He says that since it's late now, they should rest in the underpass and move around tomorrow, when the sun rises once again. Siren asks if he lives here alone, which he confirms, so she then asks how he will know the passageway will open if he is not there to confirm it. The guide explains that once it opens, Wi-Fi signals will start to go haywire and become unstable. Once that happens, he will use this device to capture the highest signal. Siren asks if the only thing they can do in this situation is wait, which the guide confirms. But they should wake up early tomorrow morning and head to the convenience store for now, since there are tons of tasty things they need to provision, or rather steal. The days continue to go by, and Siren would have liked to ask him if he's okay, but she didn't. Maybe this little guy is trapped in here because of a mare, because there is a high chance that his world became like that, due to the Tower of Nightmares. The experiences he suffered through the wounds he garnered, and the nature of Jaehwan, who refused to bend a knee despite having gone through more suffering than any other human. All of these created this world. A week passes since Siren has been in this place, but there has been no signal. Even other shards of memory haven't fallen in here, as he would have gone to retrieve them personally. Siren asks if he's not scared of the cops following him like last time, but the guide explains that it doesn't happen often. He was just really unlucky. Siren then asks if all he does is just return memories, but the guide notes that he also looks at memories, as not all of them are returned, because he doesn't want to. Siren wonders if it's really okay to hold on to a memory like that, but the guide notes that it's a white memory, so it shouldn't be hurtful, right? He tells her to look carefully, as the memory will be replayed once he touches it like this. Suddenly, a film roll begins coming out of the stone, and it begins transporting them into the memory. This particular memory is from Jaehwan's early days, when his mother read him a book. Siren knows of this book. It's called The Little Prince, a book that is a famous must-read among the mares. Jaehwan's mother gently read him the story, as she cradled him in her arms. The book is a story about a little prince seeing the entire world with his own eyes. He is telling the adults who count numbers all day and say that they are doing important things, that what's important cannot be seen by human eyes. It is a truly beautiful story of the prince, who trusts the power of imagination and treasures his innocence fully. However, in the end, the little prince dies. Maybe that is an ending that needs to occur, as he needs to die in order for the story to become so beautiful, because the only things that can remain innocent are those that die early. Jaehwan was sad at the time, as what would happen to the world that the little prince left from? His mother did not want to sadden him, so he told him a lie, that the world still has the little prince. As he didn't actually die, he continued to live on Earth. Siren knows that this is an obvious lie told for the sake of the child. But the little prince that didn't give up on the world is quite a weird story. That story, which is not plausible or entirely realistic in any way, has become a source of power for Jaehwan, just as his world came to life after he faced the oppression of the system. Although it has no decent plausibility, elaborate worldview, or creative background, it does not compromise, nor submit to anyone's heel. This moment was born in the world after the end. Siren is mesmerized by this, but wonders why such an important thing is only a white memory. If that is the case, what kind of memory did Jaehwan choose to forget in order to survive? Suddenly, the guide's device starts beeping, so he immediately turns around and announces that it has started, so they need to prepare quickly. Out of nowhere, a large blue portal opens in front of Siren, and it begins expanding and expanding. While Siren is awestruck, the guide explains that is the passageway that will lead her to the outside. While Siren and the guide try to get the door open, the countless residents of this world attempt to slay them, which makes Siren wonder why they are all popping up so suddenly and in their viscous forms. The guide turns around and strikes one of them, while explaining that the passageway she has to enter is a foreign existence that does not and cannot exist here at all. They are all coming to this place in an attempt to get rid of it instinctively. He tries the elevator once again, while noting that once the passageway appears in this world, it won't be long until it disappears again. They need to get to the rooftop before it does so. The elevator finally opens, but surprisingly, there's two residents in there and one manages to grab him by the neck very suddenly. Siren rushes to help him, but it seems that he doesn't need her help. As he escapes, the residents grasp and takes care of them both with the pipe he has. Siren looks at him with widened eyes as he beckons her to move already, as there's countless of these beasts behind them. She is surprised because he is not scared in this awful situation, but honestly, he's Jaehwan's ego, so naturally he is not scared of anything. He might even say that the monstrous enemies they face are just numbers to be dealt with. They do not exist. They are just the rules that the adults of this world decided for themselves and forced on everyone. They manage to get into the building and climb the stairs with speed while an army of residents are following them. They eventually get to the roof door, which Siren opens for the guide. He is almost caught by one of the residents, but with a swift turnaround, he manages to get on the other side, so Siren closes the door. While they hold it closed together, he tells Siren that he will stay to block them, so she should jump into the passageway now. She asks what he will do, which makes him shout that he will be fine, as he can take care of himself, so she should go before the damn passageway closes. She explains that she wants him to come with. They can get out of this place together. If she leaves this place, he will be extremely lonely once again. The guide considers her proposition for a bit, but while his feet are shaking, he says that he cannot do that, as this place is his world, even if he hates it. He must remain in this place, no matter what happens. He pushes her away, as the residents start to break the door little by little. Reluctantly, she runs away, but the guide stops her at the entrance of the passageway, as he has one last question for her. Does the him in the outside world have friends? When she hears this, Siren's eyes begin to tear up, and she says that he does. He has lots of friends who love him. The guide notes that he does. The residents break through the door, and the guide tells her to go in and never look back. Siren looks at him one last time and thinks that when she gets back, she will tell him about this child. When he feels that unbearable loneliness and cannot muster enough strength to go on, she will have him remember that the version of the little prince he knows was not wrong at all, because the little prince she saw with her own two eyes did not give up on his world, no matter how dark it was. Siren pops up in the canal of memories once again. She thinks that it would be wise to give up on searching for Mullark's memories. She doesn't know what the flow of time is between reality and uncanny, but she can't get lost in here again. However, she didn't leave this place with nothing, as when she gets back to reality, she will be about this child. When he feels that unbearable loneliness and cannot muster enough strength to go on, she will have him remember that the version of the little prince he knows was not wrong at all, because the little prince she saw with her own 2 eyes did not give up on his world, no matter how dark it was. Siren pops up in the canal of memories once again. She thinks that it would be wise to give up on searching for Mullark's memories. She doesn't know what the flow of time is between reality and uncanny, but she can't get lost in here again. However, she didn't leave this place with nothing, as when she gets back to reality, she will be able to make a pretty nice tower with what she has. With this, she has also decided to follow Jaehwan on the expedition, as that way, she can hear about her godfather from him slowly, but surely. Siren remembers that she had the red memory with her all of this time, which she opens, as it's probably safe to do so. When she does open it, she sees her godfather, and in front of him, something which shakes her to her core. The thing in front of Mullark is the Soul King, Catastrophe. He is sealed in the strange factory that was made by the masters that were born in chaos. Siren thinks that if one wishes to go to the abyss, they must first meet Catastrophe, but fighting him is not needed at all. It's not even possible to fight him while in chaos in the first place, as not even the monarch would dare to challenge him here. She suddenly gets a dark thought and rushes to wake up, as she must stop that. She must not let it happen no matter what it takes. In a cold and dead place, the party stands, and Chung Hyo notes that after 900 years, he is finally back here. Kaiman can't believe his eyes either, and Jaehwan notes that they have made it to the last gate that leads to the abyss, which he saw in Mullark's records of his expedition, the strange factory. Yurhan asks Jaehwan if he's going in right away, whilst addressing him as the fortress master. Jaehwan told him countless times that he is no longer the fortress master, and he's saying this just in case they don't know, but they shouldn't expect him to take care of everyone here. Yurhan knows full well that he gave up that title, but to him, he is still the fortress master. This causes Jaehwan to smile a bit. Even though he told them tons of times that not everyone can go into the abyss if they come along on this journey, there are still about 3,000 people that followed him. They will all mostly stay behind. But since the abyss expedition is a dream that everyone in chaos has, these people wouldn't listen to his pleadings, even if he tried to stop them from coming. He also had to bring Siren with him, which is giving him a headache, as even though she is quite dumb because she charged into a squeeze with reckless abandon and hasn't awakened yet, she is very useful, so he can't leave her. Suddenly, the hangar door opens up mysteriously, and out of the hangar come tons of horned beasts, ready to attack the party relentlessly. Haewon knew that they wouldn't just let them in with no fuss, and the beasts charge in at once. Kaiman puts his right hand on his sword and tells everyone to prepare for combat. In the 9th region, at the ancient palace of pitch darkness, Reika is shivering while bowing down to his greatness. He thinks that although his sour suffered damage when that bastard cut off his hand, he was able to return to his body that was in the almighty land without any sorts of injuries. But now he's scared of the man in front of him, as who knows what this guy will do to him for returning back alive. While protected by the ice monarch Vargas and the white-haired monarch Masaha, the man notes that he always knew that Garam would be gone one day, as it was in his nature to challenge the strong. But what did his last moments look like? Was he happy? Reika says that he was, and the man is happy to hear that. But the 5 dragon brothers that are all at the level of a major general are dead. Additionally, the 17th major general, Kanael, the 12th major general, Magito, and the 1st major general, his own flesh and blood, the hidden scent, Monarch Samyung Garam, has died. Reika feels his heart pounding harder and harder as he feels the huge amount of pressure placed on him. He would like to know how he, a mere brigadier general, has managed to survive such an event. Reika immediately tries to make up an excuse, but the man tells him to raise his head when he's talking. Reika now feels the full brunt of his pressure, and it is true that the man who defeated them was powerful. But compared to the man in front of him, he is several times weaker. He can feel it only by this pressure. This man is the true ruler and monarch, the Black Shadow strategist, Sam Young-hoon. He explains that a few days ago, he took on a journey to the root, simply because he wanted to get out of this rather sickening land. He went with expectations, since that world was hidden by the mares, and sure enough it lived up to its name. He brought something quite precious from back there. If he is interested, they should go and see it together. Reika immediately says that it would be an honor, while wondering if this guy is trying to say that he won't blame him for what happened. However, he shouldn't be blamed in the first place for what occurred, as he couldn't do anything in the first place. Who would have known that a damn product would be that strong? They arrive at the item he has brought, and Hoon asks if it's truly not amazing. Reika, like the suck-up he is, notes that he truly has great tastes. He has never seen such a painting before. What skills! All of this, while thinking that he really doesn't seem to have a keen eye for art. Hoon explains that the reason this artwork is truly outstanding isn't because it is a painting. It's about the contents of the painting. Does he know what it is? Rika asks if it is a teacup that is used to drink tea. Hoon notes that it is an item that is like a teacup, but not quite. Is he able to read what's written at the bottom of this artwork? Rika cannot, so Hoon tells him, "This isn't a teacup." The artist obviously drew a teacup, yet he boldly mentioned that it isn't one. Isn't it really incredible? How could someone dare to have such a rebellious thought? Does he see this daring drawing as a teacup? Rika doesn't know what to answer, so he says that he does, which makes Hoon suddenly grab his face and say that this is not a teacup. It is a drawing that looks like a teacup. Doesn't he find it strange though? They call that a teacup, despite it being a drawing which they cannot drink tea from. When they see it, everyone sees a teacup. But is it not strange? Rika agrees wholeheartedly that it's strange. It is very strange. Hoon lets go of him and notes that if they think about it, it is not just this teacup that they should be thinking about. There are countless teacups in the world, and all of them have different shapes and sizes, yet they still call all of them teacups. After pondering about this constantly, he has arrived at a certain question. What is a real teacup? Does such a thing even exist in any world? Rika thinks that it's a teacup, and it isn't a teacup at the same time. He understands now that this artwork is trying to ask a question. What does the essence of an existence mean? But what does this damn story have to do with anything? Hoon says that it's truly a great piece of art, with a thought that would be hard for an adapter who has lived in the system to come up with at all. He asks Rika if he knows the true value of the artwork now that he has explained it, which Rika confirms. He has been deeply touched by this piece of artwork. Since he has listened to this explanation, Hoon feels it's his turn to give him an answer. When he looked at this drawing, he also came to think about a monarch, and what this title means. Rika notes that a monarch is the most noble, dignified, and important existence in this entire land. Hoon notes that those are some great words, but what does that all lead to? Are those adjectives referring to the ice monarch who is just standing there? Or could it be referring to the white-haired monarch that is also just standing there? If not any of them, could he be referring to him? Rika confirms that he is, but Hoon says that what he just described is not a monarch. If this is the case, what can he be described as? He was not able to destroy a single escaped product and dared to come back alone after losing his precious comrades. Could someone as dirty and lowly as him be referred to as a monarch? Eventually, a knife is bloodied, and a pool of blood gathers at the base of the stairs. The ice monarch gives Hoon a towel to clean himself, who asks if he likes this drawing, as he has now become quite fond of it. He would like to call it, "This is not a monarch." He smiles and asks where their targets are. The ice monarch explains that by now, they should have reached the strange factory. Hoon notes that if that is the case, they are about to enter the abyss, so they should also depart for battle. He orders the ice monarch to call the 5th and 6th lieutenant generals, as they have to teach the bastard who gave them such hope what it means to be too arrogant. Hoon walks through his collections of earthly items, as he has become quite fond of that planet and its strange gadgets, but his most precious souvenir out of all of them is the reason he went to Earth this time around. He went for Jaehwan. The courage to die, he came up with that saying, and it's really a good saying, but they will test to see if he has the courage to stop. Suddenly the ice monarch knocks on his door and Hoon is quite mad at him, as he told him specifically to not bother him when he is alone. The ice monarch apologizes, but he is here because there is a question he would like to ask about the situation. As he probably knows already, the narrow gate has been closed, so how will they cross over to chaos without it? Hoon notes that their opponent has already said it. If they have the courage to die, they should kill themselves. So, they will play his game this time, but he wants him to be the first person to go there, since he so graciously offered right now, right? At the factory, everyone continues to fight the horned beasts that keep popping out of the hangar, with some failing to defend themselves, but others are steeled enough to slay any beasts that come their way. Seeing that the beasts won't stop, Jaehwan unleashes a thrust in the hangar's direction, which surprises everyone around, and Kaiman says that no matter how many times he sees that attack, he is still left amazed. Chung-hyo notices his expression and asks why he has a long face. Is he worried that he might not be able to go with Jaehwan to the abyss? He shouldn't worry, as he might not know about the others, but he is sure that Jaehwan will bring him along no matter what happens. Jaehwan continues to kill the horned beasts that come and lets his sword eat their horns. But no matter how many he feeds to it, it doesn't seem to get repaired. It is probably because of how much it was damaged because of the last fight. If it were not a spirit weapon that has the ability to regenerate, it would have been better to just pick up a new sword somewhere else. Based on what Michael said, however, all spirit weapons go through 3 big evolutions. Every time it evolves, it will obtain much more strength, or have a very large increase of abilities. His, however, doesn't seem to be changing that much. Suddenly, out of the hangar, an extreme amount of pressure is felt by everyone around, and Yurin thinks that this amount of pressure is deadly, as he is standing far away, yet he is able to feel it from here. A gigantic octohorn beast pops up from the hangar, which shocks everyone, as anything above a pentahorn is rarely seen, so everyone is rightly scared by what they are seeing, as they have heard stories that they would need at least 3 7th stage adapters in order to even make a dent in that thing. Suddenly, the beast changes course and heads straight for Jaehwan, which confuses the other fighters, as they have no clue why. But it is because the octohorn beast has seen that his sword is eating countless horns, so it's mad at the man who defeated most of its comrades. With great force, it unleashes a large breath attack that instantly gets in front of Jaehwan, much to Kaiman's surprise, who is very worried for him. Chung Hyo, with a rather disappointed look on his face, asks if he's being serious. Is he really worried about that lad after seeing everything he has done previously? With a deadly glimmer in his eye, Jaehwan unleashes a deadly attack to counter the octohorn's attack, which pushes the other horned beast behind and creates a large wind gust. Kaiman looks at this and thinks that he has gotten stronger than ever before. Is this the power of an awakened that has opened up Genesis? The octohorn beast sits defeated before Jaehwan, with its guts blown up due to the attack. Jaehwan thanks the beast for its horns, as they will help with his repairs. But that's when a voice from inside of the factory beams loudly and tells him to put Garnak down. They all sit in silence after hearing this, but Chung Hyo knows who it is. The peak of Chaos's horned beasts, the ruler of all horned beasts in this place. The Decahorn, who's fully capable of speech, and what's more, is that there are 3 of them. They are the leaders of the factory. Jaehwan's sword starts shaking with excitement as he sees them, and Jaehwan smiles, as their horns will suffice for what he needs to do. Edsak says that he has heard that people were trying to go into the abyss recently, but he did not expect him to be among those people. Johnniak only spouts out a couple of words, and Ias notes that he is still human, so he should be pretty easy to deal with even if he is powerful. Jaehwan looks closely at them and thinks that although they are weaker than Garam, they are beyond the level of the Storm and Silent Monarchs. If they attack all at once, they might cause him a little trouble, but nah, he'd win. Chung Hyo tells him to hold on a bit, as there is no real reason to fight these things. Although he also does not like them, the factory leaders are not to be considered their enemies. Es recognizes Chung Hyo, as he has been around here previously, but she cannot believe that he is willing to go back up there after what he went through. Edska tells her to not be too rude to them, as these people are welcomed guests of the great factory leader. He beckons Jaehwan forth, as the great factory leader is patiently waiting for him. When they get inside, Carlton notes that everything in this place is impressive. To think that the horned beasts would be created in such a surgical way. Chung Hyo thinks that it's a relief they were also able to go inside, as Jaehwan wanted them to, or else he would have stabbed them. Johnniak gets in front of Jaehwan and introduces himself while also asking for his name, in a rather crude way as he is not capable of normal speech. He explains that the Garnak is a precious product that can only be created once every 10 years. They are really hard to make. Jaehwan notes that that's why there are so few octohorns in the wild, but Johnniak tells him that it's also because the dead demon warriors attacked them, and they suffered big losses as a result. However, even if the dead demon warriors were many, they were able to win in the end. Carlton explains that they never thought that they would get to see the famous apostles of God, on their journey to the abyss even more surprisingly. Johnniak asks if he knows of them, and Carlton shows them a symbol, while saying that they must follow the great god of machine. Are they not apostles of Deus? Ias is surprised to find out that someone from Chaos would know about something like this. It seems that some of them have very big ears. Eventually they arrive at the room of the great factory leader and head right in. Jaehwan and the others are quite surprised to see the inside of the room, as it is covered with tons of screens, and a large beaming orb stands in the middle. The great factory leader slowly turns around and recognizes Jaehwan as the awakened who managed to open Genesis. This is the great factory leader in all of his glory, Aniak. Jaehwan thinks that his name sounds quite familiar, but now that he thinks about it, all of them have very similar sounding names. They also all seem to be product names. He asks Aniak if he knows of a planet called Earth, and Aniak explains that is the name of his home. People around these parts like to call it World 294. But why is he asking such a question all of a sudden? Jaehwan notes that it's because they all have names that are similar to machine names. Aniak says that they have been told to be creations of a god from a world of change. It's possible that the world of change they speak of might be his original home. Jaehwan asks what he means by God, which tells Aniak that he is not aware of the abyss, so he tells him simply, if the controllers of the almighty land are the monarchs, those who control the abyss are the gods, so to speak. The abyss is the land that those gods fight for control of. That is everything he needs to know for now. Carlton finds all of this very interesting, and Chung Hyo asks if those gods in the abyss play the same role as the monarchs do in the almighty land. Aniak explains that their roles are rather similar, but they are very different from the monarchs they know. Most monarchs are adapters of the system, but gods and adapters are quite different. Jaehwan notes that in his world, gods are considered almighty beings. Can the same be said about the gods in the abyss? Aniak says that the gods in there are not all-knowing nor almighty. In some cases, it might even be possible to become a similar being to them. However, as a creation of God, he does not have the means to perfectly describe what a god truly is. At the very least, though, he can tell him what kind of beings are the gods. That being, someone like him. He is a god. Jaehwan asks how that is, and Aniak explains that he is an awakened who opened up Genesis. Those who do so and become truly awakened, embodying their unique worlds, are on part with the gods of the abyss, and in certain ways, they are beyond them. Unlike those gods, he does not need a representative. None of the awakened do. All of the gods in the abyss require one, as they cannot do anything on their own, so by providing those representatives and followers with their world, they are able to exist through them. The more followers a single god has, the more powerful they shall become. On the other hand, gods who have little followers are unable to reach their full potential, no matter how much they try. Jaehwan thinks that it's like one of the internet platforms from his original world, where people would grow channels by making people subscribe to them. I wish this platform existed in our world too. I would have loved for sure to make videos and post them on it. Aniak notes that in reality, it's rare that human souls like his are able to reach true godhood. Jaehwan asks why that is, and Aniak explains that most gods are created by greater beings, by gathering karma and evolving them into physical forms. They build karma through complete control. It's similar to a form of volunteer points, if that makes it easier to understand. Greater beings that have built enough karma can become independent, once they get permission from Big Brother, of course. Those who are able to obtain their own worlds and become independent can be called gods. Jaehwan thinks about this Big Brother, as it's a being that even the gods need permission from. Even from this rather rough story, he can tell that it's important, but nothing comes to mind when he thinks about it. Why is an important story like this not recorded within the records of the abyss he got from Mullark? Jaehwan asks who this Big Brother figure is, and Carlton explains that from what he knows, it's the name of the organization that guards the system. Chung Hyo also confirming that is what he knows too. Aniak notes that he is sure they think that way, as that's what Big Brother would seem to be to humans like them. Jaehwan asks if it's wrong, but Aniak would rather not talk about him directly. All he can say is that Big Brother is a god above gods and the guardian of the system. That is all he is. Johnniak moves into the conversation too, noting that Big Brother is a scary dude, and if they don't hide themselves well, their bolts will be seen. Edsak socks him in the head and tells him to stop talking about nonsense, with Aniak also agreeing that he is a rascal in many ways. Jaehwan asks if this Big Brother killed their god, and Aniak notes that he is surprising in tons of ways. Indeed, they lost their god to Big Brother. That is why they have been exiled from the Abyss and forced to come here. Jaehwan remembers more information from the Abyss records. When Mullark came to this place, Aniak told him that they lost their god, but the power they have can still be useful, as they were able to make a contract with Big Brother. It was truly frustrating, however, as he didn't allow them to even make the Titan warrior, Deus Ex Machina. That is when he asked Mullark for help, as they wanted him to find the Titan warrior for them. Jaehwan does not know any of the details, but he understands the situation now, although roughly. Even if these guys lost their god, they were left in charge of this place. because Big Brother still found a use for them. Suddenly, Eniac announces that he has only one reason for calling him to this place. Jaehwan asks what that would be, and Eniac asks him to give up on going to the abyss, forever. Chung-hyo notes that it's not for him to decide, seeing that they have nothing to do with it, which makes Es say that he has quite the arrogant tone for such a lowly human. Eniac calms her down and says that it is true, they have no right to tell them that, but the being that can decide will not allow them to go there. Jaehwan asks if the Soul King is trying to stop them, and Eniac confirms that he is right. The Soul King has become rather angry with him, which makes Jaehwan ask if it's because he killed the Megadead previously. Eniac confirms it once again. The Megadead he killed previously, Magritte is one of the servants of the Soul King, whom he cherishes quite a lot. Jaehwan wants to summarize the situation and does just that. Firstly, the Soul King is the only being that can open the abyss entrance. Secondly, he is angry like a child because he killed his servant, right? Thirdly, since the Soul King is now sulking because he lost one of his favorite toys, he won't open the abyss gate for them. Did he summarize everything correctly? Eniac says that the analogies he used are rather offensive, but all in all his summary was on point. Jaehwan asks him to open the gate if that's the case, but Eniac asks if he really doesn't understand the situation right now. Jaehwan says that he understands it perfectly, but he will settle everything in person with the Soul King, so he should open up the gate already. Eniac says that he cannot open the gate, even if he commands it like that. Seeing that it has come to this, Jaehwan puts his hand on his sword and says that he left him no choice. Es also gets ready for battle, while noting that they should have just done this from the beginning. Both Kaiman and Chung-hyo prepare themselves, and Eniac also becomes hostile, as Jaehwan leaves him no choice. Suddenly Jaehwan only says Deus Ex Machina, which surprises Eniac. If he opens the gate for them, they will find their Titan warrior, that they lost in the abyss previously. Eniac asks how he even managed to know about the Titan warrior, but Jaehwan brushes him off, as he doesn't need to tell him about the details if he knows the important bits. Now that he has promised this, will he finally open the gate for them? Eniac sits in silence for a good second, but eventually makes his finger into a key, which makes Jaehwan smile. They walk through the gate together, and Eniac notes that in the end, he somehow managed to make it this far. He has never met a human like him ever before, something which Jaehwan hears pretty often. Eniac asks if he can really talk it out with the Soul King, but Jaehwan notes that nobody will know unless they try. Eniac truly hopes that they can do that, and also says that he noticed he had the stigma of Deus, but he did not use it. Jaehwan raises his left hand and asks if he's talking about this tattoo, which Eniac confirms is the present that they gave to humans. Originally, they gave it to the humans along with a horned beast with 7 horns as their guardian. He does not know if the horned beast was destroyed when the stigma transferred to him, as he does not see it anymore, nor can he feel it. Well, it is what it is. But from now on, when he uses that stigma, horned beasts will not dare to attack him. Additionally, if he meets any apostles that are hiding in the abyss, he will be able to kick off things on friendly terms because of the stigma. Jaehwan will keep that in the back of his head, and eventually they arrive at a narrow bridge, where Eniac says that he must travel alone from this point. Jaehwan thanks him for the guidance, and says that he will be back as soon as possible. Eniac tells him to not forget. He must return in 1 hour, at most. If he does not arrive back to them by then, they will have to close the gate forcefully, no matter what the results. Jaehwan says that he will not waste any time in this place, so he needn't worry. With that he walks away, while thinking of Eniac's question, if he can really persuade the Soul King. At this point, he is not sure of it himself, but since he took Mullark's Abyss records, he has planned for this situation, because this is the only one to resolve all of the problems they had up until now. Additionally, it's a path that he must take, in order to destroy the world. He arrives at the Palace of the Dead, which has a gate that's made entirely out of horned beast horn, something very impressive, considering just how huge it is. Suddenly the gate swings open, and the Soul King asks if he has come to offer his life, as payment for his sins. While he says this, the amount of pressure that is sent towards Jaehwan almost sends him flying backwards. This is the power of the Soul King. It feels like his entire body will be ripped apart just by listening to his voice. The Soul King asks how he dared to kill his servant and try to step in this palace, expecting to be let through. Jaehwan asks him to at least hear him out, as he wants to make a deal with him. The Soul King pushes even further, as how dare a lowly human soul that is not even able to enter the palace try to make a deal with him. Truly, his arrogance knows no bounds. Jaehwan steals himself in the ground and tells him all of his titles. Catastrophe, the king of chaos and the first awakened. He used to be a powerful god, but now he has been demoted to a mere king with no kingdom. How can the strongest god of the abyss be a damn gatekeeper now? Is this all he can achieve, even though he has the strength to achieve much more? Does he not want to take his revenge on the bastard who exiled him from the abyss and dared to lock him in this dark place? He calls out his name and announces that he will only say this one more time. He is here to make a deal with him. The pushing wind abruptly stops, and the Soul King says that he is much more arrogant than he originally thought. However, he will hear him out, but he hopes that what he has to say will be valuable enough to warrant such arrogance. Otherwise, he will not make it back alive from here. Jaehwan explains that he knows of the promise he made with Mullark exactly 900 years ago. The Soul King asks how he knows about something like that, but Jaehwan doesn't answer and instead says that he will take over Mullark's promise. Catastrophe asks if he really knows what that means, and Jaehwan confirms that he does. He promises to bring him to the end of the abyss, no matter what. Outside of the factory, Siren eventually wakes up, and Yurin notices her, so he goes to her side and notes that she has slept for quite a long while. She groggily asks where she is, and Yurin notes that they are right in front of the strange factory. She immediately gets up and asks where Jaehwan is, as she needs to stop him, no matter what. Yurin does not know why she is acting so strangely, but says that he has already gone inside. Out of nowhere, a few blue fireflies appear, and everyone notices that the place has gotten a bit warmer all around. They all look at them like pretty things, or just simple fireflies. But suddenly, they all burst into flames, which causes a gigantic blue explosion around the area. Everyone who is caught in the blast is burned to a crisp, and even the factory is damaged as the explosion occurs. Siren can only watch in horror as countless people get burned alive, and that's when the monarchs reveal themselves, with Hoon leading them. He asks the Gorgon Fortress Master to come out, as they did just like he wanted them to. They have come to wage war on him. Everyone gets ready for battle as quickly as they can, and Hoon orders his men to kill everyone who is not a second stage adapter of above. They start doing just that, and heads start to roll. The Emerald Bug Monarch says that he does not care what happens with everyone else, but they must kill that Jaehwan no matter what, so they shouldn't even dare to be pushed back at this point. This is the second Lieutenant General, the Poison Monarch, Nokmyung Cheondo. Everyone is trapped by his centipedes, as he announces that their fortress master killed their family members that were simply exploring chaos. He will have to pay for messing with the prestigious Emerald Bug family. Another member says that Hoon wouldn't just start a war in order to avenge Garam. He is not the sort that does that thing. He is sure that he is up to something. This is the 7th Region First Major General, the White Artist Monarch Nishimoto. Right next to him is someone from the Samyung family, the 4th Lieutenant General, the Bladestorm Monarch, Samyung Yuha. Nishimoto secretly tells his men to be wary of Hoon and his actions, as they have to suspect him of everything at this point. Yuha looks at the people that have been captured and calls them all pathetic. Given that he now has a good look at these Chaos guys, he can estimate the power level of their fortress master. But still, he cannot believe that over 100 monarchs were sent to battle because of one faulty product. Just like Hoon promised, he had a taste of death after 3,000 long years of being alive. When he told them that there were tons of fruits for everyone to revive, he was telling the truth, right? Hoon tells him not to worry, as he never lies, and he will also give him even more fruits to send over to his family. Yuha tells him to not forget, before he was the 9th Region strategist, he is the first son of the Samyung family. Hoon finds it funny that this guy is still clinging onto their affiliations. Truly, this place has become a joke. In total, he gathered 20 from the Emerald Bug family, 10 from the 7th Region, and 20 from the Samyung family. In total, 50 that he got only from the 9th Region. There are so many monarchs here, but it is clear as they are all after only one thing. However, if they focus on just the tree, they will not be able to observe the entire forest. That is why they all fell for the same lie, that there are still fruits remaining. Since he came here in person, they all believed that he couldn't lie, which makes him feel kind of bad now. But he shouldn't be too upset, as lies become lies only when the promises are not kept. Even if they don't go to the end of the abyss, there are more ways to obtain fruits. The 7 highest-ranked gods that rule over the abyss, for example. After all, they will all be able to obtain fruits via their deal with the 7 great gods. Originally, this sort of deal wouldn't have been possible since there is nothing that the 7 gods who have become the most powerful in the abyss, would want. However, there is one thing that even gods have a need for, and that is the awakened. To the gods, who need a proxy to even exist, there is no resource more precious than the awakened, who are easily able to accept a new world, even if it's forced on them. Thanks to that fortress master bastard, tons of awakened which the gods desire have been awakened in this place. He tells Vargas to lead their troops and find the product, as most have not realized it yet. But if they find out about the real value of the product and the tower, the 7th region and the Emerald Bug family with it will most definitely try to take them away. He must get that guy before that ever happens. Vargas understands and immediately rushes inside of the factory, while Hoon smiles and thinks that the tower that was made to protect chaos will become a tower of nightmares because of what is happening on this day. They will grow even more awakened using the tower they made and use them as bargaining chips for the fruits by making deals with the gods of the abyss. With the fruits that they will get, he will make the 9th region into the new Resurrection Palace. If they have monopoly over fruits, they will be able to bring on tons of change. The 9th region will become the only place where the monarchs are not afraid of death in the almighty land, and the monarchs who are their enemies now will surrender and come to them with everything, including their lives. The almighty land will be ruled by the 9th region of the pitch darkness, just how it always should have been. While he is daydreaming, an attack rushes to his face, which he removes and asks how he dares to attack. This attack was from Kaiman, who tells everyone to stick together now and not split apart no matter what. Until Jaehwan is done with his business, they must not let any of these bastards into the factory. Everyone is fighting with their best abilities, which makes Hoon smile even more, as it's about time they put these insects to sleep. Kyondo does not like how persistent these bastards are, and he rolls through them as he asks for the human known as Jaehwan to be brought to him. Hoon comes back down from floating in a powerful spectacle, as the ground below him is crushed into bits. Everyone is surprised, while Kyondo just scoffs at him. Hoon then notices that the foolish mare girl is also a part of this merry group, the same one that betrayed Pitch Darkness because she was too selfish. Siren tells everyone that this guy is a lieutenant general from Pitch Darkness, and he's the most dangerous person out of everyone here. Hoon tells Kyondo that he can stop, but he does not want to, as his body is too restless for him to do anything and watch. Hoon walks past him and says that he is the one responsible for this precarious operation, so he should sit by and watch the show. Suddenly, everyone from Gorgon attacks Hoon in unison, which makes him smile even more, as it seems that these souls are still persistent, but that will not last for long. With one swing of his sword, he pushes everyone back, which surprises Kaiman the most, as he did not expect that much power to come out of him so suddenly. The attack sends debris flying as it hits the factory, and after the dust clears, only Hoon is left standing. He notes that this is how one should train souls to be obedient. They need to press down on them so that they don't dare to think about disobeying. Huang grabs his leg from under some debris and says that he will not let him go, no matter what. Everyone also gets up slowly, and Hoon congratulates them for their award-winning tenacity. It is nice to see from time to time. He turns around to Huang and smashes his grabbing hand into bits with only his leg. This way, he will be able to enjoy himself well as he tramples on their hopes and dreams. Everyone that is inside of the factory can feel the commotion that is happening outside, which makes Eus wonder if the humans have decided to cause a ruckus because they can't sit still. But Edsak says that this does not feel like something humans could do. Aniak asks Johnniak to find out what's happening outside, which makes him use his scouting ability. Eventually, that ability reaches the outside and he sees the monarchs attacking the humans viciously. They are in danger. Seeing this, both Chung-hyo and Carlton rush to the outside, with Chung-hyo noting that the brat was spot on with his guess. They really did run into the monarchs before they got in the abyss. Carlton asks if they really managed to make a narrow gate at such a short notice. But Chung-hyo says that something like that is not possible. That would take at least a few months. He thinks that the only way they got here is if they risked their lives. This means that they are intending on flattening chaos once again so that it can never think about getting up ever again. Just like they did 900 years ago. Chung-hyo remembers when he had one of the soldiers from the Abyss expedition in his arms, who did not wish to die. Chung-hyo encouraged him to stand up. Does he really intend to give up after coming this far? The soldier handed him one of the fruits, as he was a lost cause. But with this, he would let everyone know that they did not lose. They really got the fruit. The Abyss expedition did not actually fail. When they got back after the expedition was over, He told everyone that they did not fail, that the expedition obtained the fruit. That is what he lied to everyone about, even to himself. He endured so many years of humiliation and shame because of this, but now they are thinking of taking away everything once again? When they get outside of the factory, they see the destruction that has already been caused, and Chung Hyo's eyes open wide as his hand shakes uncontrollably. Carlton tries to make him calm down, but Chung Hyo charges in through the flames, while thinking that he cannot allow them to take away everything they have achieved. He is no longer the weak person that he was in the past. Now he will fight for what he believes in. He immediately kills one of the subordinates there and calls out for the people of the expedition. But when he looks at what is going on, he is left shocked and speechless. Yong has had his eyes pulled out, Hwang does not have an arm, and Muguk is missing a leg. Jurin is bleeding profusely, and Kaiman is the only one standing up, although he is barely doing so since Hoon has attacked him constantly. He is glad that the divine physician decided to show himself, as these guys were not giving him any answers as to where that Jaehwan guy is located. But he appeared at the perfect time. How very fortunate. He really enjoyed his time with these souls that have strong willpower, but he cannot afford any wasted time, so he will make an example of this guy standing in front of him. Chung Hyo screams out to him, and in his final moments, Kaiman can only apologize to Jaehwan for not being strong enough. In that split second, before Kaiman can be struck, Chung Hyo throws him out of the way, and Carlton joins him in blocking Hoon's strike. Siren is pleasantly surprised by their sudden appearance, and as Hoon throws them away, Carlton uses his abilities to pull the rest of the expedition party out of danger. Hoon smiles and says that they are not bad, while unleashing his mighty pressure on them. Chung Hyo can barely stand up to this pressure, but how can he exert so much in only a few words? Has Kaiman been fighting a monster like this the entire time they were lazing around in the fortress? Suddenly, the fortress vice leaders appear behind him, and Edsak asks what he thinks he is doing around these parts. Hoon notes that it's nice to see them again. He is actually looking for a product. He promises to leave right after he gets that. Edsak asks if the product he is speaking of is the awakened that opened Genesis, which Hoon confirms. Even if he does not have a face, it is clear that Edsak is angry at his response. They have not changed in the slightest, even after thousands of years passed since they last met. To think that they would still treat living beings with souls as mere objects to be toyed with. Hoon agrees to disagree and hopes that this won't impede them from opening up the factory door for him. Edsak asks what his purpose is inside, but even if he has one, he finds it hard to let him inside after what he did. Hoon explains that their product simply escaped in the factory, and he wants him back, since he is theirs after all. Edsak still refuses, as the timing is not right for a visit, which makes Hoon sigh and say that he will put it more bluntly for him, since he is only a bunch of nuts and bolts. He should open the fucking door when he is commanded to. Wasn't he made to follow orders, like the worthless thing he is? He unleashes an even mightier pressure on them, which makes Edsak ask if he has forgotten that the monarchs are not allowed to interfere with the factory at all. Hoon says that he is right, as they are responsible for keeping the Soul King sealed, or suppressed rather. That is why they didn't do anything to them thus far, as the Soul King, or more commonly known as Catastrophe, is one of the 3 ancient gods. A being that can only be sealed with all the monarchs of the 12 regions present. The strongest god of the abyss, truly a worthy title for him. Or it was. He doesn't know exactly how strong he is, but now he is just a fallen god that can make dregs, like ghouls. Additionally, over 1,000 years ago, the supreme monarchs of the 12 regions were much weaker than they currently are right now, and he is stronger than the 12 monarchs combined. Edsak asks him to reconsider his choice, as he promises this is not what he wants. Hoon announces that he is the Black Shadow strategist. Samyung Hoon. Does he really think he would listen to the words of a machine? Having had enough of his yapping, Ayas charges him, but she is far too late as Hoon unleashes his technique across the ground from above. Out of Hoon's attacks comes a mighty blue beast that immediately claws at Ayas, who cannot hope to defend herself, so she admires the amount of power he exerted. When the beast's paw lands, it creates an explosion that even the other monarchs admire. Chung Hyo is completely lost at this point, but that's when the eyeless Yong crawls next to him and asks if he thinks they still have a chance of winning this battle. Chung Hyo had forgotten that his eyes were removed, but perhaps it is for the better, as if he had seen what was going on right now. He wouldn't have had the sanity left to ask that question in the first place. He thinks that it is impossible to defeat that thing, so he takes a step back, but suddenly remembers the words of his pupil. that he always runs away. He stops, but his body cannot stop trembling from fear. He wonders how Jaehwan thinks that he can win every single battle, while fighting against such strong people, who defy all odds. Yang asks if Jaehwan is back yet, which makes Chung Hyo think that he is still with the Soul King. He might actually be dead at this point, but even if he is certain that he wouldn't bend his knee no matter what. He tells Yang that he is not here yet. However, they have not lost either. Yang gets up, and everyone does the same. Even in their states, they still have the will to fight and win. Hoon is rightfully surprised by their determination, as he has shown them a power that would make most people lose their will to fight, but still, they choose to fight and glare at him with those eyes. He can only describe them as noble. Noble eyes only belong to people who have the will to decide what their lives will be like. They are noble, despite not being even close to monarchs. Dignified, even if they are crushed. People who do not care who is in front of them, even if it is an unbeatable enemy. It is as if they are all saying one thing, that monarchs do not exist. If all the awakened born from that certain tower are like these guys, can he really sell them to the abyss and hope for the best? He tells Vargas that their plan has changed. Every single awakened in front of them must be killed. They will only be sparing the product and the tower. They will now end this, once and for all. The beast in front of them gets ready to unleash a shattering attack, which makes everyone prepare for the worst. But out of the fortress comes a red beam that goes through the beast's attack and pushes even further, creating an explosion in front of them. Hoon smiles once again, as he finally has eyes on the product. Jaehwan apologizes as it appears he came too late. Everyone calls out Jaehwan as they see him, and he thanks them for making it so far. But now they should get as far away from this place as they possibly can. Hoon asks if he really is the Gorgon Fortress Master he wanted, and Jaehwan confirms that he is. Hoon finds it pretty puzzling, however. This filthy person, who is ragged all across, is the Gorgon Fortress Master. Did he really do all of this for someone like this? He also notices that he has tons of impure energy around him, and guesses that it's from the Soul King. But to think he would let someone like this leave, truly he is now the king of nothing. He cannot believe that the people of Chaos gained hope because of a beggar like him. Two more monarchs appear, with one saying that they can't believe they came all of this way and did all of that because of a mere product like that thing. They are all fools who have been duped. This is the 9th Region 5th Lieutenant General, the Black Cloud Monarch, Magata. Next to him is the 9th Region 6th Lieutenant General, the Dragon Leg Monarch, Sarim. Yuha asks Hoon if there was any reason he needed so many people to defeat someone so lowly as that guy. Hoon explains that indeed, it might seem excessive, but it is very much needed for what is to come. He thinks that they won't need all of these people to defeat the product. They need this many people for a guarantee. The Soul King might not let them enter the abyss, and if that happens, they will have no choice but to forcefully enter, as they haven't come all of this way for nothing. Jaehwan prepares an attack and asks how long they are going to stay still and talk. He pulls everyone into his world, which most monarchs find to be interesting, as it really is a unique worldview. Migata notes that the huge eye in the sky means that this is what the first nightmare means to him, and Sarim says that the eye might actually represent Big Brother, considering it watches above all. Yuha sees it as lowly. No matter what kind of world it is, there is nothing inside. It is as empty as a dried-up river. While tending to the wounded, Chung Hyo wonders what Jaehwan is trying to pull here, as he knows full well that he is not at the level where he can take on the lieutenant generals. Still, knowing him, he must have some kind of crazy plan. Hoon too finds his worldview pretty unique, but it is still much weaker compared to the people from Crack. Is this all he has, though? Jaehwan charges in while denying this and almost gets to Hoon with his sword, but Sarim jumps in his way and kicks the sword away. How ridiculous he is. This is all he has, yet he dares to make such grand entrances, like a damn prince. Jaehwan is pushed back, and Sarim expresses the wish to deal with this guy alone, as he is sure he will have tons of fun. Hoon taps his shoulder and walks forward while saying that he will take care of this by himself. Sarim finds it surprising that he chose to fight, but Hoon notes that this is his mess, so he needs to be the one who cleans it up. Kyondo expresses the wish to join him in this battle, which angers Hoon, as this bastard of an old man has been a pain the whole time. He explains that there really is no need for more than one person and snaps his fingers, creating a large arena around Jaehwan, one that he cannot escape. Naturally, Kyondo is mad about this, as this is not what he promised, and his clan has more business with him than he does. Tired of his incessant belly aching, Hoon tells him to go take a rest, while walking inside of the arena. Jaehwan asks what he is trying to pull by doing this, and Hoon notes that only by fighting one-on-one, he will be satisfied, and the same goes for him, right? He just doesn't like other people interfering in his fights, but now that their stage has been set, he should do the best that he can, although he is sure that he will remain nothing but a joke to him. While unleashing a red attack, Jaehwan notes that this will be the last act of idiocy that he will ever commit. After the attack finishes, he charges in, which doesn't even make Hoon flinch, as this is not enough for him to care. While they fight, Hoon explains that in the last 6 months he has seen tens of people awaken. Most of them were only stage 3, that is a given, but some were geniuses who reached stage 4. However, among the 4th stages that he has seen, he is the absolute weakest. Jaehwan is hit with a mighty chest attack, which makes him think that he is damn strong. Garam can't ever hope to compare to this guy. However, Garam was also supposedly as strong as a lieutenant general, and they are all using the power of the system however they like. But this guy is just on a whole nother level. He needs to get serious now, and use dangerous attacks from this point forwards. Thus he combines both of his swords, and prepares to unleash a mighty attack. Hoon also summons his spirit beast, while noting that he heard he managed to open Genesis and achieve materialization. With this attack, he is letting out quite a decent pit of energy, so he hopes it is not as boring as any of the attacks he attempted to land thus far. Jaehwan tenses every single muscle in his body as he lets the attack he prepared fly towards Hoon, who is also pleasantly surprised by the amount of power. The attack can be felt from the outside, where everyone wonders what happened, but the monarchs are not worried at all. After the dust clears inside, Hoon congratulates him for having such power. Indeed, he is powerful enough to defeat the likes of Garam, but he is mistaken if he thinks that he is on the same level as that weakling. Did he really think that he got everything when he opened Genesis? This is just the start of true awakening, not the end. Well, whatever. Shall they end things as they are now, or does he have any little tricks to show him? Jaehwan asks him what he is trying to achieve, as if he wanted to kill him. He would have done so much earlier. Just what is he after? Hoon says that he is quick to catch on, so he will put it bluntly now. He invites him to the 9th region, and also says that he should bring the Tower of Awakening he made with him. Jaehwan asks what will happen if he refuses, and Hoon wonders if he really will be able to, while he snaps his fingers, creating tons of cube screens that come out of the ceiling and show Jaehwan Hoon's collection of oddities. He spots a computer, which makes Hoon's smile widen as he notes that it seems he is very familiar with some objects in his collection, so he will give him a present that will certainly incentivize him to join. Jaehwan's eyes widen as he sees himself chained up in there. Hoon explains that he can give him the chance to get back to the life he lost previously, the one he was forcefully dragged out of. Does he not miss it truly? He can restart his old life like nothing ever happened. Additionally, he will also give him the position of the 8th Lieutenant General. That's not all, however. If he accepts this deal now, he will give him back the time he lost while wasn't on Earth. Jaehwan outright refuses him, which Hoon expected, as seeing how he acted this entire time, it seems that he is someone who abhors returning to their roots, or core. Jaehwan asks why even make the offer if that is the case, and Hoon explains that he is suggesting here is not a return per se. The nightmarish time he spent here will never truly disappear, so what would be the reason for him to go back in the past? Even if he were to go back, he will not be able to recover from his wounds, and he honestly shouldn't, as those wounds are the thing that made him who he is now. The wounds have already become an inseparable part of him, even if he doesn't like to think about it. Is that why he constantly chooses the present instead of going back in the past, perhaps? But now that he thinks about it, indeed all he wants is not the past, but the present he has lost. This should make him wonder, though. Is this place really the present that he wishes for? No, of course it's not. This place isn't his present. The time that he rightfully deserves, the present that he lost without him being able to do anything about it, is this place. He shows Jaehwan all of his childhood memories, where his caring mother was always there for him no matter what happened. This makes Jaehwan almost cry. Hoon tempts him even further. The present he lost, and the people that he loves, they are all in that one place. If he becomes the Lieutenant General of the 9th region, he can go to that place whenever he wishes to. He should think about this offer very carefully, as it's a one-time thing. Even with all of these promises made to him, Jaehwan still chooses to clench his sword tightly, which makes Hoon ask what he's doing. Jaehwan explains that he is never going back. The only way he can go now is up, and that's what he will do. Hoon gets mad at his strong will and asks if he does not want to see the people he loves again. Does he really intend to throw away his present that he was searching for all of this time into the garbage? Jaehwan thinks of his words, and indeed some of them are correct. Naturally, he misses everyone, and there are some people he would really love to meet again. He is human after all, so he also has emotions about these types of things. However, where it is in the past, future, or even the damn present, in this world, it means nothing. He charges an even stronger attack and unleashes it on Hoon all at once, and it even starts breaking through the arena Hoon made for them. Jaehwan says that he will be able to enjoy happiness for a short while if he were to return to Earth, to his loved ones. However, that will not be of any use in the end, as they will eventually come and cultivate that place, like they did so many worlds beforehand. Hoon pushes him back with an attack and explains that is only natural. Cultivation is the law of this world, one that everyone must abide by. While Jaehwan holds himself still, he thinks that this is a world where cultivating others is just a natural way of life. So maybe this might not be the fault of the individual. It is not the fault of Kaiman, who keeps forgetting the memories of when he was just a product. Nor is it the fault of Siren, who was born in the tower and was educated that way. Additionally, it might not even be the fault of the angels or demons that are in charge of these cultivations. He says that if someone is to blame for all of this, it would be the person that didn't set that kind of thinking as morally wrong. The one at fault would be this world. That is the reason why he must eradicate this world entirely. Hoon notes that he is a child for thinking like this, because in the end, everything that he cherishes is a part of this world. So is he really saying that he will destroy all of that with his own hands, like a maniac? The thing they most commonly describe as the system does not truly exist. It cannot be destroyed, nor can it be touched. The system is just nature. He unleashes another mighty attack on Jaehwan, which he cannot hope to defend himself from, and now he doesn't have the time to strengthen his world, nor become stronger. The only thing that he is able to do in this dire situation is borrow someone else's power. He eats the red crystal that he got out of his pocket as he cannot win with his own strength. The attack reaches Jaehwan, which can be seen even from the outside, making Chung-hyo wonder just what is going on inside that place. Hoon thinks that it would have been much better if this guy chose to follow him quietly, as he has crossed over to chaos as a living being, so he is always in a state where his brain link is connected. If he were to die, his soul would probably go back to his original physical body. Naturally, that doesn't mean there won't be damage to his soul, but at this point he has no choice but to send him forcefully to the almighty land. Suddenly, the aura around Jaehwan changes, and a dark red, ominous energy starts to permeate throughout the arena, swallowing it whole. Before Hoon even notices, he is also touched by the red energy and corrupted by it, so he starts screaming, either out of pain or out of surprise. Everyone outside wonders what's up with this energy that is coming out of the arena, but Chung-hyo knows. This must be the reason why Jaehwan did not eat the horn properly, even though impure energy was leaking out of him constantly. There will be a hell of a price to pay for doing something like this. Just what is that kid trying to achieve now? The arena starts to come apart at the seams, while Jaehwan laughs and dead creatures appear out of portals. They all look at this with shock and awe, as the Soul King, now controlling Jaehwan's body, appears before them and says that they haven't seen each other in a while. This is the descent of the true body of the Soul King. In the Abyss chat room, the gods start to feel the commotion that is coming from chaos, and some of the Maven wonder if the seal has been released. Somewhere else entirely, in a bloody and strange place, a man thinks about chaos and notes that is the place where Seola is at. In chaos, undead creatures start appearing everywhere, and Hoon wonders how this is possible. As the Soul King was sealed away by the supreme monarchs of the 12 regions, it is written as such in the Akashic records. That is why he thought that bringing 100 monarchs would be overkill. Did the Akashic records lie to him? This thing is at a level where victory wouldn't be guaranteed, even if the monarch of pitch darkness is here. This means that they need to get out of here as quickly as they possibly can. Hoon bows his head down to the Soul King and explains that they have no intent to fight against his might. They only want the product that he has possessed. Catastrophe refuses, as this guy is off limits from now on. Hoon notes that even if he has taken a liking to him, he made a promise to Big Brother that he would not interfere in any chaos affairs. Catastrophe clicks his tongue as he hears this and asks how he dares to say that name while he is in front of him. This pressure puts Hoon to his knees and he apologizes profusely. But from what he knows, that is the reason why he has yet to choose a proxy. Catastrophe explains that this guy is not his proxy. He is just trying to protect his own world, even if it means that it will cost some of his life force. That is why they made a simple contract. That, however, is none of his damn business. He starts to prepare a mighty attack, while saying that one thing is for sure here: all of them will be dying in this place, no matter what. Hoon asks if he will really break the promise he made to Big Brother like this, but Catastrophe says that he hasn't done anything like that. While indeed this is his power, it's not of his will. The attack starts to form even further as land, sea, and air combine to pin the monarchs down. Hoon has still not lost hope and tells everyone to gather around and not be scared, as they need to stick together. He guesses that the Soul King is using ghoul dissension to be here, so no matter how strong he really is, the vessel that he got is just a mere human with a squishy physical body. Soon enough, he will collapse from exhaustion, so they need to hold out for just 5 minutes. Kyondo calls him a crazy fool for wanting to even challenge that monster and says that the Emerald Bug family will stay out of this. Catastrophe looks at him and notes that the Emerald Bugs are the ones who created the Spirit Stones or something like that after analyzing his world without permission. They are fools for trying to imitate a god that is much higher than them. However, did he really think that he would let them escape? In that second, he slashes Chendo in half while saying that he is not even worthy of becoming a ghoul. None of them are, in fact, so not a single person here will be left alive. They will surely resent him, but they should look at this sight and burn it into their retinas. This disaster, this much death, they have brought it upon themselves. Hoon grabs the earth below him while wondering how it came to this, but suddenly someone screams to everyone that they should stop whining and pull themselves together. That person is Yuha, who asks if they will still continue to act like this, like a bunch of pathetic souls. They will all die in vain without achieving anything. As Hoon said, they only need to last 5 minutes, so they should all attack at once in order to succeed. Catastrophe smiles, as it seems that they have gained some courage, and Hoon is also revitalized by his sister, who looks like a man on roids. Everyone charges in, even though their odds of winning are low, which makes Hoon think that they still have a chance, as long as they do not lose their hope. While there will be huge losses, naturally it's better than losing everyone in the group. If he continues to attack at this level, he is sure that Catastrophe will tire soon enough. Catastrophe smiles and notes that it's quite a sight to see so many young souls attempt to survive. Truly, it is very beautiful. However, he has had enough of their games. With a single finger flick, Catastrophe kills everyone around Hoon, including Yuha, who was filled with spirit moments before. Seeing this, Hoon falls to his knees once again, as the corruption on his body spreads. Catastrophe notes that it would be quite boring to just sit still while he does nothing. Hoon begins laughing maniacally, as he sees his reflection in the pool of water below him. Was there really no way to win against him all of this time? He admits to himself that he has won, but he will not let everything go according to his plans. Catastrophe thanks them for playing with him, as it has been a while since he had this much fun. With one fist, he kills Hoon, and says that unfortunately, they have become rather boring, so this is goodbye. The red mist that permeated throughout the valley clears out, and the only thing that remains is the gentle wind and the bodies of dead men. In this moody place, Jaehwan comes to, and is awestruck at how powerful the Soul King really is. Even though his powers had manifested through his very soul, it just doesn't feel real in the slightest. The Soul King's power, the power of the First Awakened, goes beyond just destroying a part of the world. He dominates it, all of it. This is most definitely the very last stage of what he seeks to grow into. But in order to reach this level, he will have to struggle all of his life, if not more. However, even the Soul King, who has shown him true power, was sealed by Big Brother. Just how strong does he have to become in order to achieve his dreams of destroying this world? Catastrophe notes that his body is truly weak, as it couldn't even last 5 minutes. Jaehwan asks how many times he can borrow his powers now. Catastrophe explains that he can only summon him 3 more times with ghoul descent if he is not his proxy. He used 1 summon already, so he is left with only 2. Actually no, since he needs to summon him when he eventually meets with Big Brother, it would be more fair to say that he only has 1 single summon left. After using his power, every time his soul will be at his limit, and ghoulification will soon start. Since he chose this path himself, he should do his best to endure it, as he really wants him to keep his promise after all. The moment their spirit link is cut, Jaehwan falls to the ground and receives all of the pain from the ghoulification. It's almost as if his entire body is trying to fall apart. The ghoulification progresses even further, and the memories of his cherished people start to disappear. One by one, everything becomes a blur. Once a person loses their memories, they lose themselves. And since they do not know themselves, they will become a ghoul. With the last of his consciousness, Jaehwan falls into a body of water and descends to the bottom. However, at that moment, a green sword appears, and with a few gentle strokes, his memories are starting to be filled up again. He remembers a conversation Kaiman had with Chung Hyo, where Kaiman asked Chung Hyo what he liked about Jaehwan, since he went on this perilous journey with him. Chung Hyo doesn't have anything he likes about him, as he is a reckless, childish, inconsiderate, and downright rude individual. All he knows is how to attack old men like him. However, if he's asking for the reason he still sticks to his side, it's because he just doesn't want him to be alone. Jaehwan is pulled back to the surface by Chung Hyo, who screams at him to wake up. Jaehwan responds by telling him to stop calling him a kid. Just how long is he going to keep calling him that? Chung Hyo cries as he sees him gain consciousness and even calls him out by his name. He asks why he did such a thing. What if he actually became a ghoul? Did he not think these things through? Jaehwan explains that he did all of that because he trusted him. He knew that he would make him wake up with ghoul slash. Chung Hyo shakes as he hears this and goes in for a hug, which makes Jaehwan instantly push him back, as he is not in the mood for that. He pushes himself to a nearby rock formation and asks if everything really is over. While they did incur huge losses, a surprisingly large number of expedition members survived, and they will always have more people awakening, so they shouldn't have any problems, even after he is gone. Even the monarchs won't be able to do anything in chaos now, as they will be too busy trying to fix the balance of power in the almighty land, now that there are tons of open positions. Chaos has finally found its true freedom, which means his job is done. That is what he thought then. Suddenly, a few people came up to him and asked him what this is. His eyes widen as he looks at it, and it seems that Hoon's wish to not let everything go according to his plan have come true, as he has died smiling. One of the men holds up the vision of him chained up in the almighty land. Did he really come over to this damn place while he was still alive? Chung Hyo starts screaming at them. Just what are they doing right now? He risked his damn life to save all of them. The man explains that this piece of information is important to them, since every soul in chaos is already dead. The man immediately suspects him of eating one of the fruits, as he would have had access to them if he visited the Resurrection Palace. But Kaiman comes to his defense, as the fortress master did not consume any of the fruits. He was there with him. The man asks him to explain the video they saw, but Kaiman can't defend himself against such a defenseless accusation. Urine tells everyone to calm down, but the man just can't sit still. Just what happened to all of the fruits, huh? Did they eat some too? To these dead men, the life of the fortress master seems like a huge betrayal. Urine thinks that the situation is not good, as they are not calming down in the slightest. All of the uneasiness inside of them must have been piling up, and now it has exploded. After they all saw Jaehwan perform one miracle after another, they followed in his wake, thinking that they might have been able to get back their lives. They are not at all interested in the change to the world that the fortress master wished for. The fact that Jaehwan is alive, and all of the things that happened that were not explained to them, lead to this, where their questions are endless. Surprisingly, Hoon has yet to die, and looks at the commotion going on besides him. The fortress master is now in a pathetic state, while these people are agitated because of his skill, confusion which he managed to cast in the last second. The skill only works if there is already a seed of suspicion. This means that the doubts and jealousy they had formed a catalyst that triggered this outburst of emotion. Although they might have before, this means that they never trusted the fortress master. He might have succeeded in stopping his plans, but his plans are also foiled. It's over for him. Jaehwan rises and explains that he has destroyed the fruits, which comes as a shock to everyone, and they start suspecting him of destroying them because he wanted to be the only one left alive. Jaehwan thinks that true life can't be achieved just from fruits. Even if one is revived in the almighty land with the fruits, the same war will occur again, and they will all end up back here. He grips his sword tightly, and notes that they all asked if he's living. With a sudden pressure, Jaehwan reveals his brain link. The man instantly looks behind him and points. He really is connected to the spirit link. He has fooled them this entire time. The people, however, do not say anything, and when the man also looks in front, he is awestruck. Jaehwan says that he does not care what a real or fake life is, As he cuts his own spirit link, he explains that this is the life that he chose. Everyone is shocked after Jaehwan cuts his own spirit link, but Hoon laughs maniacally, as he truly is a crazy bastard. How did he actually think of cutting his own brain link? He really is mad, the mad king of chaos. With a last groan, Hoon disappears, and everyone reacts differently to what happened to Jaehwan. Some just look forward, while people like the guard who accused him look down in shame. Even when he is called out by the guard, Jaehwan passes him without saying anything. But when asked about his destination, Jaehwan notes that he is going into the abyss. Chung Hyo is the first to follow him, with Carlton helping him stand up and Siren being right behind him. Yurin looks at him and thinks that from the start, when he appeared in chaos, he was always truly alone. This scene is something that would get a lot of emotions, but they all slowly bow down to Jaehwan. Nobody said a word, yet they all knew that there would be numerous kings born in chaos from this point forward. But to the people of chaos, the ones who saw him, they only have one king. The last king that chaos acknowledges fully, and unfortunately, he is leaving now. After a while, Mino returns to chaos and finds it amazing, as it has changed so much. On the day of the 3rd month that he left chaos, Mino woke up from her coma, and through Claire, who was always beside her, she was able to find out about the many changes that were brought upon chaos. Thanks to the agreement between the King of Humans, the Strange Factory, and the Cunning Soul King, chaos was fully unified. The unified chaos built a new fortress, where the Strange Factory used to be at one point. The name of this new fortress is Carpe Diem. In this place, humans, ghoul, and even horned beasts that used to fight each other to the death are now coexisting peacefully, although it was very hard for her to get used to such sights. But because of this, Carpe Diem, the new center of chaos, thrived. Naturally, things were not that peaceful, as forces on the border that were hostile began to appear. Those forces belonged to the Almighty Land, as the 9th region, that Hoon was in, lost tons of men due to Haehwan's Monarch Massacre incident, something that has become quite famous everywhere. The other regions in the Almighty Land took advantage of this, so a dire war took place, and it's taking place even now. Because of that, thousands of monarchs die each day and come over to Chaos as a result. Fortunately, Chaos still has the Tower of Awakening that Jaehwan left behind, which was used to create numerous awakened that were able to fight off the monarchs. Even so, the major general monarchs that seldom come to this place are stronger than any 10th stage adapters, so fighting them is quite tough still. The people of Chaos did not lose hope, however, and the factory leaders came up with a genius plan to solve that issue. When the monarch-level adapters perish, the place that they are summoned in is different than most, so in the past they were summoned into the Resurrection Palace. But now, the factory leader has changed their spawn location. The new location is right here, inside of Carpe Diem. Mino thought that it was extremely dangerous at first, as it seemed foolish, but she was convinced when she heard where they were spawned exactly. Every monarch-level individual ends up in chaos, but right in the arms of Catastrophe, who kills them by just looking at them. That is the power they have now. The chaos that was without change for thousands of years has changed a lot in such a short time, because of him. The moment she woke up, Mino was holding a stone, a return stone to be exact, something that he apparently left behind after he left the Strange Factory. While she looks at the stone, she can't help but wonder why he chose to save Chaos. He doesn't seem to like people in general, and there is no real attachment to this place for him. So is it perhaps because she asked him to? That would be too much, though. It's surely something else, right? Still, this burning question is still within her, so to possibly find some answers, she has to go to this place that he left behind. When she approaches the tower, she gets a system notification, asking her if she would like to enter the Tower of Nightmares. This makes her feel a sudden feeling in her chest. These must be the emotions everyone is feeling when going into the tower. She can understand them now, albeit only a little bit. She smiles, as that bastard went on and on about his mission to destroy this world. But what he left behind was a tiny bit of hope. The system notification glistens as she accepts and thinks that perhaps this is not hope, but the actual end of the old world. While being drawn in by the tower, Mino wonders if she will ever be able to meet him again. In the world that Jaehwan left behind, if there was salvation, she couldn't know what it was like. However, in her imagination, his world, there was a tree that has roots with no place to seep themselves into, and bare branches without any green leaves. Despite all of this, she felt a lot less lonely while thinking of his world that he made. Because even if everyone in that world betrays the world, there will always be one person who will protect the world to the bitter end. The world that a single man managed to protect and change, chaos. The abyss is commonly known as the branch of the illusion tree, and areas within it are known as sites. Each site is its own unique world, and the 7 great gods are the highest ranking among all gods that control each world. However, if that is the case, what is the most dangerous place in the abyss? There was a time when the gods of Abyss, who had too much time on their hands, debated heavily on this question. Some gods said that it was the first site, that was made by Big Brother himself, while others said that the 4th site created by the crazy god is the most dangerous. But even those lesser gods are considered mythical beings that are hard to meet face to face, or even contact with. Even so, there is a dangerous place that even the normal gods must be afraid of. For example, the 8th site, Caspian, the Blue Forest area. Inside of the forest, a disciple asks his goddess if this really is the place, as this doesn't seem like a good place to fish at all. The goddess reassures him that there really is one. Does he not believe his own goddess? Even if he does believe her, the disciple simply cannot find it anywhere. So can't they head back? What if a dark soul were to appear around here? The goddess reassured her disciple, Runard, that dark souls are not easy things to just run unto. It's already been more than 100,000 years since the ancient 3 gods have fallen from grace. No matter how many followers they had previously, they are all probably dead by now. And he also has her, the greatest god, Anderson, so he needn't worry. Runard says that this is exactly why he is so worried. But in any case, must they really come to this place and gather the followers so abruptly? Anderson says that it cannot be helped in this case, as the situation needs it. The followers, the reason why Runard is now walking these lonely yet dangerous woods. In the abyss, the number of followers a god has determines how powerful they truly are. With more followers comes more power, and the more rare items or stories. On the opposite end, a god that has no followers is always in danger, as a part of their world will start to disappear slowly, but surely. That is why Runard and Anderson are now in this blue forest. But Runard wonders if they can't just use words to lure in people like him. Anderson says that the last time he did something like that, the believer he acquired by his own stole everything from their vault and then dipped. That's not even the end of it. Back then, another god declared a holy war on them after they stole some of their followers. Did he perhaps forget already? Reluctantly, Runard says that they will continue fishing around this area. Fishing is the most common way of finding new followers in the abyss, and as the name suggests, it's to fish for the souls of real humans. Normally, a person would go to a public fishing spot in order to fish, but in some rare instances, there are remote areas like this forest that have undiscovered fishing spots. Even so, this spot feels quite strange, so Runard asks Anderson where she heard about the secret fishing spot. She says that it was from the Minerva store, the goddess of luck, that runs the monthly luck store. Runard asks how much she paid her, and she explains that it was a single installment of 300 trust. This makes Runard cry and fall to his knees, as that was the last of the currency they had. Anderson tells him to calm down already, as the Minerva card she got told her that she will have luck in the northwest of Caspian, the blue forest and water. There is only one kind of blue forest, this one, and water represents fishing, right? Right? Runard screams at the top of his lungs, as this is all that she went on. He asks her if she knows that she's in the wrong, which she reluctantly admits that she is wrong, and Runard notes that it's better to stop wasting important time and go back for now. A short silence falls because of this, which makes Runard think that he was a bit harsh on her, as she must be pretty desperate too, considering everything. The fact that she has no followers left except him, her avatar, means that she will slowly start disappearing, along with her own world. After this deliberation, Runard says that they should look around for a little while longer, as he would love to have a junior under him. And since she got cheated out of their last cash by Minerva, they need to make the best of the situation and attempt to find something, even though it might not be here. Anderson says that he is right with a happy tone, which reminds him of his younger sister. So he always becomes soft-hearted towards her because of this. She is the only family he has. Since he lost all of his family members and hometown included, he might as well help her to the best of his abilities, even though that isn't much. Suddenly he starts smelling water, somehow, and rushes to it. He runs through the forest and leaves, eventually arriving at a nice fishing spot, which is rather calm and away from any noise. Runnard can't believe his eyes. There really is a fishing spot in this place. Anderson is also glad about this information, and Runnard walks closer to the pond, wondering if they can really get a new follower. They are both nervous about this potential comeback, and Anderson is already thinking about what items to buy and how to write the story. Runnard tells her that her item and story comes first, which she agrees with, since he is her avatar. After 1 hour passes, Runnard asks Anderson if it usually takes this long to catch something. She tells him to wait a little while longer, as people usually say that fishing for souls is like fishing for time. They must be patient. Runnard wonders where she heard that one, but focuses on fishing for the time being. 3 hours pass, then 5, then 24, and Runnard is almost dead from boredom, without a single catch to his name. He notes that they should go and pummel Minerva into the ground, which spooks Anderson, so she tells him to calm down, as she is a high-ranking god, so a god without even a name card like her can't do anything against such a mighty god. Runnard knows that full well. He was just joking around. While his fishing rod begins to be pulled by something, he thinks that even if they found this new and untapped fishing spot, they have been here for a long time and there is still nothing. Maybe the fishing spot was already emptied? Anderson tells Runnard that the fishing rod just moved, which causes him to pick it up and try to pull it out of the water. But what he caught is something super strong, and he notices that the spirit power this person has is amazing. Is this a Murim soul, perhaps? Anderson says that something is really strange, as this soul is not coming from the border. It's actually coming up from chaos. This needs further power, so she urges him to take off his clothes, which he does instantly, and Anderson uses her story called Naked for some reason, to buff his body up, allowing him to pull the fishing rod like his life depends on it. After the person they caught falls to the ground, Anderson notes that this person has an amazing power, and most likely they just caught a damn god. While she keeps saying that he is a god, Runnard notes that there is no way this would be the case, as he cannot be a god, since there aren't any gods that can possess a soul body. Every single god exists via beliefs, and can only exist via an avatar they chose. That is the most basic principle of the Abyss. She knows this already, right? Anderson asks if he's trying to flex his knowledge on her right now, but Runnard says that this is what she taught him in the first place. But if she really feels so much power from him, maybe he is another god avatar or follower, since she felt world power from him. That's when he feels something strange too. A certain kind of pressure, which makes him wonder what this man is. Based on what she felt, this guy came from chaos, but the only place where gods exist would be in the Abyss. Otherwise, everything they have ever known about gods, avatars, and followers would fall apart at the seams. Anderson explains that chaos has a god, and a fierce one at that, but there is no way that he would actually get an avatar, so they will exclude him from the equation. Still being shocked by this man, Runnard asks if he really is from chaos, which Anderson confirms, and if he is not a follower or an avatar of a god, he is probably a god in it of himself. Runnard notes that he's not automatically a god if he's not a follower, and he also feels like she is hiding something important from him, so he would like her to speak up, as she was the one who shouted that he is a god. Anderson asks if he has ever heard of the story of the strong rat. In the past, there was a strong and rather unique rat. It was so strong that the title of the story was named after it. This particular rodent did not eat any leftovers.